future is electric, so what? Soul will remain forever. future is electric, so what? Soul will remain forever.
Marriott. Good afternoon, Andrew. How are you?
Well, we're really looking forward to this. Yes, Peter Auto putting on a great program of races over the 2 days. We'll be covering them all live, of course. There's 10 different classes here. No single-seaters in this meeting, but lots of the best sports cars, touring cars, prototypes over, I suppose, best part of 6 decades, John. And we're going to have 5 races today and then 9 more tomorrow. 4 of the categories do actually race twice. And the first category we're going to see is going to be Group C, and they do race twice. On the track at the moment, still just got the back end of qualifying for the terrific Porsche 2.0 L Cup, they call it, a series of which the Brit Ollie Bryant is the reigning champion. We'll talk about that later. In fact, I noticed on the timing screen Ollie's second thus far in this. But as you say, John, the weather conditions an hour ago were absolutely terrible. But now it's dried up. You see no spray coming off the cars. So I think we're up for a great afternoon of racing. I said 5 races coming up. At the end of the day, we're going to have a 2-hour race, and that should be fun. That is for the 60s endurance. So lots of E-types and things in that.
This event evoking the sort of cars and the atmosphere of a different circuit at Barcelona, right next to the city centre, Montjuïc Park, which became the Olympic Park as well. I've been there a couple of times as a tourist and not to see any motor racing, and it's well worth it. And you can still drive around all of the original circuit there. It's still there if you go and look it up. The streets are still there, and you look at that, and particularly over the top of the hill where the Olympic Stadium's on your right-hand side and down towards that first left-hand downhill hairpin, you think to yourself, how did they race Formula cars around there? You saw cars running in period there.
Well, I was there, the famous Grand Prix, where sadly Rolf Stommelen went into the crowd and people were killed, and that finished it as a Formula One venue. It had a lot of motorbike racing there as well. The lap record actually currently held by, well, will always be held by Ronnie Peterson in a Lotus 72. And I think Emerson won a race there. That's the race that Stommelen crashed in. And that was the race, of course, that they only awarded half points to. That's why Lella Lombardi is the only woman to have scored World Championship points. Actually, it's a half because she came 6th.
Yeah, would have been a full point, but was in a point-scoring position. Whilst we've got the 2-litre cars, effectively think of this as Porsche Carrera Cup Classic. Carrera Cup didn't start until 1990 with the 964. That year it was Olaf Manthey who won the championship. Yes, that Olaf Manthey. But if there had been a Carrera Cup back in the day, these would have been the cars that would have been competing in it. 4-cylinder, still a flat 4, but only a 2-litre.
Air-cooled.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. But you've driven one of these, John, haven't you?
Yeah.
I want, so they're pretty twitchy sort of things. They're quite difficult to race. So anyway, Ollie Bryant is the reigning champion and won it last year with Kyle Tilley, who from Era Motorsport. They won the championship together last year in Kyle's car. Kyle is over at Mugello this weekend, competing in a Ferrari with his mentor, well, the man who's set him up in business, Dwight Merriman, and Jake Hill is racing there. So
current British touring car champion.
Yeah, so that's the reason why he isn't showing with Ollie this year. So, of course, if Ollie scores a lot of points here, I don't know what they're going to do, because I'm sure Kyle would like to win the championship with Ollie again. But we'll see how that. And there's another top British driver in this, Phil Quaife, very good in Formula 3 10 years ago, and Phil will go well, I'm sure.
However, at the moment, it's Xavier Derue in the 139 who is leading out. These cars lapping in just under, at the sharp end of the field at least, just under 2.5 minutes for the lap. And the best time that we've got is a 2:29.458 by Xavier. Ollie Bryant is a 10th or so afterwards. I'm not sure we were really meant to see this at the moment, but as we're doing a bit of catch-up at the moment, we get a bit of Billy bonus coverage. The car that we're following around at the moment is that of Jürgen Rudolph, who's the fastest of the gentleman single drivers. And we should explain this. Take notes, because this will become important later on. In the tartan green, which is a Porsche colour, and the gold roof, which I'm not sure would have been available back in period.
I thought that's what stock car drivers do.
Indeed, that would be
world
British
champion.
World champion.
Yes. I mean, the thing is, John, these cars aren't racing today.
No.
They're not racing until tomorrow afternoon.
But this is their qualifying.
This is their qualifying, so it's a bonus to see them.
And Phil Quaife has just gone through and put his fastest lap in 2:27.814. So we've got, by the way, you can follow along the excellent timing and scoring with Pete Otto and Al Kamel, just if you are watching at home, or even if you're listening to us at the track here, then just search Al Kamel, Peter Otto, and it will give you the timing screen. All the usual Al Kamel goodies on that, including the marching ants, the dancing ants, that will give you the tracker to show who's going round. So I can tell you, for example, that coming out the final corner is Juan Pablo Orjula, even though I can't see him on the screen at the moment. You can do that as well. So you'll see Eli, Guttel Eli, GTL Eli, and GTLs. Now, that is elite, gentlemen with an elite, and gentlemen on their own. So effectively, there are 3 classes here. The cars are identical, much like single make and manufacturer racing nowadays. Big sideways moment down at the bottom of the hill there at turn 7, but you do have to have these cars. So perhaps not that sideways for Xavier Derue. So the GTL is gentlemen, ELI is elite, GTL ELI is a combination of the two. You can have 2 drivers here.
They have to make a pit stop.
Yes.
And if you've got 2 elites in, you have to stop for 40 seconds.
Right.
40 seconds extra. If you've got 1 elite, you stop for 20 seconds. If you've got an elite driving on his own, which is Ollie Bryant, he still has to stop for 40 seconds.
Yeah. Okay.
So that will all pan out tomorrow. At the moment, we're just interested to see that Ollie Bryant has gone fastest, and that was expected right at the end.
Last lap.
Yeah.
In fact, actually, he's got 1 more lap in the number 60, the 60 car. Just going through there now, the number 24 is Uwe Kolb, and there are a number of Kolbs racing here. What I really like about these cars, first of all, short wheelbase means, as Andrew said, they're very twitchy. It's all about momentum. It's all about corner speed. They run on relatively narrow tyres. If you're not sliding, you're not quick. But there's a very, very fine line as Ramzan Ozrabayev, goes through in the lime green, sort of mint green, and rainbow car. There's a very fine line between sliding and going quickly and sliding off, and the back end overtaking the front of the inevitable moment of polar inertia that Porsche 911s will give you eventually.
Just going back to our pole sitter, Ollie Bryant has got a terrific website actually, and he lists all the different cars that he's raced, and there's over 60 of them. He's actually won, he reckons, 238 races, and he's driven in 772 races altogether. So not everybody keeps a good record. He does.
I was on the track at the same time as Ollie Bryant in a few races. I won't say that I raced against him because I didn't see very much of him. He was driving, at one stage he was driving a very nicely prepared Sunbeam Tiger, a V8. Did a lot of driving in Morgan's as well.
But he did race in period at Le Mans in 2017, was fourth in the GTE AM class. I mean, he had a lot of success in GT, and then him with his father Graham, and they're also in the property development business in Surrey, I think. And they've got a lovely original Lola T70, which they're trying to sell. Oh, number 75 has come to grief, look.
That's Christian Albrecht in a very sweet Carrera white with the Fuchs alloys. And
I love those. Yeah, I love those alloys.
Yeah, well, they're classic, aren't they? There's been various different people try to bring them back on, but the 5-spoke with the machined spokes and the machined rim. Now, you can also, by the way, 3 SWB on the number 24 car. That car moving again for Uwe Kolb. That will be a number plate. If that is genuine as a British number plate, that will be worth more than any of the cars that I've got sitting outside, because there'll be a few Ferrari 250 SWB owners who would quite like that, but obviously it fits on the short wheelbase 911 as well.
I do wonder what Nick Mason's number plate for his 250 GTO.
Yeah,
it is 250 GTO.
Yeah, and that, I mean, well, Nick was buying those type of cars when nobody else wanted them, and I won't say he was picking them up for a song, but they certainly weren't as valuable a few years ago when he was buying them. In real terms, in percentage terms, they've gone up an awful lot, of course. But in real terms, they weren't. People didn't want them because they were so expensive to keep on the road, and you know, Nick could afford to do that. And fair play to him.
I saw a list, I think, on the Octane magazine website with the most expensive cars that have ever been sold, and I think the Mercedes Goldwing, but GTO's right up there in like third or fourth place. And what we're talking, 40 million?
And the rest,
number like that. Yeah.
So that was the qualifying then for the Porsche 2-litre short wheelbase cup. We'll see those guys racing tomorrow. Ollie Bryant on pole overall and for the elites. They will start in order of qualification, so there's no split grids here. Xavier Derue, the 139 on the outside, the front row. Then the two of the pole sitters actually quite nicely. Jürgen Rudolph in the number 757, the dark green car, and Phil Quiff in the number 99 for the GT, the gentleman and elite cars. Those are your front two rows. David Sarni, Juan Pablo Aurelia, and then Fred Aguido, Ramzan Orozbayev in 8th position, David Danglard in 9th, and rounding up the top 10, David Nogadra Estivil. So our hard-working Nissan Navara pickup truck doing its job. Seen those working a few times here.
So that big surprise there, I think, is the 757 car of Jürgen Rudolph, because he is just he's a gentleman driver. He's right up there in the top 3. I'm not aware of him, actually. We've got over 300 cars here racing this weekend, and about the same number of drivers as well. There's some people. There's Ollie Bryant just leaving the picture there. So Ollie will be happy with that, hoping to add to his massive number of race wins. He's in 2 or 3 different cars, I think, this weekend, but he loves his Porsche. I was talking to him yesterday, and he was telling me also, well, I asked, how do they define a gentleman driver in this series? Because different series. And basically, the elite is somebody that's either a silver or above, FIA silver or above, or then what the organisers consider somebody that has pace, results, and age. Those are the three criteria, and I quite how they work that
I like
out.
that. Well, Jürgen has driven in Peter Auto events before, including last year in the D-Mill Tour, with I think a different Porsche.
Yeah.
Oh no, do you know what? No, that's
that green
that
one.
is the 757. Yeah, as I'm looking on a well-known site.
And
right. And a little bit, actually, we're a little bit ahead of ourselves here because we weren't expecting to see the Group C cars for another few minutes. But I think wisely, Peter Auto and the organisers are getting the Group C cars out as quickly as possible, just in case the weather changes. The weather is picking up. The track temperature is now 22 Celsius. Now that it's had a bit of sun on it. The air temperature is still temperate at 14 degrees, and it's still fairly sticky at 73% humidity. Not much wind to speak of. One or two damp patches still around the far side of the circuit. A small but brilliant field.
Well, 21 cars, that's pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Just on Peter Auto, this is a guy called Patrick Peter and his wife Sylvie. They've been running race meetings for a long time. They were one of the three founders of the famous BPR GT series.
He's the P.
Yeah, he is the P. They run the Tour Auto. And they run a rally or two, and they run lots of stuff, and they are very slick indeed. So this just shows you those Porsches are off into the paddock, and these cars are out. And there is our pole sitter. This is Kriton Lendudis, and he's got a hell of a story because he is a shipping magnate, a Greek shipping magnate. He's 65 years old, John, but he's still very, very quick. And he's driven lots of different cars.
And this car we've seen before. I saw it at Spa Classic last year, and it was very quick there. This is a Mercedes-Benz C11. We're stretching here in age throughout Group C. Went for a lot longer than people realise. We think about some of these. Yes, exactly. It was a pretty stable rule set, and it gave a rise to a golden age of sports car racing. Something similar to what we've got now, because the current set of rules are already going on till almost the end of this decade. So we'll be getting on for nearly 8 years by the time it's considered again. So this C11 from 1990 is one of the newer cars. We've got a Peugeot 905 Evo 1, near Evo 1 from 1992. We've got a Porsche 962C in the hands of Lucas Halusa. That'll be a quick car as well, the number 30 car from 1992. And from 1993, a Nissan in the hands of James Thorpe, one of the R90 CKs. But as far as the oldest cars, we're going back to 84, albeit for some of the C2 cars.
Yeah.
C1, C2s and C3s. C2s were the LMP 675, so the LMP2s of their days, for those of you in modern parlance. Some of them looking a little bit out of proportion, because actually they used the same windscreens as the C1 car. So the glass at the front is the same size and sometimes exactly the same as some of the other cars. And you think of some of the cars like the old Ecos C285 that was built by RML over at Wellingborough and run there. We had Henry, and Henry was the Ford engine car, and then we had Postman Pat, the Royal Mail car. Well, they used exactly the same windscreen as one of the C1 cars. I won't say which one it is in case it's
got a little Postman Pat story. We handled that Swift Air account. And
Did you?
And Postman Pat, somebody dressed up, an actor came as Postman Pat, and he was on the grid at Brands Hatch, and I was in charge of Postman Pat. There was no sign of Jess, the black and white cat. But anyway, he was signing more autographs than the drivers. Like, they were really peeved about it. Anyway, this is going to be a terrific race. We've got 3 of those great Nissans were built by Lola, of course. But this Mercedes, John, you've got a good history.
Very good history.
The chassis actually, I believe they built 5. So the previous car was a C9. There was no C10 because it's very difficult to say C10 in German, apparently. But then, so the C9, which is very successful, was an aluminium car. This was the first carbon car. The very first one was actually built in Switzerland, because Sauber built it.
Yeah.
But then the rest of them were built by Dave Price in Surrey. And of course he had a composites business, and that look at a lovely shot here.
Of course, won Le Mans in 1989.
Yeah.
And amazing. This car was part of the BMW junior team, and Michael Schumacher drove the car.
Mercedes, dude.
What did I say?
BMW. But they had a big. They
there was a
started
big
that program.
battle. Yeah, there was a big
Yeah.
battle between the junior teams. Mercedes-Benz MB, not BM, junior team. Mauro Baldi drove this car with Michael Schumacher. But I mean, the drivers in that junior team that Benz brought through were outstanding.
Yeah,
and
Frentzen was another one.
Went through to F1, as of course eventually did Schumacher. And I mean, tremendous to see those guys at Le Mans in 1990.
Little story about Crichton is in the pole. I said he was a Greek shipping merchant. He is. He runs tankers. He's just ordered 2 new ones from Hyundai.
Yeah, the shipbuilding company, not the car. Well, same people.
Well, same people.
Yep.
He's written out a check for $260 million to buy those 2 ships. So the guy has got a little bit of wedge.
Well, the business has.
The thing about it, well, he founded that business. The thing about him is, I'll tell you, he's a pensioner. He's still really quick. And I've seen him at Silverstone in the classic and things. He drives. He's got a lot of cars, but drives them all very well. So I think he'll take a little bit of beating. Now, James Thorpe works at Goodwood, and he's got a very fine title there. But he's one of the senior guys at Goodwood. Now, he's best known for driving the Lister Flatiron, which is one of the very early Lister. He's won quite a lot of races in that. He's called the Director of Campaigns and Strategy for Goodwood. He's raced BMWs and Ginettas and Mustangs and various cars like that.
As most of these drivers tend to be somewhat peripatetic, to be honest. He's driving with Phil Quick in the first of the Nissans, the number 27 car on the outside of the front row. That is the newest car that we've got on the grid from 1993. Behind them, Olivier Galin in another Nissan, the number 63, and Ivan Vercutre and Ralph Kelleners. Yes, that Ralph Kelleners.
Yeah.
And that's that's the first of the Porsches. And there's 3 962Cs from 1990 and 1992, all in the line there. There's another one from 1991, Klaus Abelin's car, which I'm really looking forward to seeing, actually, the 00 car, when that comes through. So we're trying to work out which. We think Klaus has got a couple of cars, and I'm interested to see which one he's brought out to play today.
Yeah, Klaus, of course, is well known at the Nürburgring. His team won with the Ferrari a couple of years ago.
Last year, first
time.
ever for Ferrari with no factory support whatsoever.
But he's a food magnate, of course, and he makes meatballs.
Spice Red and White and Blue, the number 8. That's Frank Morel, Spice SE 90C, and again another 1990 car. You're right in my wheelhouse here. I first went to Le Mans to work. In fact, I've only ever been to Le Mans to work.
Yeah.
Although it's not properly work, let's be absolutely fair. It's a labour of love. I first went in 1989 when Mercedes-Benz won, of course, with the C9, the 62 car, won at that time at Le Mans. So these cars and this era is pretty much in my wheelhouse, going through to the early 1990s. In 89, you were still on the old circuit with the old pit building, actually. And prior to the chicanes being put in, I remember going out with someone you'll remember, Simon Morris. From Autosport, as he was then. I took out my Canon camera, my old A1, no digital, had filming, had filming that, and we went out to the kink 3/4 of the way down the Mulsanne Strait, the Lindois Nadier. I'd borrowed a big telephoto lens from one of the photographers, 500mm lens. And we went there, and in those days, you could get right up to the side of the circuit. There's the 1 minute board is out. It will be a rolling start for this 45-minute race. And I took a few pictures in black and white, and then I swapped over to a reel of colour. And then, these cars are pretty big cars. You can see for skill, people standing alongside them. And, even the C2 cars were pretty big cars, but the C1s were definitely big. And they were hauling. They were doing 220 down there, maybe a little bit more. and miles an hour. And I said to Simon, it was only double layer Armco there, by the way, at that time. What happens if one of those guys has a blowout? This was in first practice, I think, on Wednesday. He said, oh, the Armco stopped most of the car. So I then repaired away about 20 yards away inside the trees and stood behind a very rugged-looking oak and took some more moody pictures through the foliage instead.
Interesting. Just saw on the banner there, Nova. That's one of the sponsors. And Nova is the new Avon.
Well, it is.
Nova's well, Avon the other way around.
And the reason that that is the case is because, of course, when you look at the molds, it says Nova on it because it has to be reversed. They've moved their whole operation. There was a big worry as we're rolling off on the formation now. There was a very big worry that all of the technology and know-how would be lost when Avon looked like it was going to be wound up. The company has reformed, a bit of a management buyout in some respect, I suppose you would call it. They bought out all of the current stock, all of the molds, and that kept them going. They've opened a brand new facility in Portugal, just outside of Porto, I think, if I remember. No, Lisbon, excuse me, if I remember rightly. And no, I was right the first time. It's Porto. And I've got to go and see that, actually, at some stage. Spoke to those guys on Midweek Motorsport recently. And they are the official tyre supplier for Peter Auto.
Yeah. Shout out quickly for Jan Magnussen, former Formula One, great Corvette driver, of course.
Le Mans winner.
He loves doing historic races. He races everything from a Turner to very fast cars like this. He's in a C2 Tiger. So we'll look out for Jan Magnussen.
That's the number 70 car.
We ought to have we'll look out for the number 2 we haven't mentioned. Great Peugeot 905 Evo 1B from 1992. And of course that in 93 at Le Mans, you were there, John. Well, they finished 1, 2 and 3.
Yeah.
And they dominated 92 and 93.
You've got to remember that was the time that Bernie Ecclestone was trying to kill off Le Mans as an event.
About 18 cars started.
Yeah, and the way that he did that was that they specified, using his influence, they specified that sports cars would use a 3.5 litre engine, and of course that was the F1 engine. What he wanted to do was get Peugeot into Formula One, which ultimately, of course, they did do. But it also then they'd specified that you couldn't have a straight longer than a certain amount, which is why the chicanes went in.
Yeah.
They expected to kill off the threat of sports car racing to Formula One. It never happened because Le Mans was big enough to continue.
There's the Peugeot, it's a white car in the middle, just going through your picture now. Mr. John B, not so mysterious these days. Jean-Remy Guittard, he's very big in the carbon fibre business. He's got one of his companies over here in the UK. And his son's racing. He races under another pseudonym, Son of B.
Well, of course.
But anyway,
B Junior.
Anyway, his real name is John Remy.
And at the front of the field, our pace car is at the moment. Safety car, should we have to see it again, let's hope we do not, is a very capable all-wheel drive Nissan GTR with plenty of horsepower. Those machines been going on forever, and somehow Nissan find ways to nick another 20 horsepower out of them. Eminently tunable, and that is what's leading the cars around at the moment. We have got, I reckon, 16 of the 20 odd cars that we were hoping to see coming to the line now. Rolling start, and the clock has started. In fact, it must have been an hour race. No, 44 minutes. Just reset.
James Thorpe had a little thing in the yellow car going on the inside. There's a bit of puff of smoke from his tyres, but no, it is the Greek, Creton, and Dudis, who is in the lead in the magnificent Mercedes C11. And we've had Mr. John B has spun the Peugeot.
Yeah.
Oh dear, that's a shame.
Peugeot.
And they look fantastic. There's a Derek Warwick, who remember seeing a car like that.
I mean, it was Formula One technology underneath as well. If you took the bodywork off, it looked like a single seater. The very low rear wing was very much in vogue. The XGR14 was very similar design to that. One of my favourite cars that's ever raced at Le Mans. Although I still think if I was pressed very hard in my early years, it would have been the Toyota GT1, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Never won Le Mans, of course, with that car. Lindudis has been passed,
Yeah.
and through has gone James Thorpe in the bright red Nissan. This is the From Here car,
Yeah.
raced in period in Japan in the Japanese.
But we saw From
series.
A at Le Mans as well, in
We
those
did.
yellow colours.
Yeah,
Trying to
very
remember
much
who
so.
was driving it back then, but it's really good, doesn't it? Was this? No, here we are, From A car with the Nissan R90 CK.
Second place for the Mercedes, that very classic silver arrows. I always remember at 89 at Le Mans, the Mercedes coming in, what would be the winning Mercedes coming in for its final pit stop. And so, you know, there's always a bit of drama, isn't there? As Lindudis is coming back at the lead of that Mercedes very, very quick indeed. Because you have to turn the engine off as he's going to go back at the lead down the long straight here. They turned the engine off, they wiped the windscreen.
Oh.
Spinner for Richard Mines in the YHP Nissan, the red, white and blue car. And there's a
look
change
at
of
that,
lead.
Porsche 962 goes through into second place, and that is Ivan Vakutra, who is a top financier. He actually runs the sovereign fund for Luxembourg. That's his main job.
That's the mainly white car on the front. Yeah, and then
now I think he was going through into the lead, was he there?
He was certainly having a little bit of a look. How did Lindudis lose the lead? Not sure. Oh, and it might have been actually that Mr. John B had a little help there as well further down the field by, well, what would that have been? Was that the Spice coming through there? Might have been. Well, I'll have a look at that as they come through. Yeah, so they're doing that last pit stop, Andrew, and they put the wheels and tyres on and they fire the car back up again. Before they went, they just held it for a moment, and one of the very efficient German team goes out and just with a damp cloth, only part they cleaned was the three-pointed star.
Yeah.
The rest of it finished the race with all the detritus, but when you see it in the pictures, and that was done at the very last pit stop, and that bodywork from that car is in the Mercedes Museum, and it was literally as it came off the car.
And just shout out for C2. Magnussen is leading in the Tiger thus far in 6th place overall, so we'd expect that from Jan. Terrific successes with Corvette. Told me once I got into Formula 1 too early. With Stewart, of course.
Totally.
And obviously his son's subsequently been in Formula 1. Kevin.
Now back with Peugeot,
which
is now back with WEC. Was meant to go to Peugeot, didn't do it. Went to Haas in Formula 1 instead. Kevin will do very well in the World Endurance Championship, and I know that Jan would like to drive with them again at Le Mans for one more time. Front of the field then, the Porsche leads Ivan Vakutra. That is it's actually classed here as a C3A car, and leading in that 1990, the Blaupunkt car. Now, back in the day, we referred to these cars because there were so many Porsche 962s around. You referred to them. There was the Shell Porsche, there was the Blaupunkt Porsche, etc., etc.
Yeah, and I think that was originally a Jost car, Jost Racing Porsche.
Oh, almost certainly, yeah.
So this is the battle for a second, isn't it, here?
Yeah, now that is...
Lucas Halusa's come up in the Momo Porsche.
Yeah, I think that was the car, because Lucas started a little bit further down. I think he'd had a bit of an incident and didn't start so well, but that Momo car now hassling the back of the Mercedes of Lindudis as they're up at the top end of the circuit. Fantastic circuit this for the older cars, particularly now it's been changed a little bit because there aren't as many big stops and they don't use the chicane either. Yeah,
Halusa's car, actually that's 962C chassis 11, and the Halusa family have got the most fantastic collection of cars, including the famous Ferrari red van. They've got various McLarens, which Lucas races in M23. Oh, look at this action.
The Momo car, that raced a lot in the US, didn't it?
Yeah, that's Moretti, Giampiero Moretti.
Giampiero, what a guy.
And lots of steering wheels, I know.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously carried through all the way through to the first of the American Le Mans Series races on the 333 Ferrari in the first year of the ALMS back in 1999.
But Vakutra has really checked out. He's 13 seconds ahead already after we got 3 laps in the book.
Yeah, fastest lap of a 1:43.3. That is actually hauling the mail around here.
Yeah.
One thing that I haven't done is pulled up the lap records here, but I will do.
A terrific battle here, though. Lucas Halusa, 34-year-old son of the guy that founded Apex and Partners, and gets a lot of time in some very good cars.
So what did I say? We're running 43s.
Yeah.
So 43s is somewhere around current Carrera Cup, Ferrari Challenge,
Yeah.
World Supersport motorcycles, etc. 42.1 is a Formula 4 car. So we're talking for these old cars, and they're not running at full power.
Yeah.
It's not as if you're rebuilding the engine every race. That would be silly. So they're obviously running in a fairly conservative state of tune. But my goodness, it doesn't matter how fast they're going, because we're getting good racing through the relatively recently reprofiled turn 10 and 11, which has made it much better. And it's side by side. Here comes the Momo Porsche up the inside through the sweeping turn 13 and down the hill to 14, not using the inside chicane there. We'll not be using that. In fact, another big race coming later on in the year, the 24 hours, the Michelin 24-hour series. They don't use that chicane now either. Neither do the motorcycles. It's sort of come back into fashion now, that longer run round.
The mighty Ivan is pulling away 4 or 5 seconds a lap. It's extraordinary.
Well, he's going to be on the back of the field shortly, isn't he? Yeah. In fact, he's already done some lappery with a couple of cars gone a lap down.
We saw Richard Mines, didn't we? He's not rejoined the track. He's in the pits. In fact, of course, the other thing is James Thorpe is in the pits.
Yeah.
Yeah, we missed that. So James Thorpe with that Nissan, who looked to see if he was in with a chance. And Magnussen is stopped, I think.
Yeah. No, he's just done his pit stop.
Oh, he's done his pit stop, yeah.
Yeah.
We don't know who these have got trouble, or whether they're just doing the mandatory pit stop.
Well, I had the I'll tell you now, somewhere. James Thorpe's back out.
Yeah.
So James Thorpe's back out. Magnussen is back out. I think the 24 Nissan's been in for a little while. I'll check that the next time it comes around, because they've dropped a couple of laps off the lead. And although if he's made a pit stop, maybe we'll see.
I think mine's definitely out.
Yeah. Side by side through turn 10 up the hill to 11, and this is quality stuff again. And this time, second place has gone the way of Lucas Halusa in the Momo Porsche 962. The back wing on that 962, giving away its US heritage, had a slightly different shape of the rear wing as they were going through their life, and that is a 1992 car as well. So when we see the leader, you'll notice that the rear wing end plates on the 962C of Ivan Verkutra is not the same. The Mercedes, however, is uber quick in a straight line.
See the power there, couldn't you?
I think it's pretty trimmed out as well, looking at the angle of the back wing, the angle of the back wing, designed to win Le Mans, which of course they did in 1989. Then they had that dreadful year when they had Mark Webber flipping on the Thursday night, and then again on the Saturday, Mercedes-Benz saying that they were absolutely adamant that they knew what the problem was, and it was only one car that it affected. Of course, that wasn't the truth, because they'd brought in a spare tub on the cover of darkness and rebuilt the car from Thursday to Saturday onto a new tub, which wasn't allowed in those days. So they swapped the chassis plates over. I think we're well beyond the statute of limitations for that. And so, of course, there was some consternation, and that took Mercedes-Benz away from Le Mans until they'll be back, of course, this year in LMGT3 for the first time.
Having said we'll never go back.
They absolutely wanted to be back this year. Stefan Ventel, who's the Director of Competitions and Sales for Mercedes-Benz, and they are more than seriously considering coming back into the top class with a successor to the C11. I wonder if they'll call it the C12.
But this is a terrific battle there between these two cars, like side by side.
Top of the hill again.
Yeah, you mentioned these Porsche and rear wing that's on. Some teams, of course, built their own chassis.
Correct.
Particularly, of course, Richard Lloyd Racing with the Cannon team.
Which makes it very difficult for historians to
Yes.
decide which ones are 962. They were all categorized as 962. Some of them have slightly different chassis numbers. But of course, Richard Lloyd, as you might remember, built their own cars. There was a couple of other people. There was even a carbon fiber bodied car, chassis car rather, at one stage.
And then Vern Schuppen built a road version, you
Yeah.
remember, and a few of those were sold.
Yeah, and came back and they exploited, let's not forget, they exploited the regs in about 1994, when they won outright with the Dower 962, which was a thinly veiled racing car. I remember crawling all over that in the paddock. They had to show the road car to the ACO on Le Mans weekend, and it even had a special set of luggage to fit effectively in the side pods of the car. Of course, if they had actually put anything in there, then the car would have overheated, because that was where the radiators were, and it wouldn't have worked at all. But that seemed to be overlooked, and effectively Porsche got another victory there with the venerable 962.
At the moment, we've got 3 Porsche 962s in the top 4, so it's the Couture.
I tell you what, Mr. John O'Bee's come back well after the first lap.
Yeah, certainly. Well, I mean, it's a terrific car with that screaming V10 engine, and quite a few of those race. It's prepared by an outfit called Equipe Europe, and they have just outside Paris, and they've got about 50 different customers' cars they prepare. But there's 2 or 3 of those Peugeots run sometimes, and they prepare all of them.
Yeah, I've bizarrely, I've been on track at the same time as those in a practice session. I'm not sure my Chevron B8, or should I say Till Bechtelsheimer's Chevron B8, was the right car to be on the track with for that. We had an open practice session at Silverstone, and so I got passed by a few of those 905s. So I think there was 3 in there. I thought, heavens to Betsy, they're coming round quickly. Then I realised that there was 3 of them.
We haven't really mentioned the March 85G.
Oh, great car.
Which we've got Georges Caban is in 8th place in that particular car, and seems to be, there's lots of different categories, and he's leading C1B by dint of being the only person in that class. But that was an interesting car. Mainly used to race in the States. Remember the famous lobster claw?
Yeah, that was a great car. That was called, dear viewer, that because of the shape of the front aero, because it looked like the claws of a crab or a lobster.
Yeah. And I think the particular car we got racing was the one that Emerson Fittipaldi made his comeback.
Oh, really?
In Miami. Yeah, I was there that day to see that.
What, on the old Miami street circuit?
Yeah, well, there were 2 separate street circuits.
Yeah.
And one bit of road was common to both of them, but the pits are in different places. So I count that of how many racetracks you've been to as 2.
That's a very good point. Yeah.
Similar to Kyalami, where odd bits of it were used.
I was driving down that piece of street only last week, whilst I was in Miami. Weather was a bit different from here.
And I think there's an American Express Stadium there, and I saw Elton John live there. Well, thanks to Martin Pass, actually, the well-known PR guy.
I'm sure Passy's probably watching this. Hello, Martin.
Well,
MP.
Yeah, if you are.
Happy birthday for a few weeks ago. I know it was a significant one. 21 again, and a bit.
So, Ivan, do you think it's Le Couture?
Le Couture, yeah.
It's still 3 seconds a lap faster than anybody else. I mean, it's extraordinary.
Often drives with Ralph Kellner's, of course.
Does, yeah. We
think
don't think it's Kellner's in it. We just by chance.
Well,
it's not certainly shown on that.
He hasn't pitted yet.
I think
he has not pitted yet, and I mean, there's still half an hour to go. So whose helmet is that in the car? It's a good point, actually. I hadn't thought about that, because it's Ivan's name on the top. So it might have been that Ralph's started. The pit stop window has opened.
Yeah, Ralph's a great second-generation driver, factory drivers for Toyota and Porsche at Le Mans and so on, in a long career.
Lovely lad.
And now works with Data Masso very clear.
Oh, does he?
Yes, he's a Data Masso. They've reinvented Data Masso, and he's the ambassador. Well, look at the speed of that Nissan, the famous colours. Is that Nissan? These None of them are number 23. There's always a 23 Nissan.
Yeah, that's a bit of a joke, isn't it?
Yeah, because it's 23 is Nissan.
Yes, but it's 23 isn't Nissan,
No.
2 is Ni, and 3 is San.
Exactly, yeah.
You'd be saying 2-3 rather than 23.
Exactly.
But it is the in joke from Nissan.
It's always a good time.
Oh no, it's good. No, I totally
So anyway, we know that James Thorpe in that Nissan R90 CK is out, and Richard Mines is out as well. So 2 of the Nissans gone.
No, I think James Thorpe. Oh no, he's been in for too long now. Yeah. That was the 27 car.
Yeah.
I thought I'd seen that car back out again. So nobody other than Jan Magnussen have made their pit stops at the moment. So Jan made his pit stop very early on.
Yes.
In that number 70 Tiger, GC286 1986.
Alvin Ganley and Tim Schenker. Tim was obviously very much involved. He was clerk, of course, race director of Australian Grand Prix for many years. I'm a Formula 1 driver with Brabham Surtees and so on. And he's still chairman of the organising committee. Saw him in Australia last year.
Lucas Halusa is putting some quick lap times here. He's just done his fastest lap time of 1:41.1, and that's taken 0.6 of a second out of our leader. Now, bear in mind, our leader's got 41 seconds on the field at the moment, but just wondering if, there's no tyre changes here, so you do have to manage these Nova tyres. Pit window is just opening now. That early stop for Magnussen, I thought that was a bit early. So that means that Magnussen then was in for something other than his statutory pit stop. So
yes. I was going to say to you, John, that why would you come in so early? Because when you're this pit stop window, if you're managing one of these cars, you try and go deep into it in case there's a yellow.
Yeah.
So I didn't really understand that. Obviously, he had another problem, which is a shame. And
so that was with 27 minutes to go.
So it's a
similar. Be up for 10 minutes.
Similar but slightly newer Tiger now leads that category with Andrews Josefsson.
So Lucas Halusa, fastest man on the track last time around, but then he loses a bit of time, a 45.3 against a 43.8, and that lead goes back out over 41 seconds. Again, just scanning down, those leading cars are the only cars under 1:50. The top 4.
That was a big move there by Mr. John B. Went past 2 cars.
Yeah, and his pace has dropped off a little bit in the last couple of laps.
Yeah.
He was up to 5th position. He's just dropped back down to 6th and then to 7th actually. Now back up to 6th again.
He often has Sahel Ayari, former Macau 3 winner.
That was an interesting story, Sahel Ayari. Oh, here's the pit stops for these cars. Well, we get a chance to talk about the SL cars. It comes in, as we mentioned, with that low-slung rear wing, that car from 1992. Sahel Ayari used to hold a unique record at Macau, but since then, as a GT driver, he's done the same thing. And it is what?
Flipped and won.
Yeah, landed on, literally went over the line upside down.
Yeah, in the air. Extraordinary. It was one of the most extraordinary scenes I've ever seen at motor. I saw Christian Fittipaldi do something very similar in a Grand Prix.
Yeah.
In a Minardi, but he didn't go completely over, I don't think. Or maybe he did, but anyway, he wasn't going to win the race.
Somebody won at Snet upside down as well.
Yeah.
Because they stopped it. Lawrence Vantor also won at Macau upside down.
Now, let's see if the door goes up or not. Just not seeing
That was the 107 Jean-Marie Brizard.
Driver coming out, look.
Yeah, that's the Brizard car. So that is Jean-Marie and Sebastian sharing that Tiger. And who else came into the pits there as well? Who was in behind that car? Was that Fumagalli?
Yes, it was. Yeah. Argo.
Right, okay. Well, and Marco Fumagalli is sharing with Marco Bianchini in the number 124 Argo. Is that the Speedy car, is it?
Yeah, Speedy's like a bit like a quick fit.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it still exists.
I think it does, yeah. And they're always a long-time sponsor at Le Mans. So a lot of these names we know from Le Mans, don't we? They're literally emblazoned in our brain. Such a part of it all. But so we've got 24 minutes remaining. That's lovely.
My 27th, 37th Le Mans this year.
Yes.
First went in 1999.
Not going to say anything.
No, sorry, 1989. So when were you first there, Andrew?
65.
Nice, nice.
Jochen Rindt won. He was one of my heroes.
Yeah.
With Baston Gregory and
maybe,
maybe Ed Hugas.
Well,
we won't go into that now.
Yes, yeah. Save that for another day.
Yeah.
So,
well, there's quite a lot of driver changes going on.
Right,
here
now that's the leader in as well.
Yeah,
Ivan Verkutre now is.
Well, it looks to me.
Yeah.
Do you know? I think maybe Callan's been.
I think that was Ralph getting out.
Let's see what lap times it does.
Right, now here comes the red and white. That is the Spice. That's a Spice, the red and white car, isn't it? That's Frank Morel's car.
Yeah.
Now he's driving on his own, so that's one of the Hawaiian Tropic supported cars. Hawaiian Tropic supporting a car at Le Mans meant putting a big sticker on and having their, what they called in those days, spokesmodels,
yes,
scantily clad young ladies.
And they always did the deals at the last minute.
Last minute. Yeah. What was the bloke's name?
Who
did that? Always wore big aviator sunglasses, very American, and often the cowboy hat boots. And his name's got out of my head.
It was part of the colour of Le Mans, wasn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
And they got some very nice spokespersons.
Well, they got a lot of. The thing was, it made sure you got a lot of coverage for your car.
Yes.
When it was sitting echelon style, Le Mans style.
About 5 of the girls.
Yeah. Travel around. Well, of course, Mr. D. Bell married a Hawaiian Tropic girl. Mr. was a.
Oh, I knew she was Miss Imsa or something.
Yes, absolutely.
Anyway, yes. Misty. Sprinkles.
Yeah, absolutely.
Her name.
So the Speedy 124 is back out. That was the Fumagalli and Bianchini car. Now, if you said, now come on, Hindhaugh, tell us which of the drivers in. We don't have individual driver transponders here.
Are we sure, John? Because they're only giving us one name on the live timing. I just wonder this season they've switched.
Now, that's interesting because Soyela Yari is now shown behind the Peugeot wheel.
Yes.
So.
That should make
that's very interesting.
That's great for this season because we didn't used to have that even at
so it did say Mr. John of B before, so that now says so. However, Crichton Lendudis is still shown behind the wheel of the 31.
Yeah.
And we definitely the Mercedes-Benz, should I say, and we definitely changed drivers there. This 905, very distinctive aerodynamics with the rear wing mounted low and all the way behind the rear wheels. The front wing mounted in front of the front bodywork, almost like a snowplow.
Terrific looking device, isn't it? Designed by Andre Cortans and Enrique Scalaboni was involved.
Yes, correct.
As well, but it was back then is when Jean Todt was running it.
Correct.
Yeah.
So getting back underway after the pit stops.
Puff of smoke there. Terrific in that. Those Peugeot, that going past the 185, which is the one of, I can't even pronounce it, Sethmo, Sthemo. A one-off little C2 car was not very good in its day.
Yeah, just had to get my facts right on that Peugeot.
Yeah.
It was Dassault Aerospace who did the carbon fibre monocoque. And it was a brand new engine, that V10, which set the trend in Formula One. That's what I was talking about earlier on. That became the rule set. Turbocharged engines banned by Bernie Ecclestone through his contacts.
And if I remember, Balestra got involved in all that, and
absolutely.
And he had the crest taken towards the end of the Mulsanne Straight, which was
well, that was after.
Worried about them taking.
That was after the warm-up crash on Saturday morning with
just look at
Mark Webber. Solo, absolutely.
Give him a lap, and then we'll be interested to see what sort of times IRE does.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget that the changes basically meant that this was a clean sheet, although this is still termed a Group C car. These were nothing like the Group C cars of the mid-80s. This was a completely different formula.
Yeah, they were almost Formula 1 cars with bodywork.
Yeah, exactly so. Exactly so.
So Ayari now driving that Peugeot with a long history, won a lot of championships. French Super Touring he got into later, and I think won the championship for 3 years. And there's the speedy car. Now, why is it stopped there? It's pulled
that's
off.
A problem, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pulled off. Well, it's clear out of the way, isn't it? But I'm sure Marshall's going to go to work. See, even in Spain they have orange suits.
Yeah. So also a problem, I think, a moment or two ago, with a little bit too much curb being used by Charlie Bourachot in the March 85G. Surprisingly, because we have had one before, none of the competitors to that Peugeot here, because the XGR14 was a direct competitor.
Yeah,
and beat
absolutely.
it, of course.
And usually in Peter also have lots of them. And,
yeah.
And, Oliver Gallant, the perfume guy, we've often seen racing those Jaguars.
Well, Christophe Dansenberg has certainly had one. Ross Braun designed the 14 with a Ford HP engine in that. This is a time-certain race, by the way, as we've got yellow flags on the front straight, but not in the braking area, crucially, for turn 1, so you can still overtake. So everybody's now done their mandatory pit stop. So let's just reset a little bit here, because it is a race. And the Porsche 962C, number 7, the Blaupunkt car, which was 41 seconds ahead before the pit stops, now 40 seconds ahead after the pit stops. But I think that's Ivan in it now, because he's doing 47s.
Yeah.
But let's see what happens when he warms up. Yeah, exactly so. Lucas Halusa, who is driving solo, so that is definitely him second in the number 30 Momo car. In third place is Crichton Lindudis, who, again, he's driving solo. So that
Galantis as well.
Yes, correct. In the best of the Nissans, there are 90 CP from 1990.
And in sixth place, Michel Lecourt has taken over that car from Raymond Narak. Now they won.
Yeah, Narak.
We had this event was coming back after quite a long 6-7 years. So haven't had
2019, yes, the last time.
In 18, this particular race was won by Lecourt and Narak. So they're not going to repeat that, are they? Here's this punk car.
The other thing we've got to watch.
Close racing.
Watch Sohail Ayari, because he is actually off the lead lap, but only just. He's coming back to the leaders now. He's about 40 seconds off the lead lap. He's about to unlap himself from second place as they go through turn number 13, down to the final corner. Maximum commitment. If you've ever driven the circuit on 2 or 4 wheels, part overtake here. Yellow flags across the start line, but he's set himself up to overtake as soon as the green panel on his left-hand side is there, and that is about now. Pulls out the slipstream, can't do it on the brakes. The Porsche looking a little stronger in the hands of Lucas Halusa. So can Ayari, who drove for Peugeot in World Touring cars and had a Peugeot engine behind him in a Courage at Le Mans, and probably in the Pescarolo as well that he drove at Le Mans.
That's the yellow for that car.
Correct.
Well, those marshals having a discussion about it.
I don't think, and I think
they might put out a full car, a safety car.
Well, I think it's.
Well, just all the marshals. Yes, they have. Look.
No, full course yellow. So you would not have had this in period.
No.
So this is effectively, if you will, a virtual safety car, and, much beloved of Eduardo Freitas. Yeah. And once that has happened, the 1-2-4 could be pushed away. That is the Argo.
Yeah, and the lead car, of course, had a 47-second gap over second place.
Yeah.
Wow.
But this effectively freezes the field. Nobody gains, nobody loses.
No, just
slow down to 80 kilometers an hour. It's basically called 80.
Yeah, sort of
self-policing. Yeah, absolutely. And it also means that you don't have to pack everybody up behind a safety car, and you can get back to green wherever the leader is on the track.
not the philosophy of IMSA.
It's not the way they do things in the
they like to
States.
close it up. And,
Yeah. Understand that's all, a different, as you say, a different philosophy. Now, it's going to be clean and green down the front straight next time around. That might be to the benefit of Sohail Ayari, the fifth place car, that Peugeot 905 on the Nissan.
Yeah.
Olivier Galland.
That Mercedes has just put in its fastest lap thus far. So, Crichton, I'm not sure that my Greeks are really good, but he does a really good job in that. So he's
But the only words
place, yeah.
I know in Greek would actually work for him. Well, actually, Yasu Nafti, which means hello sailor, which for Crichton
I won't ask how you know.
No, it's probably a story for another day, and well after the watershed. Peugeot has got past and unlapped itself from second, so now it is half a minute away from unlapping itself from the leader in the hands of a former Formula 3000 pilot. Sohail Ayari was always tidy in sports cars as well. Didn't have much luck at Le Mans.
One of those careers where dominated Formula 4 in France, dominated Formula 3, went to Formula 3000, wasn't right at the front, had a few podiums, but and that's then his career obviously went off in the sports car. And then he went back to Formula 3 for a while as well.
Yeah, born in Aix-les-Bains. Best result at Le Mans was third in 2012 for PCOM Racing. He's just come back to racing in the States, actually, along with Luis Perez Companc, the Sweetie Magnet, and Pierre Caffer in an Orica Nissan.
I see he drove for 3 years with Pescarolo.
Oh no, sorry, I tell a lie. He was second in class, and ninth overall.
LMP2. Yeah.
That was with Lucas Ordonez, who was the first GT Academy, Nissan GT Academy winner, and Franck Mayer.
Yeah, it was a good Formula 3 racer in his time,
And his best overall result was fourth in 2010 with, joint actually in 2004 for Pescarolo in the C60 Judd. And then again in the Nissan engined Cinetec with the Orica AIM, the P1 car with Didier Andre and Andy Merrick in the Orica Matmut car, the insurance company.
Andre. Yeah.
What happened to Didier Andre?
I don't know. Andy Merrick, know what happened to him. He runs the Superstars BRDC.
Correct.
Oh, Young Stars, whatever they're called. Rising Stars. That's what I'm trying to say.
Side by side on the front straight with the Hawaiian Tropic car. That's two cars, no contest. 82 goes through, and that's a nice easy 83, excuse me.
Best C2 is Frank Morel in the Spice at the moment.
Where's Magnussen got up to?
He's handed the car over, hasn't he?
Yes. So who was he racing with? He was racing with Jack Fabi. So that's
Jack Fabi.
So he's in 8th and leading class.
Yeah, Jack Fabi's a young guy. He's 25 years old. Won the Clio Cup at the age of 16. That's a few years ago now.
This is not scheduled.
No.
Second pit stop for the Porsche 962C, the Momo car.
They're working on the back there.
Is that
changing
tyre
tyres?
Tyre problem?
Puncture, I'd say.
Yeah. Well, that tells the story. So first and second now separated by 57 seconds, and that puts Olivier Galland up into third position overall. But watch out for Ayari coming through the field, because he is lapping 2, 3, 4 seconds quicker than the leader. He's only got 10 minutes left, though. He might get on the lead lap, but I don't think he's going to improve that car's. Well, he's going to be right with Haluza, who's just coming back out of the pits now in the Momo bright red and yellow car.
There we are. We got
they're
camera.
They're looking at the inside. There's been something rubbing on the inside of the rim there.
Yeah.
I don't like that. That might have been something stuck in between the brake rim, the brake rotor, the disc, and the rim. And Ayari then is right on the tail of that car, and that is a battle for position. Fourth overall, and third and second in C3.
So just looking, the Kutra car is doing 145.7s now. So
Olivia
We
Galan, she's
will
on a
see.
43.
We've got to solve this mystery. We'll see at the end, presumably, if Callan's comes up and is on the podium with him. But
Well, there was a definite driver
I mean,
change.
it was 4 seconds. Yeah,
Well, there was
it looked
definite
like
driver
it, didn't
change,
it? Yeah,
and
yeah.
I thought it was Ralph getting out with the German stripes on his helmet.
I think you spotted that correctly. We'll find out. But
That car's best of 41 flat, doing 45 sevens now. Best in the race of 40.3. And that went to Sohail Ayari in the number 2 Peugeot. And he's pretty close to that again now. So he's trying to unlap himself. Time going down, 8.5 minutes to go. Hello, if you're just joining us, good afternoon and welcome along. Just after 2:30 in the afternoon, Central European Summer Time. Central European Time, sorry, haven't sprung forward yet. That happened in the States.
Yeah, it has already there.
Yeah.
Yeah, 4 races today. The first one, this terrific Group C race, some wonderful cars.
Well, I tell you what now, Andrew, less than the length of the front straight between the leader and Sohail Ayari for Sohail to get his lap back, and he's gone past Lucas Halusa. So he's now up into second in C3, fourth overall, and he's on an absolute tear at the moment. Frank Morel, by the way, has just put the best lap of that Spicy, the number 8 car, with a 43.6. That is moving for a C2 car.
It certainly is, but look at Ayari's time. He's down to 1:40.376. I think that's our fastest lap of the race thus far. So he's a guy that was really on the move here.
Yeah, he put that in a couple of laps ago, Andrew, and he's backing it up with some low 41s.
Yeah.
So here comes the Frank Morel driven, the Jack Fabi driven car.
Look what it just says now on the number 7
Ralph
car.
Kellernes.
Well spotted. But I think they've got it the wrong way around.
Yeah, so do I.
I think they plugged into the wrong hole.
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see when Ralph gets out. So Ralph Kellner's now on the timing screen. Driver has changed. 54 seconds to the good. Crichton Lindoudis has got half a minute on Olivier Grant. Sohail Ayari 34 seconds further back. But for me, the interest is whether Sohail get back on the lead lap. Andres Josephson behind the wheel of the Tiger with a bit of flame on the overrun and running out of track at turn 1. Went through the penalty loop there for the motorcycles. Now climbing the hill, bright red, number 185 is the very lovely Smo.
I think it was raced at Le Mans once, I think.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Mid-80s, bit before my time.
It's got a BMW engine in it, and it did. It raced at Le Mans in 1984. Didn't finish.
Just before I got there.
Yeah. Anyway.
And what was the motor company then? SMC2. SMC standing for Small Motor Company.
Absolutely no idea.
You know what? It's gonna, if that era, it'll be the names or the initials of the people who founded it.
It will, yeah.
Right, I'm on it.
But you can always Google that. I don't know. But meanwhile, lead is still 52 seconds. Cullen's. Well,
so it was a BMW Pro Car engine.
Yeah.
And they built a couple of cars of that time with BMW engines, and well, the straight 6.5 litre.
I think that the S is silent.
So just Themo.
Yeah.
Okay. Named after its 3 French founders, which was Jacques Herclin, Noël Delbello.
Oh, Noël Delbello. He raced a Mercedes, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there you go. There is the answer. And did race at Le Mans as well. Well done for scoring that. Because that was one I didn't know. So Herb Streibig, Jacques Herclin and Noël Delbello. 4-cylinder and then 6-cylinder cars with BMW engines, on and off for a couple of seasons in 83 and 84. Somewhat unsuccessful outings at Le Mans in both years. I told you it'd be the initials.
So
everybody did that. Right, okay, 4 minutes
left. Going a little bit quicker.
Yeah.
Down in the 140s. trying to get down into the 39s.
He's got the leader in sight to unlap himself, but he hasn't shaken off Lucas Alusa, who's only 1 second behind, and that is a battle for position, as the Crichton Lindudis car has just put its fastest lap of the race in, a 41.7. So there's performance to be had on those tyres as the fuel burns out.
That's a march going through. That hasn't got a lot. It was sponsored by some lobster shack, wasn't it? And it was the lobster claws painted on front.
Yeah.
But I wonder if that's the year before that march.
Yeah, good point.
And I've got a sneaking suspicion this was one of the very first cars that Adrian Newey was involved in the design of. He did work for March briefly.
Yes, he did. 3 Men in a Phone Box. Read that if you haven't.
Mike Lawrence, yeah.
Yeah, really, really good book. Also, how to build a racing car, which is the Adrian Newey.
Yeah, terrific book. There's that March. They had different engines. It's probably got a big Chevy in that. Flames out in the back. I'm liking that. I'm liking it. I mean, it went much better in IMSA than it did over in Europe.
Yeah,
see Adrian Newey.
I mean, Robin Hurd, obviously,
yeah, so
and it was indeed a Chevrolet to be suspension bits in the wrong place. I'm not a suspension engineer, but certainly it didn't look good. So back to the pit lane. Olivier Galland in third position in the red, white, and blue 83 Nissan. He'll be scored in third place. It's Crichton Lindudis in the Mercedes-Benz C11 from 1990. The big V8 in second position as he's just touring around into the pit lane now. And the Vercuter, Ralph Kellner's car, will be scored as the winner. Class winners then. Well, Crichton Lindudis is a class winner as well. Jack Fabi will win in the C2 category.
Nice for the Tiger.
Yeah, very much. The March, Charlie Borachot behind the wheel of the number 21 car, which he drove with Georges Cabane. They're a class winner, as well as Romain Belleteste in the 185. Now, he drove that with someone else as well. Christophe Gadet behind the wheel of that car, as sadly we finish our first race.
Oh, we'd never like to see that, John, do we?
No.
But wonderful car like that.
It was turn one, by the way, confirmed by race control.
Yeah.
That is a super quick accident there. Good to see that Sohail was trying to get himself out of that car. I think the tyres being on top of the car were not helping his alighting from that car. So, our first taste of racing here live this weekend for the Group C in this Espíritu de Montjuïc, and Ayari. The car's been pulled out. Ayari's out of the car. Now that car's rolling.
Yeah.
Mercedes in the pit lane, and closest to the car, having just got out, is Crichton Lindudis.
Yeah.
So it was Crichton who finished the race. But I think he did put the fastest lap of that car's race in towards the end there, the 41.7.
He was a solus driver, wasn't he?
Oh, yes, he was. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, actually, it's absolutely. Yeah.
He does often drive with other people. But
yeah, he's driving with Alfie Briggs in the next race, actually, in the Zytek.
Yeah, well, that's in Alfie Briggs is a very interesting story.
Right.
Because Alfie 2 years ago was racing in a little Citroen saloon car.
Oh, really? In a C1 Cup?
17 years old he is.
Oh, dear me.
And he's Bob Berridge's protégé.
Ah, well,
so we'll
Bob
talk about
Berridge
Alfie Briggs when we see him.
He knows a lot about these cars, does Mr. B.
Yeah. So and Alfie's driven a lot of them, but this is his first time in the Zytek.
So that's coming up next. So we're going to move up a little bit from the early to mid 1990s to the 2000s. Now, this is right in my wheelhouse. We'll have prototypes and GT cars. So Zytek Dome, the LMP2 MGs, EX257 Lawlers from 2004, Audi R8 from 2002, Sean Lynn driving that car.
John, just check. There's two endurance racing legends categories.
Right, so this.
Just make sure
it's one. Did you say?
It says here.
Is it one or two?
It says definitely 1.
Right. Okay. Good. That's what should be next then.
We'll see.
That's the LMP1 and GT2. The Legends GT1. The Legends 2 is all GT2 cars.
Yeah.
So cracking race we've just seen, Andrew.
Wow. Yeah.
Ralph Cullen, as we believe me. Franklin Lindudis jumping away from pole position. Eventually finished in second place. The Porsche 962, number 7, Loudon car coming through the field with Ralph Cullen, as we believe, starting that car before even the Cutter jumped into it. He'll be with Alex Mueller.
This really was a race full of incident and action with that Peugeot, one of the cars we really focused on. Of course, the race came to an end with it in the wall, but early on, as we saw, it had spun. We had lots of nice Nissans, but a couple of them went out early. Richard Mines was in the pits early, and the James Thorpe car also was an early retirement. But wonderful to see the C11 Mercedes-Benz and these Nissans recapturing the great racing from over 25 years ago.
Don't say that.
Or more. We had lots of flames. And then that was the big shunt. But
ended the race effectively for, I believe it was Sayed Ayari behind the wheel.
Yeah, see, he put his hands on his head, didn't he? Then the red flag came out.
And that froze the field. So Ralph Kellners and even their Cutter bringing the Porsche 962 home. Creighton Lindudis driving solus along with Oliver Gallant in second and third. Class winners, the Tiger, Jack Fabi finishing that one off, the number 70, which he shared with, and I've changed the thing now so I can't tell you. Who did Jack Fabi share with?
It was a Frenchman, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jack Fabi was with Jan Magnussen.
Yes, it was Jan that started that car.
So win for Jan Magnussen.
Hey,
nice.
very good.
Nice.
And also the Sevmo SMC2. That was the car with the straight 3.5 litre BMW Pro Car engine in. 185, that won its class, as well as the March 85G, number 21, all winning their classes. Right, you've got the hang of this now. So nip off and grab yourself a beverage, maybe a quick snack, as we're coming up to 3 o'clock in the afternoon in Central Europe, with plenty more races to come this afternoon. Stay with us here at Barcelona and the fantastic Espíritu de Montjuïc.
Yes, the Spirit of the Montjuïc literally means Jewish mountain.
Yeah, absolutely.
And this terrific racetrack with the wonderful backdrop we have. I mean, the old track was a nice place to be, but it was very dangerous, that circuit.
I drove around it in an Alfa Romeo Giulietta 1.9 diesel manual.
Yes.
Which Joe Bradley and I had driven. I was doing the World Endurance Championship at the Nürburgring when they were there, and we went down to do the Barcelona 24.
Yeah, it was a super race. Yeah,
and we took in as many circuits as we could. So we stopped at Dijon on the way down.
Yeah.
We'd gone to Mons to see where Joe's grandfather had been injured in World War I.
Yeah.
And had his life saved by the German medics, and was repatriated at the end of the war. There we went to Spa, we went to the Nürburgring.
Did you go to Rouen?
We didn't, because we weren't quite that far.
No.
Quite that far over, because we were going down to the Nürburgring. Then on the way back, we did Montjuïc. Then we did this circuit here at Barcelona-Catalunya. And on the way back, we did Clermont-Ferrand and drove the old road circuit at Clermont-Ferrand.
Now that is a circuit of charade, I think they call it, don't they?
It was incredible.
Yeah.
Still a closed circuit there. I don't know what it gets used for very much now.
Yeah, Michelin are based in Clermont.
Oh yes, they do.
So they use it. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. We obviously, you could see that, and we couldn't get onto that part of the circuit.
Yes.
But the old road circuit round the side of the hillside.
Yeah.
We drove that a couple of times in the correct direction.
Yeah, I was there when I think it was the smallest field they ever had for a World Championship event.
Right.
I think Jackie Stewart won it, but it's when Helmut Marko got the stone in his eye.
Yes,
Which stopped his career, because he was a good pedalist, Helmut Marko. Obviously, very controversial figure at Red Bull, but he was a good driver.
And has been recently.
And well, he's
as
not going
well.
to stop, is he?
No, he's not filtered, Andrew.
No, he's
And he's not getting any more filtered as he gets on. He was never very filtered to start with.
No.
Undoubted. You can't doubt his influence on current motorsport.
Yeah, because I mean, he is overall the Red Bull Racing program, everything, isn't
correct.
He? Whereas
his talent management and all of that.
Whereas, and
some doubt about what's going to happen with Red Bull sponsorship, of course, of motorsport after the death of the original owner. His son, who's taken on the mantle, has just bought the whole of Bernie Ecclestone's car collection.
And the great news, we're going to be able to see it, I believe. He's going to set it up as a museum. I think that is terrific.
He's kept it together.
And, obviously we lost the Wheatcroft Museum at Donington. And those
cars
got spread around. And so this, I don't know where he's going to base it, because the cars at the moment are still at Biggin Hill Airfield, which I think Bernie owns, or he owns lots of the buildings.
Which is still the home of FOM TV.
Yeah, absolutely.
They are originating all the pictures for the Formula One from Shanghai this week.
There.
Yeah, and I was watching their feed this morning for a different race.
So this race,
the pit lane, I am told by race control, will open on time at 3 o'clock. So that is 5 minutes away. And I think it will, because sadly, I can see the remains of the 905 coming back on the flatbed.
On the service road there.
So that's going back into the paddock.
So, the Keep Europe lot will be having a look at that. And see if
it's great to see the Group C cars back out again.
Oh, wow, yeah. We're going to see them again, of course, tomorrow. I mean, it was so successful, but it's such a part of Le Mans as well, of course.
I mean, and that, those are the cars that I did. It's not that I got interested in Le Mans. I was already interested in Le Mans there. You go back to the early 70s for me.
GT40.
Just after that as well. So you're talking 71, 72, 73. But I mean, let's not forget in 70, 71, you still had some cracking cars. Running around there. Steve McQueen movie was a big part of me being interested in that as well. That came a bit later on.
A bit later, we got a Lola T70 racing, which was turned into a 917 for that movie.
That's interesting.
A car. They had 2 or 3 Lola T70s.
I've got a picture of one downstairs, which Nigel Snowden took for the movie in black and white in back at Hindhaugh Towers in the drawing room. There's a picture of one wearing Ferrari 512 bodywork.
Yes. Now, and Nigel Snowden, terrific photographer, one of the big name photographers back then. He is the man that taught Steve McQueen to do the V sign.
Really?
Yes, because
and that was the iconic picture as well.
Yeah, the iconic pictures on all the posters and everything. And he did the sign, and Steve saw him doing it. He said, "What's that about?" Oh, this is that.
Yeah.
And then Steve picked it up through Nigel Snowden. It's not with us anymore.
And that was a Snowden shot, wasn't it?
It's a Snowden shot. And he had a marvellous partner called Diana Burnett, was also a terrific photographer. And they were absolutely Formula One photography royalty back in the day.
I've got some very nice Nigel Snowden photographs.
Yeah, he was Australian. It was a lovely, lovely guy. I went back to Australia.
So
anyway,
let's just confirm we have the endurance racing legends of LMP 1 and GT1 being released from the pit lane. So in fact, again, we're slightly ahead of time. Well done to Peter Auto and everyone in the pit lane, and particularly, of course, our hard-working marshals and clean-up crews. A variety of cars here, going back to the time when the top class of world sports cars could be open top. I was at the very last race of open top LMP2 cars. Johnny Palmer and I were in Portugal for that.
I love to see that. You can see the drivers
working.
Anyway.
Had a long chat with Dieter Gas actually in the pit lane at Qatar at the recent Michelin tyre test after the WEC. And he, of course, was one of the original engineers in the early part of his career when Audi took two different versions of their cars to Le Mans in 1999.
Yes.
The R8C and the R8.
And the R8C was a lot better.
Well,
the doors fell off the AC as well.
The doors. Dieter still maintains that they should have gone with the closed-top car even then. But as you say, they had some problems with the doors popping open. So, in no particular... Well, actually, shall I give you the qualifying?
Yeah.
It's Crichton Lendudis and Alfie Briggs on pole with the Zytek 04S from 2004. We'll talk about all these cars in a minute, but let's give you the grid straight away. Even Vercuter and Alex Müller in the Dome S101 from 2002. The Pescarolo of David and Ollie Hart, the C60 from 2005. There's a car that's got a long heritage. That Pescarolo C60 chassis ended up being all kinds of other things. Christian Albrecht is in one of, did I see two MGs? Yes, an MG EX257. That's the later car from 2005, 2004, excuse me. Ollie Gallant has got a Peugeot Esperante front-engine GTR car from 1998. The Renault Nazamax from 2004. This is the Sebastian Glazer car. Now, is that running its original diesel engine that came from the Touareg?
No. It wasn't diesel. It was sort of an ethanol mix. It was made from waste rubbish.
Right.
It was petrol.
Right.
Before.
So it's what do they call it? Non-bioethanol.
Exactly. Yeah. And it's not running that anymore.
Okay.
But Gallant, he's done very well in that Esperante Peugeot, which is terrific.
Yeah. Emmanuel Collard has one of the original ProDrive 550 Maranellos from 2005.
Yeah.
The road car on which that was based is still one of my favourite ever GTs. Yeah. I was very fortunate to drive one of those in period at Croft on a Ferrari day and drove it for its own. I drove an F50 and an F40 that day as well. Mike Hesemans and Loris Hesemans in the Lotus Elise GT1 from 1997. Car that didn't have much success in period, but a great looking thing. The two Chiltons, Max and Tom, have the 04S from 2004. They drove that together in the States, certainly at Laguna Seca, I seem to remember.
The Chiltons raced that in period.
Yeah.
Car.
Yeah. I remember commentating on that at Laguna Seca.
Yeah, 2005.
Yeah. Michael Ferveny and Stefan Reutmeier have a 996 RSR. Now, that's the last of the turbo cars from 2006, so sort of the Peterson White Lightning era. Johnny Morlam took the last victory for the turbocharged RSRs over in the States. Mike Newton has Phil Barker engineering the EX264 from 2005. That's one of the MGs, the number 25, so that's got its right number on as well. So that will be the red, white and blue car, I reckon. The Celine S7R right next to it, so two RML cars linked there. Steve Brooks in the Celine S7R in 2001. I joined RML at the beginning of 2000, and that S7R project happened outside of my office window.
Wow.
Designed, built and developed in Wellingborough. Wellingboro's supercar, obviously taking the name of Steve Celine, Californian. Spent 3 months.
Nickname Gas Celine. It has gas.
Gas
Celine. On his crash helmet. And it was good for Atlantic runner.
The interesting thing about that project was it was originally meant to develop the Mustang that they were running.
Yeah. And
when we took that apart, we realised we weren't going to get anything more out of it. Behind that, there's a Lola B9810, Philippe Collinson. The B9810 is an interesting looking car as well from 1999. Raffanelli ran one of those in the nascent European Le Mans series when that came into being with Dr. Don Paynos.
And the Paynos just been pushed into position there.
Yeah, fantastic machine that with the... now that'll have the Roush-based V8 engine. There was a Zytek engine that had a brief go in that, a slightly smaller engine in that, caused but that big lump in the front of of that one. What else have we got there? Behind that Lola is the Audi R8 from 2000, so one of the earlier R8s. That's Nicholas Alusa. Well, we know he can drive. Then there's a Pilbeam MP93 from 2005.
Yeah, Mike
That's
Pilbeam.
an LMP2 car, of course.
Yeah, Mike Pilbeam designed that. Was a BRM designer. He's still alive, Mike.
Yeah.
And his son Kieran is a top engineer in a Formula One team.
Yeah, and Kieran is a lovely boy. Not so much of a boy now, but I remember meeting him many years ago when I compared an event at his at the Cranfield, at Cranfield Technical College.
Nice shot there of young Alfie Briggs. He's I think he's still 17. 2 years ago, he was racing a Citroen C2, quite successful regionally in karting. And then little saloon cars, and then suddenly he was picked up by Bob Berridge, and he's driving all these fantastic machines.
I've heard Joe Bradley talking about them in karting.
Yeah.
But I know he had a pretty good karting Palmeiras, I was going to say, CV.
Well, he says there I'm 16 years old, but I think that post is, I think he's 17 now.
Yeah.
It's just extraordinary.
Yeah, he was doing karts in 2021.
Yeah.
So he started back in 2013 at an arrive and drive circuit at Milton Keynes, not a million miles away from, well, it's right in the middle of the carbon fiber triangle.
Yeah.
He's been driving the ARX04 P2 Patron car as well.
I think he might have won in that. He's won in some of these cars. It's just
well, Steve Briggs was a race mechanic. Is he still? Yes, he was. Yeah, worked for Kart Force. All right. Yeah. Okay. Now that makes sense. He went on to race Citroen Saxos, and that got him his international B, which allowed him to race all over the world.
But John's just 2 years ago.
Yeah, I know.
And here, the 15 car just in your picture, the checkered flag.
That's the dome, isn't it?
That's the dome, the Japanese dome. Jan Lammers campaigned for a long
Correct.
time. And Jan Lammers had this idea of selling all these little sponsorships. So each of those white and black rectangles have got a sponsor's name in. Well, actually, he didn't sell them all.
Or or just a fan's name if you put the right amount of money in. Spark do really good models of everything, but Spark did a really good model of that.
David Hart, David from Holland, long time, very successful racer in lots of historic races. I think that is a Pescarolo from Martin Short. Certainly looked like it from Shorty.
Who also has the Aston Martin MR001, which was originally a Pescarolo chassis, and they cured the issue that killed the car in period.
Yeah.
They had a small capacity 6-cylinder inline engine, 2-litre 6-cylinder from memory, and the problem was that the torsional forces bent the block and it would seize the motor. And Shorty's put that in a little subframe. There's not very many of those engines left, so they can't afford to lose any. Put in a little subframe, and that's giving it enough torsional rigidity for them to run the cars. Haven't seen one racing, actually.
I don't know if this practice was in the wet, but the two Audi R8s, Nicholas Halusa, Lucas's brother, and Sean Lynn. Sean, was he raced? I might have raced that car once or twice.
Standby caller, I'll find out for you. Track was wet.
Yeah. So I'm a bit surprised that they are down, because that's...
They won't be for long,
15
Andrew.
and 16, no. And, you know, Sean Lynn is obviously father of Alex Lynn, full-time sports car racer. Sean also owns another series, the British Racing Series for historics as well.
Yeah, all over the world, actually. They raced. They were racing in the Middle East. Sean and Max Lynn, his son, races with them as well. They've got the Cosworth engined test Bentley as well, which is interesting. That was racing at Spa.
And they've got two Bentley Speed 8s. They've got the first one and the last one.
Well, the first one's the one with the Cosworth engine,
exactly.
Yeah, which never raced.
And at Donington last year, they ran the two together.
Yeah, they did at Spa.
Yeah,
they did at Spa earlier on in that season. Run by Progressive, looked after by Progressive, which is Dave Ward and Howden H. Haynes, the absolute star of Truth in 24, which changed the landscape for motorsport, some say sports, documentaries, and everything that came after. So if you look at Sunderland Till I Die and Welcome to Wrexham and all of that, they all owe their being, in fact the Senna movie as well, all owes its their being because of Truth in 24. It changed people's views about how to do a motorsport documentary. They did it with the people, and they did it. And do you know what? Miking up H was a very last-minute decision. It was done on the morning of the race, and it paid
on the
dividends.
front row, Christian Albert in that Lola GEX 257. It's not a guy I'm fully aware of. I might have to do a bit of Googling on him.
Well, that's not the grid that I've got here. For Albrecht should be down in 4th.
Ah, well, there might have been some penalties, of course.
Right, okay. And
they're away anyway.
Well, that's the Dyson car and the 16 blue and white car on the driver's left. So it's a 40-minute race, rolling start, and obviously driver change in the middle of this. So that Zytek is an invitational class car. So there's some cars not where I expected them, to be honest, and certainly not as what we saw in group in the classification for group as I ran through for you.
Looks like Tom Chilton is at the wheel of the second Zytek, which is in a class, not an invitation. And Tom, of course, all those years in the BTC, he's 17 years he had in the BTCC, and years in European touring cars as well.
Down to the bottom of the hill, turn number 7. Don't cheat the curb too much on the exit there, up through 8, and then the blind turn 9 at the top of the hill. Very easy to go off there. The 150 is the Zytek 04S, which was on pole position with Alfie Briggs behind the wheel, and he's defensively driving in the braking area to the recently re-profiled, that's a couple of years now, but it's a much nicer, less tight corner. He's lost the lead as through goes the number 15, Alex Mueller in the Dome S101. Tremendous looking car, firing itself out. 2002, and Mueller goes to the lead, and we've had a spin behind them and a bit of a kerfuffle at turn number 10. Give you the cars involved in that in just a moment. But first, the proper GT cars is the F550 Maranello. It's the 31 car that's gone around. That's Mark Drain in the Courage C65. The Courage C65, of course, became... Well, it became all sorts, actually.
And also, Mike Hazelman's started from the pits, I think. And we knew he was going to be competitive in that Lotus, so he's right down there in 20th place at the moment. So, son of Twan Hesemans, who was a very successful Dutch racing driver, mainly with a Bath, a long, long time ago.
Yeah, the Paolo Catone driven car, and the C65, the successor to the Pescarolo C60 that was run at Le Mans. And there was another car involved yet. We're going to get a safety car here, I think. Yes, we are. Because unfortunately, Mark Trent's not been able to refire the C65. That Zytek engine. And, well, what a shame.
A little shout out from Mike Newton, who's been in the second MG. He had a lot of these MGs that raced at Le Mans.
He's just been divesting himself of some of them, actually.
Yeah, I think that's this one that we see racing, the Christian Albrecht car, is one that he may be sold.
I said Courage Zytek, it could be a Judd, of course, depending on what spec it's in. The 675 LMP2 cars, in order to be as, the Lola was the same, in order to be as popular as possible, they were designed to take a couple of engines. And in fact, actually, I'm reminded now as I look at this. So you could have a 3.4 Judd, a 3.4 Mechachrome Ford, a Ford AER 2-litre,
4 litre.
And 2 litre, and the AEG MG 2 litre as well. They were very similar. They were the two AER cars engines in that. That was a derivative of that engine, although not turbocharged, made it into the British Touring Car Championship, allegedly as a 1.8 engine that had been bored out. No, it wasn't, because that 1.8 engine would never have gone out to 2 litres.
John, just pull up Dome, because it's a Japanese company.
Yes.
We know that. But I'm not sure whether they have Japanese designers. They did some single-seaters as well.
The designer was Akiyoshi Oku for the Dome 101 from, mid-2005. There was a 101.5 as well. Ran with a Judd 4-litre V10 for a number, for a couple of years, racing for Holland, and Templar Avis ran those cars. The one that we've got here is in the Racing for Holland colours. Oh, and we've had another spinner, actually. The Tom Chilton Zytek. Now, are we seeing now, because it's a different part of the circuit, pit window still opens in 10 minutes. So,
well, that's a big disappointment. Chilton spun there, all that experience, because we haven't seen Max. Max could finish 4th at the Indy 500 a few years ago. 6 years in the Indy Series, with Ganassi mainly.
Oh, yes, the Condor Racing. With the Mugen engine.
Race, yes.
That was the other one that I was trying to think of. That was the all Japanese driven car rather in 2003. Masahito Kondo, Ukio Katayama, and Ryo Fukuda in that car. I'm not doing this from memory, by the way.
And Katayama, of course, raced for Tyrrell. Formula 1 background there. So
Hiroki Kato raced in 2004 with Ryo Fukuda and Ryo Uchigami as well.
Got the Chilton car going again.
No, that's the Dyson 16, I think. I think that's the MG. And the last Dome was the Maida engine, T2M Motorsport. Marda, with Yujiro Terada behind the wheel, along with Yutaka Yamagishi and Robin Longashai, non-finisher at Le Mans in 2007. So this is a Dome 0.5. Is this the Jan Lammers, Jeroen Blekemolen, and David Hart car from 2007? Is it?
I think it must be, isn't it?
Yeah.
Anyway, it's off like a robber's dog.
Yeah, he was absolutely at the front of the field. Oh no, it's a 2002 car, it says.
Oh, is it? Yeah.
Yeah. So I reckon then that would be the 2002 Racing for Holland. Could be the 2003 car. So that was probably do you remember Jan Lammers, John Bosch, and Andy Wallace, Andy Wallace, and the other one was Philippe Ortiz, Beppe Gabbiani, and Tristan Gomedy, when Tristan was just coming in, running the LMP 900 class.
John Bosch was a very good rally driver.
He was.
Well, I ran him at an Audi Quattro in Indonesia years and years ago. Yeah, in a 555 team car. Notice that the Audi R8 of both of them moved well up. Shorten is now 6th. And Halusa is now 8th. So they've moved up. Fastest lap thus far, 1:43.2 for Alex Muller. Man, we more associate with racing Porsches in the Super Cup, but I think he's done a lot of GT racing in the FIA GT Championship in the past. He's a guy, he's in his 40s, a guy with a very good track record.
Yeah, actually, in 2002, that would have been the Jan Lammers, Tom Coronel, Val Hildebrand, all Dutch car.
Yeah, all Dutch, yeah.
And the Racing for Holland colours. And that year, they won their class in the FIA Sports Car Championship, I think.
Yeah.
Did they? No, they came third. They won it in 2002 and 2003, Racing for Holland. Probably one of the reasons they didn't win it in 2002 was they didn't have the best results at Le Mans. They only finished 4th in class. So we've gone back to green flag racing as I was looking back through the history of that Dome.
Audi R8 just going through there. There's the Panos, looks great.
We missed Dr. Don, God rest his soul.
Yeah.
I don't think it's too great to say that his investment in the ACO, and he give them something in the region of $10 million as a license fee to use Le Mans in the American Le Mans Series and Petit Le Mans, and then more money when he started the European Le Mans Series. That was a massive turning point for the ACO, and I don't think it's too much to say that Dom Pinos was one of, if not the saviours of sports car racing at a global level. We didn't have a world championship at the end of the 90s and into the 2000s because we didn't need one. Because from 1999, when we started at Sebring, we'd had the one-off, allegedly, Petit Le Mans at the end of 1998. And then we went to Sebring for the first ALMS race in 1999. And basically, that was the world championship for sports cars right into the mid-2000s. And the European Le Mans Series, with the same cars, did exactly the same thing over here in Europe.
I think Ollie Hart is going to get into the David Hart car, the family father and son, Ollie, because I just saw him in the pits, crash helmet on, and he wasn't on the entrance to drive that car. He wasn't on the entrance originally, but
yeah, he was in the C60. Yeah,
he's a tiny bit quicker than his father, not that much. They're very well matched, actually.
Alfie Briggs putting his car's fastest lap of the race in, and as that's the invitational class car, it's the quickest in class. How about the 1:38.4 for Alex Müller?
Terrific.
In the Dome from 2002.
And the fact I love it, one of my favourite exhaust notes is that V10 shot. It sounds terrific.
The John Stewart just did marvellous stuff. Big move down into turn 4. For position there. That was one of the MGs.
Briggs, wasn't it, trying to get through?
Excuse me, yes, that is the Pescarolo, the PlayStation car that has in behind it the Zytec of Alfie Briggs.
Then we got Sean Lynn really pushing huge into.
Well, that car qualified out of position. Sean Lynn didn't he? He was well down in the wet qualifying session. Here comes Briggs then on that PlayStation car. Now, that would have been around the time that Sebastian Loeb came and drove at Le Mans and actually was practicing on a PlayStation for Le Mans on the private jet.
Down the inside there, wasn't it?
Didn't come from quite...
the Audi, Sean Lynn goes past the Pescarolo.
As did Alfie Briggs there, so two for...
Not sure Sean's raced this car. Certainly had it up the hill at Goodwood last year.
Well, he's got the right people looking after it in terms of Howden Hames and Dave Ward. Dave Ward made his name as the team manager for Seat Sport in the UK and British touring cars, and of course Howden Hames with his appearance, as we mentioned, on Truth in 24. Should mention that he engineered multiple Le Mans victories for Joost Audi. Right in the peak of his powers with these cars that are out there. Amazingly durable and reliable. The Audi R8, both the engine and the gearbox run forever. They did put the V8 engine into an Audi A6 estate car with the idea of breaking the lap record round the Nürburgring. And I remember talking to Dr. Boretsky. He was the engine whisperer, as Tom Christensen used to call him. And I said to him, what's the point of that? You couldn't have that in your road car. He said, oh yeah, you could. He said, you have to do the pre-warm, but we've got the little things to stick in the side on the left-hand side of the front wing to warm the engine oil and water before you start it up. He said, but after that, you'd be fine. I said, but you'd be having it. Oh, Celine's come to a halt with the big 4-litre Ford V8. That's running in the Franz Conrad colours, the number 87 car.
I remember Ollie Gavin really putting himself on the map and after that Sebring win.
That was the car's debut.
Yeah.
We were running, RML ran that car for Franz Conrad, and it just about ran out of bodywork.
Yeah,
because everything fell off it.
Yeah, I was in the pit lane that year, I remember reporting on that.
That's Crichton Lindudis in the car that he was now. So he was supposed to be sharing with Alfie Briggs. So is he going to swap over later on? How's he going to get back to the pits?
Well, they have to time their pit stops together, don't they?
Well, he's got to get that car going again. Yeah, just finishing the story of Ulrich Boretsky. he was saying, no, they can do 13 to 15,000 kilometres, those race engines. I'm like, are you kidding me? And I remember Brad Kettler, who still looks after R8, and in fact did some continuation versions of using the spare chassis engines and gearbox, which weren't raced, and Audi, I think rather sportingly, gave them some continuation chassis numbers as well. He said to me, we used to put take the spark plugs out, look down the bores, and he said they just used to keep going. Gearboxes were the same. Bill Adam, who did a lot of the testing and driving for Champion, Dave Mirage's team. We miss Dave as well, although Mitra has taken on, his son has taken on the mantle, and they did very nicely. Thank you very much as we go to full course yellow at Pikes Peak recently with their first foray into motorsport for a while. Bill Adam telling me it was the most gentle race car to drive ever, the Audi R8. He said, John, you'd love it, get in it. I went, I'm not going to get in that, Bill. Are you going to trust me with that? He said, you would absolutely love it. Absolute sweetie.
Yeah, he drove me around Road Atlanta, of course, in an Audi R8 GT car. I remember, I've got the picture of my office.
That was Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, if I remember rightly.
No. It was.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Yes.
I remember coming to the top of the hill.
You might be right. You're right. That
was one of the very early Audi R8 road cars with a V8 engine with a stick shift, if you remember. And the reason I got that was because I could drive a stick shift. That was on the old. That was on the old ALMS V-Test program. And do you know that?
Right. Well,
and do you know what? That was a Thursday before the race, and we used to give various members of the press pack runs around the track. That car was one of the pre-production prototypes. Couldn't run it on the road, and at the end of its life on the program for the ALMS Vitesse, it went back to Audi, and that car was crushed. I know. I cried when I heard that. I really did. Good work again. Looks like we'll be going green shortly.
Yeah, and we noticed that Audis are now running together in 4th and 5th places with Nicholas Alusa. I think closing up on Sean Lynn.
Separated by 2 years in development, those LMPs, although they look very, very similar, and in fact there wasn't much going on. Now, we've got cars coming into the pits because the pit lane has opened. And this is the time to do it if you can.
Absolutely.
You save so much time. So everybody will pit now. Alex Muller's gone by the pits, so he must come in next time around. So the number 3 car with the red livery is the 2002 Sean Lynn car. The yellow number 9, yellow and
Dave Ward down there.
I think I saw Dave Ward.
So Muller in that dome going to Christian Albrecht in they call it MG. All those fast MGs are the ones that used to break the land speed record at Bonneville with Sterling Moss driving, were EX something.
Exact, correct. Experimental. That's what it stood for. Yeah.
Here's the Judd engine is going to be investigated on the Pescarolo. David Hart. So
RSR's in as well.
Yeah.
With the very distinctive fried egg front lights of the 996. Split opinion when that came out. And of course that was, and of course the every time a new Porsche 911 comes out, it's always the absolute end, according to some Porsche aficionados. And of course, the reason that the 996 was the end of Porsche as we know it, and it would be the last 911, because they went to a water-cooled engine. However, the 911 has continued. The new 992.2 has a hybrid system, which makes it about 50 kilos heavier than my non-hybrid GTS car, but it has about 70 horsepower more as well. Good pit stop, but these are timed pit stops, remember, so they should come out in the same as they went in. The Albrecht car, the MGX257, the Dyson colours, the blue and white number 16 car is already out. It should be the number 3 car out next, the Sean Lynn car. Yes, it is.
You need to check this, John, but I'm not sure everybody's got the same length of time.
No.
Start with the gentleman drivers. I think are given a bit of a shorter pit stop.
Now, Alex Muller, who missed the first opportunity to come in, always past the pit stop line when the pit stop was opened, has come in the next time around. Had to, really. The red, white and blue.
Mike Newton colours, always had them.
Yeah.
His
Netview.
Yes.
Was the name of Flight View and Net View.
He owned the company, and yeah, still does, I think.
They were instrumental in onboard aircraft security.
Yeah.
With cameras.
Lovely man, Mike.
Great bloke.
Huge enthusiast.
Massive.
And lovely, friendly guy. I always like to have a chat with him. But Christian Albrecht, I'd love to. Can we pull him up? Because
Albrecht, yeah.
Yeah.
I was just going to mention Mike Newton was, and I don't know if he still is. He was a partner in RML for a while.
He was, wasn't he? Yes, that's right. But he's just taking to the track again.
And he'll drive on his own.
Yeah.
He was drove with Tommy Erdos for the longest amount of time. Tommy, great RC enthusiast as well, and he was one of the first gentleman drivers who took the racing so seriously. And Mike, being in that business, being in the digital business, he was an inveterate studier of data.
Yeah.
And of course, with the business he had, he put onboard cameras on the car.
Yeah.
So Tommy would go out and do 2 or 3 laps and then park the car. And then the car wouldn't come back out again. And you'd think, they're wasting time here in this practice session. But Tommy would have the data and the onboard video overlaid and would be saying to Mike, right, I want you to concentrate on turn 5 or turn 7. Right, go out and I want you to do 10 laps and just get quicker at that point. And Mike was such a good guy to work with. I was always very impressed with how he did it.
And he was almost as good. I mean, he wasn't that far off Tommy.
Oh no, and Tommy was a very good driver.
Yeah.
Christian Albrecht is a bit of a mystery.
Yeah. Well, of course, it's Hans Werner Albrecht who won it. I just wonder if he's a son.
Yeah.
I saw you looking at the guy who ran an energy company, but there's not much about him.
No.
I did try and Google him before.
Right, back into the race. Yes, always.
It's nice to see you guys going quickly.
19 minutes or just under to go. Here's how they stand. It's Christian Albrecht who is leading in the blue and white MG EX257. That's running in the colours and the number of Dyson Racing. Chris Dyson and his dad, Rob Dyson. People behind Racer Magazine, of course.
This car driven by the likes of Julian Bailey towards the end of
that's
career.
the Lionel Start car. That's the Hot Wheels car.
Yeah.
That is another one of the EX2 64s.
It's a later one, isn't it?
Yes. No, that's a 2002. Sorry, that's a 257.
Yeah.
Mike's got the later one.
And then at the end there was one with a top on it.
Correct.
Yeah. But all done at Lola though.
Yeah. At Huntingdon, and this is the sort of the low line X-Power car with the Hot Wheels sponsorship. If you remember, we had Atomic Kitten Racing that ran the similar coloured car with the Hot Wheels sponsorship eventually on that in the British Touring Car Championship. That was the front-wheel drive Rover. I did the launch of that car at Longbridge at the beautiful, as it was then. I don't even think it's there anymore because the rest of the factory's gone. At the presentation studio, and the car came up through the floor, and we had Atomic Kitten were there. Big lock up for that Hot Wheels, and very un-PC at the time called Chernobyl Green. That was a colour that you could get your V8 engine Rover 75 estate car in.
Wow!
And they did do the Rover SV, of course, which was the Cavalli with the Ford V8.
Shell Cavalli.
Yeah.
It was the MG. He lent me a Jensen once in America a long time
Well,
ago. Anyway,
that was a Ford V6 engine.
Forget that, because Alfie Briggs is really on it now. He's just done the fastest lap of the race. He's in 5th place, but he's really going for it now. So the teenager, ex-Carter, man who raced the Citroen Saxo only 2 years ago, is really going for it in the Zytec. We might get to see that, the 150
That's
car.
the nearly all white car. He's got a bit of ground to make up. He's 46 seconds behind the leader. That is an invitational class car.
Yeah, I don't understand that, because the other Zytec was in the class. Anyway, the Zytec really started life as a Reynard.
Correct.
Designed by Kieran Salter, who's still very much in the business.
Good bloke. Another good bloke.
Yeah. And
You see these people that keep popping up in various projects, Andrew.
yeah. So anyway, Albrecht in the lead now. Sean Lynn second. So it's the Audi second and third now. Just and Sean Lynn certainly closing up on that EX257 MG or Lola.
Meantime, the Dome under pressure from Lionel Stark, even Vercuter in that Lola 257 going through. Lionel Stark going through past the Dome. 45 passes the 16 rather passes the car. Now that's interesting then. So that's that's the leader going through and putting a lap on that car. So that old Thetford cooling car going very well.
Guy Smith, of course, one of the regulars in that. Weaver.
James Weaver, Andy Wallace, Chris Dyson.
Yeah. Chris Dyson still racing Trans Am and
won the Trans Am Championship last year. Yeah. I remember watching Chris battling against JJ Leto a little bit later than that car at Portland, which was an incredible circuit to be running P1 cars on. JJ Leto fresh from Le Mans and Chris fresh from Le Mans as well. And for about an hour and a half of a 2 hours and 45-minute race, they would wheel to wheel at Portland. That was phenomenal.
Terrific circuit, and
not really suited in those days to those cars, and not at all the same in terms of the surface as it is nowadays. IndyCar goes there now, but it's been fully resurfaced. Alfie Briggs put another fastest lap for his car in, and that is still not quite as fast as Albrecht's gone in the 257 in the Dyson coloured car.
Yeah.
Into the pit lane for the awesome Paynos.
Well, the noise,
second time.
Very hot in that car.
Yeah.
Remember David Brabham telling me how hot it was.
Front-engined GT, top-class GT. It was called a GT1, but take away any ideas of that competing with, for example, the Maranello, the 550 Maranello, because that was a prototype. That is a prototype underneath. There was an Esperante as well that ran, and in fact won Le Mans with
Guy Owens.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Who's
and Richard Dean.
And Lawrence Tomlinson. Sorry, Lawrence.
Yeah, LNT.
Bright orange car, and that was the first time in a long time that on the GT2 or podium there was no Porsches on the podium that year. When that car won, there was a lot of whooping and a hollering. But the Vistion coloured car is a prototype and raced in the prototype class, although it's called a GT1.
There's a Pescarolo, no driver in it. And there's David Hart standing there. Develops factories out of Eindhoven, and he builds basically factories for people.
Okay, space.
He's a lovely guy,
He's a spaceman.
Yeah, he's a spaceman. And his son, Ollie's a super guy as well.
Now there's a first 1 minute 38. No, sorry, not quite.
It's Alfie Briggs.
It is Alfie Briggs. It is even Vercuter had done a 38.4, but that's a 38.3 now. So that is the fastest lap of the race by young Alfie Briggs. If it is still him in the car, did they not change over?
No, he was going to drive on his own, and I'm wondering if he had to make a longer pit stop.
Well, because Crichton Lindudis started the Celine, and that car got stranded out on the track, so Crichton wouldn't have been there. They qualified the cars together.
Yeah.
So, but Lindudis wouldn't have been able to get back for the pit stop.
So anyway, probably
had an off at turn 7.
Chance, but he's a long way behind. We've got 11.
He's still 35.
11 minutes.
36
remaining.
Seconds back.
And Sean Lynn is nobody's mug. Okay, he's in his 60s. He's still a very quick driver, and obviously
double yellows at the bottom of the hill.
Yellow.
Double yellow at the bottom of the hill, turn 7.
There's the Celine coming back.
Well, that's where that car was, but that's not why we've got double yellows. Oh, and in fact, no, I wonder if that car's just been dragged off the track then. And there was I know what that was.
Green flag again now.
I know what that was. That was because the truck was going on the return road, and that is very close to the edge of the track there, even though it's behind the wall. So Christian Albrecht leads in the blue and white number 16 Dyson-coloured MG EX257 from 2004. He's got 15 seconds on Sean Lynn. He's got 21 seconds on the Zytek 04S of Alfie Briggs. Sean Lynn in the number 3 Audi R8 LMP 2002 vintage. That's the one with the red colourways. At that time, Audi were bossing Le Mans. And I've got a feeling that between 2002 and 2000 and was it 2001 and 2003, 2002 and 2004, they ran the same cars, and I've got a feeling that the same number 7 won 3 years in a row, and it was actually the same chassis number as well. Somebody will know. At RSL Studio, actually, you might as well fire that into me if you want. If you are watching and listening, that's at RSL_studio. If you can look that up quicker than I can. Andrew and I in the booth.
They're trying to find out a bit more about Christian Albrecht. I think he was very much involved in the Formula Student competition, which they won quite a long time ago, I think. I think it looks like the same guy. But anyway, point is he's doing a terrific job in this Lola MG. And he's got 17 seconds on Sean Lynn. And on the last lap, he pulled the lead out by a couple of seconds with Alfie Briggs in third. Alfie, fastest man out there. But he's got a lot of work to do if he's going to catch up Lynn. And I just want the Halusa car, I think, is retiring in the pits at the moment, the other Audi.
Very unusual.
Yeah.
Very unusual indeed. Well, Alfie Briggs is picking his way through some lap traffic, just gone past the Hot Wheels Lionel Stark Lola. More importantly, Mike Newton went by him a moment or two ago, actually about a couple of laps ago, pulled out 20 seconds now. So Mike now leads his class in 10th overall. That's the LMP2B class. Mark Drain is the other competitor in there. So who's third in that? Pierre Bruneau in the Pilbeam, which we haven't talked about, the number 20 car. That's a 2005 car, actually.
And we haven't talked about the other Saleen with Steve Brooks. Steve Brooks raced a lot of race Formula One. Lotus has successfully won races. An amazing guy that's flew a Spitfire around the world with another pilot. But
Xavier Micheron in the Riley and Scott. There's another car we haven't talked about. And Philippe Collasson in the Lola B9810 came together in the pits. That's been looked at in race control as we speak. So all results provisional, as always.
Xavier runs the Ascot collection, which he buys and sells racing cars. But he races the wonderful gas turbine helmet. We saw it at Le Mans Classic.
Yeah, I've seen that a few times at Le Mans Classic. Going back. The helmet TX. Helicopter engine, wasn't it? It's the jet turbine, gas turbine helicopter engine. Amazing thing, spins up to a bazillion revs per minute.
Yeah, and when you stand by it, because I've seen it revving up, it smells completely different.
Because it's avgas, paraffin, basically.
Paraffin,
And Nick Damon, the first time we did Le Mans Classic for radio many years ago, Nick Damon decided it was a good idea to put his pit mic in his hand and his arm next to that as it was spooling up. He didn't do that a second time, and it was cheaper than going for a wax on his hand, his arm as well, to be honest. Christian Albrecht now by 20 seconds at the front of the field in that blue and white car, climbing the hill at turn 11 now in the Thetford car.
But Briggs still a couple of seconds faster than anybody else, just at a 38.9, done a 38.355 is the fastest lap of the race, a couple of laps earlier. So Briggs is really on it, the teenager. And
who was in the Dome to start with?
Oh yeah, he was in
the 15 car. Was that Alex Müller?
Yes, it was Alex Müller.
He did a 38.4 early on. He's the first man into the 38s. 38.7 by Christian Albrecht at the front of the field. But remember, that is an LMP2 car from its day. 675, call it what you will. And, you know, credit Martin Bahrain at Lola, forgetting 675 and LMP2 underway. As soon as those regs came out, I'll build 10, he told me in his office at Huntingdon. And he was good to his word, and that kicked it all off. People came along later with more specific cars, but he built it to take a number of different engines, including, of course, that AER engine, badged MG. It's behind the leader at the moment.
Got called a Mazda as well at times, that engine, didn't it?
Later, the closed-top car, absolutely. Mazda 2 litre.
In GT, in 7th place, the man I just mentioned, Steve Brooks, the adventurer, and excellent historic racer. He's 7th, and next GT is Mike Hasselmans in that Lotus that started from the pit lane, remember, and then Emanuele Collard in the Pro Drive developed Ferrari 550 Maranello is in 11th and running 3rd in GT.
Going to be a penalty for Philippe Collinson for that incident with Xavier Micheron in the pit lane, so expect to see the Lola. Actually, no, it's just a 5 seconds. I was going to say it'll be in the pit lane, but it's 5 seconds added to the race time. Number 4, Riley and Scott looking menacing in the all black livery as it heads around. Remember seeing that at the first Sebring that I went to, or at least its predecessor. That's a Mark 3C that Xavier Micheron is driving.
Tom Chilton is making up tires down in 15th place in his 2004 Cytec, but is certainly much quicker than anybody around him. So I think he'll take a few places back. But Albrecht continues to lead.
Just realised that Frans Wunderlich in the Aston Martin DBR9 didn't start the race. I think I can't see that on there, and I haven't seen the Dodge Viper either. So we've lost a couple of the GT cars.
Some problem in qualifying, presumably.
Well, it was very wet in qualifying.
Yeah,
very wet indeed. So that Riley and Scott running nicely in 5th position overall, 4th in its class for Xavier Micheron. Now at the front of the field, Sean Lynn is. Oh, and the other Audi's come back out.
Yeah.
Nicolas Halusa.
Good.
Spent a bit of time in the pits. It's a lap off the lead, but the yellow flashed car at Le Mans, they had yellow, red, and black flashes on them to mirror the colour of the German flag, of course. And memorably had 1, 2, 3. Somewhere, and I would have to ask the responsible adult, I have got a drop of oil from the winning cars of the 3 years that they won.
In a little plastic file.
It is in a little plastic,
probably the shape of
a see-through oil drum in the shape of an oil.
Wow.
Very clever.
Nice thing to have.
It was a nice bit of merch, or at least souvenir.
Right, John, just 2.5 minutes remaining now. Looking as Albrecht is going to take this one from Sean Lynn and Alfie Briggs. Briggs still pushing on, but and there is the lovely Ferrari 550.
V12.
Yeah, with
Thank you.
Collard at the wheel.
Yes, please.
Collard, what a career he's had. I think, 25 Le Mans he's done, I think.
And you know, driving as well now as he ever has done.
Yeah.
Does a lot of work with a gentleman driver who is another lovely bloke who owns a lot of very nice cars.
I gather. But I mean, Collard, Penske picked him up just 3 years ago when they were starting their new program, of course.
Yeah.
And I think that's the last time he raced at Le Mans. Because they bought an LMP or two Oreca, didn't they, to get into the swing of sports car racing again, and Collard was in it.
Yeah, helped them out before they got the Porsche program.
And what a season they're having.
Well, again. And
I think we got.
It's the seconds. That's the Lotus.
Hasselmans.
Francois Perraudot is the chap that Emanuele Collard drives with.
He's got a fantastic collection of cars.
Great work by the
Yep.
fire marshal getting right out there. This is going to be a red flag or a safety car. We've only got, in fact, time has elapsed. We won't see a checkered flag here, so that'll go back a lap as well. That might have just saved Sean Lynn's second place, actually, because Alfie Briggs has caught right up to him. Just a half a second or so, he was even closer than that. Yeah, Francois Perraudot has some 905s. He's also got some 908s as well. Yeah. And he's got an RS Spider. I had Collado go past me one side in the RS Spider Porsche, and Francois Perraudot go past me in the 908. That 908 moves a bit of air, I'll tell you that, when you're in a little BMW Chevron B8. A lot of fun driving that. Thank you to Till Beckelsheimer for letting me do that a few years ago.
So Till now owns Lola.
Yes, he does.
And they're back involved in racing in Formula E.
Yes.
And I think they've got new premises just near the other side of Silverstone, right next
down
to
by Brackley, yeah.
Yeah.
Just behind the, sorry, not behind Silverstone. Sorry,
yeah, it's one of the new buildings there.
It's on the
almost next to
Aston
the
Martin.
new the Cadillac Formula One team have premises there. All sorts of people are down there.
Yeah. Graham Loudon being announced, another good lad from the northeast. Piers Phillips, ecstatic about Newcastle's first victory in anything for 70 years at the weekend.
Yeah,
he's running Premier now.
I have to ask you, do you celebrate that as a Sunderland?
I think, given I've got a lot of friends who are Newcastle supporters, like Piers, who came across with Ethan, his son, if it's only going to be once in every 70 years, he better get it. He better get there and see it while he can.
Yeah.
They haven't even scored. They hadn't until the weekend. They hadn't scored a goal at Wembley in 25 years. That was Rob Lee. I remember that. I think it's good for North East football. Dan Burn was playing for England last night, along with Jordan Henderson and Jordan Pickford, all good North East lads.
Great goalie. Manu wears glasses to race now. Look.
What a great GT car.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Now, I do like my Porsches.
Oh, see, look, it's an ex-BMS, Scuderia BMS car, that one.
Yeah. Used to be based down at Ricard, didn't they?
Yeah. The BMS Italian.
That car did. That was in the collection there.
Yeah. Oh, right, yeah.
Lots.
We're talking about Silverstone, all the workshops and factories. It's the same at Ricard.
Massive. Massive. That's where Genesis are placed not too far away from there, actually, as they're getting ready for their WEC launch. And got Pipo Durrani heading up that car. I think we'll be seeing testing before the end of the year. You know how much I love my Porsches, Andrew, but I would have a 550 Maranello as a road car every day of the week. Yeah. But I'd want to drive it. It would have to be, my Porsche, my newer Porsche is a daily driver, the 993, and the 968 don't get as much as they used to.
There's the dome just coming into the pits, and Mike Newton. We see how did Mike get on in the end?
Won his class.
He often wins his class,
Yeah, and in the top 10, he'll be happy with that.
Yeah, he'll be happy with that. And I'm not sure what happened to the Audi of Nicolas Halusa.
Came back to 11th position.
Yeah, because he was right up there. They must have had some problem. Well, we saw him in the pits, didn't we? Presumably the Progressive boys. I don't know if Progressive run that car. They won most of those Audis and the Bentleys as well, don't they?
Yeah.
Mr. John B's got a Bentley, and he doesn't. And Progressive is about the only one they don't run of that.
So now, interestingly, the results have been adjusted.
I have.
So Christian Albrecht wins by 30 seconds, but Alfie Briggs is in second place. Must have, for a brief moment, got ahead of Sean Lynn, and then Sean passed him back. But if they've red flagged it, it's gone back to the last green lap. Green flag lap.
Yeah.
So then Alfie might have been ahead across the line with Sean now breaking him down into turn one. I don't know. I'm completely speculating on that.
Well.
So it's MG from Zytek from Audi. Heavens above. That could have happened in 2004. Then the Reynard Nasamax, the 2004 car.
Yes.
Sebastian Glazer.
Good little runner, Sebastian Glazer, actually. Does well. GT, interestingly, Steve Brooks in front of Hazelman. So we got highlights of this race. Again, a race that didn't really flow that. Lots of different things happened, and spinners bringing out full course yellows and stuff. But
well, Hazelman's still going to get the result there, winning his class, despite the fact that the car was in flames, but the green flag was about to come out.
Yeah.
How very Lotus, one might say.
It was a terrific drive by Albrecht.
Now,
there's Chilton Zytek, we thought might be right at the front with the two brothers.
had a spin early on.
And then we had Sean Lynn coming up through the field. There's a very nice Porsche.
Yeah, last of the turbo car, Stefan Reutmeier finished fourth in GT1B. Nazamak's car, of course, we remember Janice Minton, one of our great colleagues, who did all the PR for that car in periods. Long since passed, I'm afraid. And the red flag coming out for the Hazelmans, number 43, Lotus GT1 from 1997, but will be classified in 7th position.
So,
well, that's right in my wheelhouse, that one was. What's next, Andrew?
Gentleman's Challenge, I think, which this is...
that could mean so many different things, but in the context of this race...
And it's 60s, basically 60s, and even 50s GT and sports cars. And I think we got on the pole the Morgan with the special Chris Lawrence body on it, which also went on a Triumph TR4 as well, exactly the same body. And we got Porsche 904s, we got E-types, a nice little Alfa Giulia Lotus
Lister Nobile in there.
There is a Lister Nobile, and there's a Lotus 15, so the Tajiro. So we've got sort of more. We got genuine racing cars like the Lotus 15, and then we got basically road cars, things like the TVR Grand Tourer that Mark Hales is going to be driving.
Mark Hales, heavens above.
Yeah, he's been racing a long time, a great journalist. And we got a field of best part of 40 cars, I think. So anyway, that's...
The qualifying was in the wet.
Was it? Well,
so that's why you're seeing a few oddities at the front of the field, more nimble cars like the Lotus 11.
But then you've got the great Nigel Greensall in that car.
Yeah.
You know, Nigel
in the Morgan,
been racing forever. Huge amount. He races more than anybody else, I think. I don't think any other racing driver does so many events as him in a year.
Carlos de Quesada still racing in contemporary machinery in Porsche Carrera Cup North America in a Porsche 904. That's one of the 6-cylinder Carrera GTS cars. Catesby Jones driving with him in that. Just looking through some of the other names down there. Amory Gabriel in a Lotus 11.
Yves Vogelet is the son of Charles Vogelet, who was Joe Siffert's partner and did a lot of racing in Porsches. That car, I believe, was actually owned by the father originally.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And his two sons race, and there's a third generation. And actually, I think maybe Yves is the third generation Vogelet racing.
In an Austin Healey 3-litre Mark I from 1962, Francois Fillon is partnered with André Rollin. Now, Francois Fillon is the president of the ACO's brother.
And was the Prime Minister of France.
He was indeed.
And then got involved in some stuff about expenses.
Well, he was slated to become the president, and that didn't happen. But his brother's the president of the ACO, which obviously for us is far more important.
Absolutely. So
almost had two presidents in the family.
So we got Greensall. I think that's a wet weather, magnificent performance there. I mean, in theory, you look at that list.
John Emberson was the qualifying driver.
Yeah, was he?
Well, according to the timing,
yeah. John's got chevrons he races. Nigel Greensall said he'd won a lot of races. He claims to have won, and he's not a braggart at all. 171 races, 15 different titles. He's been racing since 1988. And his wife, Nikki, also is. Nigel's just hit the big 6-0, actually, but he's still enormously fast. He's got a magnificent crash helmet. Was a Hans Stuck sort of replica with a bit of Ronnie Peterson there. But we'll see them in a bit. And John Emberson owns a company called Montreal Holdings. Not sure what they do. But anyway, a nice shot down to that famous main straight here. The track where there also used to be a lot of pre-season Formula One testing, didn't they? And now they seem to have headed off to the Far East with that sort of testing, or Middle East actually.
Follow the money.
Exactly. One to watch in this, John, is Guillermo Fierro. Now he's
in the birdcage, isn't he?
He's in the birdcage.
Yeah, what a great car that is.
But he has had a huge amount of. I think it might have been in 2018 Monaco Historic. He won 2 races, one in a Maserati, not that Maserati, and one in a 250F that he drives. I think he's Monegasque based, but he's got business interests in South America as well. And we've also got in this Kat Kaivalova, who's a very interesting character, lady racer, and she's pretty quick. She's in a E-type Jaguar. She'll make that go pretty quickly.
Didn't she do some single-seater stuff?
No, she made best known for putting a team of ladies together to race a Bentley on some 24-hour race.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but she's an influencer.
Oh, really?
I believe.
Okay.
Anyway, we'll see what comes up next. So, Yves Vogelate, yeah, get it right now. He's the grandson, I believe. Right. And then his father, I think, is also in the race. And so we got in the list of Nobly, Luc Pierre Verquin. And that should be a really quick car around here, shouldn't it? And then we got Anthony Schwawen in another Nobly. And you'll probably do the Nobly costing bit.
No, you can do that.
Well, now I've forgotten which wife of whom it was. She didn't like the shape of the car, and she said it was very knobbly looking. And that was the original one. And then Mike Costin's brother Frank, the 2 Costins, one was Cosworth, one was an aerodynamicist, worked a lot with Lotus, Frank Costin. He designed a smoother body. And I'm not sure if it's so you either get a knobbly or a Costin. Most Jaguars listers have Jaguar engines in, but some have Chevys in.
Yeah.
But I think they're all Jaguar ones here. Oh, we've got it.
So, it's what I'm seeing on the qualifying doesn't bear what I'm seeing on the screen. But then again, this is another 45-minute race with a pit stop, and it will be another rolling start. However, the good news is that there is a Porsche 9046 GTS at the front of the field. So that's one of the front row cars. I haven't seen the Morgan. I haven't seen the Morgan.
No, but the Morgan is shown on the list, right? At 34th, he must have had some penalty or something.
It's got out of the pits wrong.
Yeah.
I think
I might have done. Yes. I think I see where you're coming from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I'm going to do
see in a minute.
is reload my timing and see if it pops up closer to the front. No, it's not there. So yes, that's a good idea. Let's see if I can find a penalty for that car.
So we've seen both Halusa boys racing, but their dad, Martin, man who founded Apex and Partners, is in this race and qualified very good 10th, actually, in a short wheelbase. Well, I think he's in the bread van, actually, which one of his sons crashed at Le Mans.
Well, in terms of
had a big rebuild.
In terms of what's on the timing screen from what's going on around the track, it is the Porsche 9046 Carrera GTS from 1963, the Vogtland car.
Well, 2 TVR crashes together.
And then the Lister Nobile on the front row. So that's 58 and 1 on the front row. Guillermo Fierro in the birdcage from 1960, the 61 number 61 car, and Carlo Vogele in the beautiful Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ1. Now that's well, again, the qualifying that I'm looking at doesn't bear any resemblance to what is on the screen at the moment. So what we're going to do is take what we can see.
And what we do know is we've got a lot of 39 cars, I think, something like that. And also, I think maybe just for our younger listeners, viewers, tell us why it's a birdcage Maserati. Birdcage.
Because if you were to take the bodywork off and look at what was underneath, it looks like a birdcage.
Lots of little small tubes.
Correct. It is a very small tube frame car. They were experimenting in some respects with lightweight and making the tubes narrower. and therefore it looks like a snowflake inside, and it's all about the angles and how that takes the stress and the strains and the weight of the various components.
Nobody else really tried it, but it did work. And they right at the end, they built the Type Post 63, which was a rear engine car. It didn't work very well, but in period, Sterling Moss had quite a bit of success through the birdcage. Look at that
44
cycle wings on the 44.
A la J2 in proper British racing green, which is non-metallic, and in non-sunny weather, proper British racing wings should look menacing in black.
Two TVRs together.
Oh, yes.
Vanturas. They'll be MGB engine cars, I guess. Obviously, we're used to seeing in historical racing Ford V8 engine TVRs.
Just ahead of that
very
was
successful. I think we're coming up to the line for the start, John.
Yeah, get the green flag in the air. The red lights are still on. We're waiting, still waiting. They haven't put the foot down yet. This is a very long run down. It's a long front straight here, and off they go. Is that Aston Martin DB2 in the background? Yes, it is. DB2.
Surely the Lister will out-drag that Porsche, but it hasn't.
I don't think so.
Extraordinary.
Well, that is a six-cylinder car, though, and it'll be very nimble on the brakes. And just at the end of the straight, it was a relatively short run down. I think the Lister terminal velocity would be pulling away more on the full length of the straight. So the Lister Nobili with Luc-Pierre Vercam behind the wheel is ahead of Yves Vogler in the Porsche and Guillermo Fierro in the Maserati birdcage. Carlo Vogler in the TZ1, and it is TZ. I'm not hearing anybody calling it TZ as they go through. And Anthony Schwarrand goes through as well, and he's already up into fourth position. Lotus Elite there of Robert Ellis.
Little Climax 1220 engine, that Elite, lovely car. Glass fiber monocoque, great Chapman design. I've driven one of those on the road, a terrific car. And in period, raced a lot at Le Mans, had a lot of success in things like the index of thermal efficiency. Just a beautiful car, but I mean, it's got so little power compared with the cars around it. And nice to see that Healy up there as well with Paul Anselin at the wheel, but just field of 40 cars. Still a bit of a mystery what happened to the Nigel Greensall Morgan SLR. Somebody coming through there in a Lotus 15.
Well, the 57 is running. John Emberson's in that SLR, and he's coming up through the field. He's already at the 22nd position. He was right at the back.
Maybe there was a technical infringement or ride height thing or something, but
I wonder if he just didn't get out the pits in time. As well, that could be another thing.
Emberson has been working very hard with Nigel Greensall, and he's gone up another couple of places. Greensall is a great coach as well. I will say about the busiest racing driver in the world, Nigel. He does about 50 events a year.
Lots of classes in this. The Aston Martin DB24, the Bertone body car of Heinz Stamm in 19th position, leads the E1 class. Two leaders are the heads of their two classes. As for a moment,
I think time and that's Fiera there. And the time and scoring doing something. It'll stabilise in a minute.
Carlos de Quesada in the Porsche 904. Sean as leader at the moment. So perhaps we're just getting the driver sensors through. I know what will be happening. The ever hard-working Alcamel team will be putting some bits and pieces in manually as they're going through. Stefan Koenig in the other 904 GTS, both six-cylinder cars. Phenomenal thing. You don't think of something that low and svelte at that era being a Porsche, but it was. But quite clearly, that number 61 car's got a timing error. Still road registered in the UK. So there's a couple of cars, I think, that do not have their transponders working. A couple of cars also under investigation, including the 940 Stefan Koenig Porsche, and the other one was the number 79 Jean-Louis Bonnet TZ for not respecting the pre-grid procedure. So I'm suspecting that they were out of position there. Number 1 going through is Luc-Pierre Verquin in the Lister Nobili. I think what we're going to see is that car jump back up. That car is showing at the head of the field at the moment, but it's scored in P30 on the timing and scoring monitor at the moment. So there's either a problem, and we've got yellow flags out at, in fact, double yellow flags at turns 11 and 12 towards the end of the lap, heading up into the amphitheatre area, the Carlos Sainz stand, as it is for F1.
Well, that's the car in the lead, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Well,
I am trusting my eyes.
Yeah, and then the Maserati is second.
Agree.
There it is with the Spaniard driving it.
And I reckon third is the 904, the Yves Vogele car, the number 58. Fourth is the number 14. And I'm just wondering. Right, I think I know what the matter is. Yeah, the timing is set on qualifying and not on race, because it's the fastest time that's going to the top every time.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
They'll sort it out. They'll sort it out.
Alcabel will sort it out.
Yeah, they will.
I know they will.
The other Lister is interesting. You'll see the one with the typical Lister colours of green with the yellowish stripe, which is their fish factory colour. So there's a very famous D-type there going through.
OKV, yeah.
OKV1. The Lister's VPP 9, but about 3 different cars have worn that number over the years. The original VPP 9 was the car that Archie Scott Brown was killed in. Because Archie Scott Brown was a mustachioed, looked like a Spitfire pilot driver who raced in Formula 1, very, very quick. And he had a withered arm, and so but I was one of the first people, one of my first heroes actually, Archie Scott Brown. I raced for Connaught in Formula 1. All these names of the past, and it's just lovely to recreate all this, of course. Well, there's that Allard, Sidney Allard, and also built dragsters. One of the first British person to build a dragster, I think, was Sidney Allard. And John's gone on to a different timing screen now to try and sort it out.
No, it's still got the same issue. However, it's right on the timing tower on the left-hand side of the screen.
Is it? That's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that list
disconnect. Between, if you're watching the online timing at the moment, then I'm afraid you're going to have to disregard that, because right now.
So on our time in the car that's leading, shown in 28th place. But let's look at the times they're doing. That was he's doing 2:10.
No, I'm
2:08 now.
Yeah.
There's that lovely Aston Martin. Yeah.
Now, is that the 2 or the 2.4? There's both in the.
And that's the chaser in second place with the Spanish colour scheme on his helmet.
Top 3 have come together actually here.
Yeah.
Being the red number 61, the dark green number 1, and then the Porsche in third position is the Yves Vogele number 58, the silver car, hence GT Silver in Porsche's current lineup, by the way. So through goes the number 61 Guillermo Fierro driven Type 61 Maserati, known as the Birdcage, as we referenced earlier on. Luc-Pierre Verquin in the Lister Nobili from 1958, and then a tiny low live Porsche 9084 Carrera GTS. Carrera obviously meaning race, from Carrera Panamericana, adopted by Porsche fairly early on. And the GTS Grand Touring Sport, thought by many to be the sweet spot in any Porsche model range, designed with sporting but touring in mind as well. That GTS moniker lives on today leaders cutting their way past one of the very lovely Alpha TZs.
Extraordinary silencer system on that list, sticking out. That wasn't period. But it's
Side
a good
exhaust,
battle.
yeah.
Good battle between them. Oh, is it both sides?
Yeah, it should be both sides.
Was that a Chevy then?
Yeah, it must be.
It was a Chevy one, hadn't it?
As they go through, we pick them up again.
There's a Tajero, the 100. Now,
this is the dark blue and silver car.
Till used to own a Tajero.
Yes, he did.
I wonder if it's the same car.
That's Dr. Alfashin Fatemi. No, that I've seen him racing that car before.
Yeah.
Tajero
They built about 3 of them originally, yes.
In the pit lane is another one of the Alphas. This is the Scuderia Filippinetti car.
Famous Swiss racing team, raced a lot at Le Mans.
What?
Oh, look at the back of the cam, of that.
The cam tail, cut-off tail.
And I love the big number on it, don't you? It's so evocative of Le Mans back in the 60s.
Yeah, and you know, that's the early understandings of aerodynamics coming in there.
Here's the Morgan, the Emberson Greenshill car coming through.
I've never seen one of those before.
Yeah, so they bought the Morgan as a Triumph. They had exactly the same body on.
Oh, no, now you say that. I've seen a Triumph with that on.
Chris Lawrence, who did a tiny bit of Formula 1 racing, was a great Morgan protagonist, and he designed that. I believe he had designed it. And the S was Sprinsel. John Sprinsel, famous rally driver. He was involved in it as well. Jake, he was a great guy. So our timing screen has not sorted itself out yet. But it will.
It's only important in the last 4 laps, isn't it, really?
And I'd like to see that other Jaguar. Was it OKV1 or 2? You know, they were the very first D-types that went to Le Mans.
1 or 11.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't be 11. It'd be 1 or 2.
No, it was 1.
And that's a really famous car that finished second at Le Mans. And there's that Elite. I just love the shape of the Elite. Just such an effective team. Lotus had a factory behind it. Yeah, Lotus had a factory team called Team Elite. And back then, one of their Formula 1 drivers would drive it in the GT race. Trevor Taylor, I remember, racing it for the Derby-based Team Elite.
But, you know, you're talking about a car there with a tiny little 4-cylinder engine against the straight 6 Jags, against the big bits.
There's the bread van, look, the famous bread van, nicely rebuilt after its big Le Mans crash.
Was that a classic 2 years ago? Or was that last year?
No, it wasn't last. No, it's the year before.
The one before that.
Yeah.
Peter Otto, who are the promoters and organisers of this event back at Le Mans this year for the Classic.
Yeah.
If you haven't been able to get a...
Oh, what a treat's in store. If you
if you haven't been able to get a ticket for the big race, the Ferrari 250 GT red van.
So the sons have raced it, but now the dad's racing it, and the third son.
What was the thought behind this? Was that aero as well?
Yeah, that's definitely aero. Yes.
Yeah, because there wasn't anything. The engine's still in the front.
Yeah. It's a 250. It was a GT 250, the bread van originally.
Yeah. Well, I noticed it's got a rear window in it with a wiper on it.
Yeah, I suppose it got. Yeah, there's a lovely TVR, the Blackpool company, of course, and E-types in there, the Bizzarini.
There's the bits I was talking about.
I once went to Ireland in a Bizzarini Griffo.
Did you?
No,
that's the bread van.
Well, that's the bread van. Yeah, they actually very similar looking. I think it was the same guy.
Yeah.
I went to a race in Phoenix Park with a guy called Derek Wharton, and he borrowed this car off some scrap merchant he knew, and we drove it all the way there, and then we raced it there and came back.
Problem at turn 10 and 11. No,
Yellow
that's
flags.
just cleared. Yeah. That'll just be somebody running out of brakes.
Oh, I wonder, we're looking now. Look, I think the timing screen has sorted itself out.
Well done.
And while that's happened, Maserati's gone into the lead from the Lister Nobly. Vogele going very well indeed, and then the Tajero is fourth.
No, the Maserati was in the lead, the 61, the red 61. So that's as we thought it was.
Yeah.
With Yves Vogele just going across the start-finish line now.
Yeah. So as I say, the Vogele family, 3 generations racing. Charles, the original guy, very successful in a Porsche. That Porsche maybe, but certainly one like it. And as I say, worked together with the great Formula 1 driver Joe Siffert. Who's also a wonderful Le Mans competitor too. But there you are, and a modern number plate on the back of the bread van.
Of course. Sitting at the moment, that's at the Where is it on the screen? The bread van. That one seems to have dropped off for the minute. We'll let everything catch up. So, another Porsche. Bright red number 194. Here's Carlos de Quesada, who is sharing that car with Catesby Jones. Started in 10th position on the grid, and at the moment it's up to 6th.
Yeah, just why I got that wrong with the Bizzarini was that Giotto Bizzarini did design the bread van.
Of course he did.
For Scuderia Serenissima, and they built it on this short wheelbase 250 chassis.
I mean, nowadays you'd be locked up if you took, you know, a car like that and and changed it. Although I suppose, you know, we have had people doing that. Mr. Glickenhaus has recreated various cars on contemporary Ferrari running gear.
And the bread van did actually. We talked about the Tour Auto. The Tour Auto is a rerun of something that used to have called the Tour de France Auto, and the bread van finished second there in 1961 with Jean Tabien and Bianchi, 2 Belgian Formula 1 drivers. Aston again. And here's OKV1 then. Duncan Hamilton finished second at Le Mans, that very car. A factory. So quite a lot of details about, but not that many actual works cars. And it's being passed there by the Maserati. As I said, it really goes well, that Guillermo Fierro. We've got drivers waiting in the pits.
Yeah, we're just coming round to the opening of the pit lane window in about a minute's time, minute and a half's time. You mentioned Olivier Gendebien there, of course, in 1962, won Le Mans with Phil Hill.
Yeah.
The last time a front engine car won overall at Le Mans.
Yeah. Good stat.
That was a significant year for me, 1962.
I'd like to see that Tagera again in my very young days. I saw Jackie Stewart race at Tagera.
Really?
Yeah. He, of course, for a Curios. Yeah, Jackie's done a couple of races and Tagera. John Tagera was a designer, a lot like Eric Broadley. It was that group of very talented engineers that came up with Colin Chapman back in the 50s. I mean, so long ago now. There's a car you'd like to own. Whoa.
Couldn't afford the insurance on it. It's the number 20 that Andrew is talking about. When we talk about great front engine cars, Christian Dumoulin in the 250 short wheelbase Ferrari. And you know, fair play to everybody for bringing these classics out, because first of all, I do agree that particularly racing cars shouldn't be standing gathering dust or being polished in a museum.
They weren't built to do that. They were built to race.
When you bring them out to do this, you honour the people who designed and raced them and fettled them and spanned on them in their heyday. But goodness me, they are very expensive pieces of machinery. But you know what I love about this? Everybody, I talked about Francois Perraudot earlier on.
Yeah.
And he's got some he might have one of the best collections of racing cars anywhere in the world. Somebody in one of the listers taking the penalty loop for the MotoGP there. And I said to him, you know, how can you even think of taking some of these cars out? He said, it's a racing car. If you go out in a racing car and you always expect to get it back the same way that you took it out, you'll be disappointed. You don't go out with the thought of being able to do that, but you know, make sure that you understand that it might come back damaged. Then what happens if it's damaged, Francois? Then you fix it.
Yeah.
And you take it out and race it again.
So with the car we saw coming in, the pit lane window is not open yet. Oh, it is.
Just now.
Sorry, just now. Yeah, just a second ago. Yeah. So maybe he just got right in at the beginning, because if he's got a faster driver taking over, of course you would come in early. You'd want to.
Correct.
Oh, that's great.
This is the bright red number 12 running.
Yeah.
A little bit further down.
Yeah.
Beautiful machinery open top again, and that's Heinz Stamm in the Aston Martin DB24 Beton designed car. So
It's very unusual car.
Very unusual car, and very unusual to see it race. So again, fair play to Heinz Stamm for bringing it out and giving it an airing. Beautiful day now. The weather picking up. Air temperature hasn't got.
Are we
much.
sure that is what it says it is? That's an Alpha.
No, that's a different car.
Oh, that's a different car. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the number 36.
Sorry,
it was the 12 we were looking at before.
Yeah, of course.
36 is one of the TZs.
Yeah, beautiful little car. Oh, that was a interesting focus, Paul. There's a red van in.
Sorry, that was an SZ, not a TZ. That number 36. In comes the 160. Ferrari short wheelbase at the front, and then something very, very different at the back in terms of how it looks.
I think the father was handing over to a son. So he's got 3 sons at the race. There's a great rumbling Lister. I think that's a Chevy engine car.
Well, exhaust both sides would suggest not a straight 6 car.
Wasn't it? Yes, yeah. Exactly.
My first Jaguar, I had 2 Jaguars. I always wanted to own a Jaguar. I finally owned 2. Both of my Jaguars had the straight 6 engine that was the historical relative in terms of the engine block of the Le Mans winning Jags back in the 50s.
Really? Yeah.
Because the AJ6 engine did not change very much at all. They did a lot with the top end of the engine, but not with the block. Lovely. Straight 6 is silky smooth. The only straight 6 I've got now, believe it or not, is a motorcycle. Which is the mighty GT 1600, actually 1650cc BMW, transversely mounted straight 6, but that's very smooth, as you might imagine. And before we got ourselves sorted for this meeting, I was out on that on Thursday.
Lovely day on Thursday.
It was perfect day for it.
In the UK, in Spain, only about 16, 17 degrees. We had rain early on, of course, great shots of the birdcage.
Oh, being drifted through the corners as well by Guillermo Fierro. Just really getting on. UK registered car that, and at right-hand drive as well. Just underlining the international nature of automotive sales back in the early 60s. He's built up a decent lead now. Hasn't made his stop yet, though. Something around 3 seconds between him and the Lister. Where is the list? Pitted. Second place, Luc-Pierre Vercain has said, right, that's it. I've had my 22 minutes or thereabouts. Time to hand over in that number 1 car. Well, actually, he's not, but it's time to take a breath and take his pit stop, because he's driving that on his own. So he'll have a little sip of water, I'm sure, as this pack spreads out. Yeah, just a little chat with the driver down in the pit lane. That is the Lister Novelty.
Lovely leather work. It's got a decent, hasn't got a fiberglass seat in there.
No. I mean, the nod to contemporary safety is the hands device and the full face helmet.
Yeah.
Which I don't think is. People say that's too jarring, but I think you should have the best gear for your head.
It saves people crashing and being paralysed.
Totally. Austin Healey, the light green, almost Aston Martin moss green.
Yes.
That's the number 557, one of the higher numbered cars. And
that's Alex Ames there, who looks after all Hulusa's cars. So he's a great driver himself too.
That little Austin, the 557, the green car, is Philippe Petit, and that is a 104. So that's a 4-cylinder car going all the way back to 1955.
Now, we talked about the bread van and the Bizzarini influences. The Bizzarini, which is in this race, of Volker Hickert, I think is in the pits now, has moved up to 4th place.
Right.
And you'll see the nose of it looks just like the bread van. There's a lovely number 94.
Old English white.
Yeah.
It's just sort of an off-white colour. The 94 It is Georges Vercat. That's a 3.8. Meantime, in the pit lane, Herbie the Love Bug.
That's the yeah.
It's the right colour scheme and the right number.
That's a TVR.
The Grand Tourer Mark III.
Did a Grand Tourer race at the Sebring 12 hours?
Possibly.
Might have done.
1963 vintage. That guy Grant brought the car in. That is
that's the car. That's the car that Mark Hales is going to drive.
Right.
Next, yeah.
Well, absolutely in Herbie colours, the off-white with the red and blue and the number 53.
Yeah.
Some lovely saloon cars out there. Another Alpha 45.
Well, I wonder how Emberson and Greensall are getting on. So.
Well, I'll tell you when we've had the pit stops.
Yeah.
Because really nothing's going to unwind until we have had
Greensall
pit stops.
Emberson's up to 9th place in the Morgan, the 1963 Morgan SLR.
Well, because of where it's such a long pit lane and where the start-finish line is, I'm going to wait until everybody gets back out again after the pit stops.
See our old friend Catesby Jones, who I first encountered racing in the Daytona 24 Historic, is going well in a 9046.
Well, that was the lead car.
Some of these cars are replicas, are built by a company called Beck.
That was the Carlos de Quesada car that was right up the sharp end of the field.
Yeah, that's right. Yes,
the 194, the silver car.
They must be mates, hadn't they? Because I think they're both from Florida. I know de Quesada is based in Florida. Oh, look at this.
The DB Camionette from 1961, Francois Fouquier Attavia in the number 82, and then the Porsche 356. Now that's an interesting car because that's got it's called a hard top. Now you notice it's a bit more notchbacky than the standard car. Well, that is why it's called a hard top. That was Mark Julie in the number 40 car, I believe.
Well, one of the things I like about the Le Mans Classic, it's not like that DB. They have quite a lot of DBs racing there, but they line them all up together in ascending age order, and it's lovely to see the transition. Here's VPP one. We don't know which of the VPP ones it is. Here's the Aston going to come out again. Where's Snowy? Peter Snowden. You'd like to see that sort of thing.
Peter Snowden is commentating on the first round of the Nürburgring.
Oh, of course he is. Yeah, he's the expert on that, isn't it? The SLR Morgan's coming back out. Look.
That was.
We might see if it's definitely Greensall in it because he's got a blue crash helmet with stars around it.
Yeah, the NLS going on at the moment at the Nürburgring, delayed for over 50 minutes for the most bizarre reason I've ever heard. The tyre supply area was in the wrong part. They didn't move it after qualifying yesterday, and they realised it as they were doing yesterday rather. They had to move it during qualifying this morning, and it gave them a 50-minute delay to the start.
The trucks are parked in the wrong place?
They were supposed to move them overnight, and somebody forgot to tell them about it. In the pit lane for the TVR number 87, Grand Tourer. Again, nice. Now, I met these guys at the Spa Classic. Had a long chat with them in the Undercroft of coming down. Spoke them for about 5 minutes, and the younger of it's the Ashworths, that isn't it?
Yeah, is that father and son?
It is indeed. Yeah, and the younger said, "Are you?" And he said, "What was it? All of a sudden, you're that John Hindhaugh, aren't you?" And I said, "I've been that John Hindhaugh for quite a long time, to be honest." He said, "I've just realised talking to you who you are." I said, "I'm not anybody really. We listen to me voice all the way."
We touched on it before. When these DJs sign, "I've been so and so," when at the end of a program, well, no, you still are.
Yeah, exactly.
You just annoyed me.
Yeah.
Choice of rubbish, really.
If you like the programme, I was John Hindhaugh. If you didn't, then I was Joe Bradley.
Or even Andrew Marriott, yes. Now,
so
the lovely Maserati has just come out of the pits. I think he's been in and out. Yes, he's just left the pits now. That's that's a very American roll hoop on that car, isn't it? Is that 15?
It's the number 24.
24.
Yeah, that's the Hubert Baudin 11.
So that's the 11 with a 1500cc. Most of them came in 1220 inches.
Correct.
Yeah.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
So they were Ford engine cars, effectively.
What? No, the 11 Coventry Climax, aluminium Climax.
And the 1500 as well.
Absolutely.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. They
okay.
did a Climax engine. They did 2 litre as well. 2 litre went in the Lotus 15, was successor to this, which is what Johnny Molan is racing with Bond Grimes.
And Johnny raced one of the best races I've ever seen his life at the Spa Classic in the wet.
Yeah.
In that car. That was amazing.
Starring on another TV programme a couple of weeks ago.
Was he? On what?
First Dates.
He was not.
He was. And I spoke to him about it day before yesterday. A bit embarrassing. It was filmed 3 years ago.
I was going to say.
Yeah. Just after it sadly split up with his wife. It used to be a Grange Hill star, as we remember.
And a very good photographer, Fiona.
Yeah, a wedding photographer now. But anyway, so he went on that programme, and it was he'd been conned into it a bit. But anyway, and I didn't know about this. Our daughter's phoning me up saying, "What's Johnny doing on this programme?" His first response when I said, "Your daughter shouldn't be watching a programme like that." Well, I've never watched it, so I can't comment. But anyway, yeah, he's a great guy, Johnny, isn't he?
Morlam and Bonamy Grimes not here this weekend, but spoke to Johnny before we started broadcasting, and he's hopeful that they're going to be back later on, possibly for Spa Classic later on.
Yeah, because they're going to do Goodwood, because obviously we've got big race meeting, classic meetings coming up in the UK, and we've got the Goodwood members meetings, always a lovely event to go to, and then we've got the Donington race coming up after that.
You and Joe Bradley on the PA for that, I hear?
We are indeed, yes.
Great initiative here from Peter Auto to be streaming this. The first time we've done the full season.
Yeah, it's terrific, isn't it?
Yeah, I had a long chat, and thank you to Nicholas Bremo and the rest of the organising team. Met Nicholas for the first time at Spa Classic last year. Yeah. Oh, what a shame.
Oh dear, that's a Bizzarini. In the gravel.
Very, very good looking car.
That is unusual colour scheme, the gold and white. I've never seen that before, and that is going to bring out.
That car was running in the top 10 for Volta Hisa.
Yeah. Full course yellow.
I think that's going to be a safety car actually, because I don't think.
Yeah, no, you can't leave that there.
Not at turn 1.
So what have we got left? We've got 13 minutes left.
I think you
race.
Get that car out if you get the safety car out quickly.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you to Nicolas and the rest of the team. Had a thoroughly lovely weekend at Spa Classic, despite the somewhat torrential rain that we had at various times.
Yeah.
And that necessitated running late into the evening, but great racing. And we were talking about this project as far back as the middle of last year. Took a run over there in the Porsche and had a great run out, and was very well looked after, and that has led us to be involved in all of the streaming this year. Back at Le Mans Classic as well, and give you more details of that on when we get a little bit closer to it. So if you go on the Peter Auto site, you'll see all of the events this year that has the live streaming coverage as you're witnessing now, in French and in English language. The only one that the RSL audio team won't be doing, company team won't be doing, is the one at the end of the season, which is at Estoril. They've had their own people doing that for a long time.
So still Guillermo Fierro, the Spanish driver in the birdcage, in the lead. It's a narrow lead of 1.8 seconds over Luc-Pierre Vercoing.
Well, that's going to disappear now. We've got safety car.
We got Yves Vogelet in the Porsche, and then Anthony Schwauben in the second of the Listers, and then the Tajiro, which we haven't seen much of. And then after that it's Catesby Jones in another 9046, which I think is one of the Beck versions. And then it's Paul Anselin after that, and here they are. Lots of British sports, 3 different British sports car makers. Not only TVR sorted with us. I can't ever quite make out what's going on with that.
They've had a couple of tries to get that going again, haven't they?
Gordon Murray got involved a bit in one stage. I don't know.
There was
people love TVRs, don't they? TVR.
I love them and hate them in equal measure.
Exactly. Yeah,
it's a bit of a Marmite car.
Yeah,
sometimes even from minute to minute as an owner.
I've never
That's
driven.
Bruce.
I've never driven one actually.
Bruce Jones has got one.
I see.
Yeah. Try and get that back on the road this year, tells me, but he's been saying that for a wee while.
Yeah. Well, here's the crane.
Excellent. Well, and that they got the Manitou coming out, and that's why you had to go safety car.
They had to.
Couple of penalties to talk about crossing the pit exit line.
Oh.
30 seconds. That's going to kill anybody who's up the sharp end of the field. So Jacques Sandos in the list at Nobili is in 17th, number 26.
Oh yeah.
The 94 car is also getting one. Now that I don't think that's at the sharper end of the field.
I think that's down to the last 10. Where
is that car? Oh no, that's Georges Vercain in the E-Type. I knew he'd been watching. That was 14th, and that's it. It's just those two.
Yeah.
So they're going to go down the field. So how long does it take to get the Bizzarini 5300 GT from 1965 and Volker Hichet actually out of the
again, you know, with the pit stops, I think some of the pro drivers are getting longer pit stops like they will in the Porsche in the 2.0 race.
Well, Peter Vogler's just come back into the pit lane in the number 60 Porsche 904. That is a 4-cylinder car, I believe. And is he sharing with anybody? No, he's not. He's on his own. So he's just come in for a cup of coffee whilst he can. Not sure why.
There's the Tejero.
The number 100 Tejero.
Oh, they got him out. Well done. Good marshalling there. Good corner workers. And it's going again. No damage, of course. I bet gravel's going to be flying out.
You're right about that colour scheme. That is.
Well, even it's asymmetric as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've never seen it. I like it. It's different.
So the story of Bizzarini is an interesting one, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Of the car company.
Yeah. And some of those cars, they raced at Le Mans quite a lot.
Yeah.
Do you remember Brian Classic Racing one where some of them had riveted body. The one we went in was owned by this guy. I mean, this was one of these old-fashioned things back in the 60s, John. This guy, Derek Wharton, raced a Lotus Elite. This guy, Don, forgotten his surname, was a scrap metal dealer, had this Bizzarini Griffo, we know not why, and the deal was done in a pub over a pint. The bloke owned the car. He thought he couldn't race it. He thought Derek, who wasn't that quick, drove it. It might help sell it. And then, when I first joined Motoring News, we were able to borrow the car as a road test. And late Mike Twyton, then editor, we went up to Derby on the train and we came back, and I think we did about one stage on the M1 150 miles an hour.
Which was legal in those days.
It was legal.
There were no speed limits. Where it said no speed limit, there was no speed limit. But it's like the Autobahn still are.
And on the way to this Irish, we did 2 races actually. We did one at Dunboyne, and then the next week, which is and then one in Phoenix Park. On the way there, we went to Skip Brown, a well-known car preparer at the time.
Did a lot of Talbot and Chryslers.
He did, and he converted the car to run on 4 with a crossover manifold that we'd bought for some reason. 4, so the great big, Carter came off it, and these 4 Webers went on it. I don't know, it did gallons to the mile, I think, rather. And then I forgot, I didn't win anything, but the great thing, when we went to, as we're cylinder yellow, we just finished this story. We went to the pallet to scrutineering in Dunboyne, and the scrutineer came, and he literally went round and kicked each 4 tyres.
And that was it.
Handed out a notice. It said, "'Tis a fine car."
Right.
And that was the scrutineering.
Skip
Never forget it.
Skip Brown, I had
in Liverpool,
I had some Skip Brown bits on various Avengers and Sunbeams through the years.
Why he knew how to put 4 Weber carburetors on a Bizzarini Griffo. Was it Chrysler engine?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. I have no idea, but he did, and it worked fine actually. But it was an awesome beast.
So that was a 5.3 V8.
Yeah.
It's the big Chrysler lump. So
this is rather long yellow, and we've got 6 minutes remaining.
I think we'll go green at the end of this lap.
Yeah, I hope so.
And I think that's why the safety car was slowed down to try and get everybody else to catch up, because there's quite a big gap behind the first tranche of cars. Everybody's mixed in together, no weird buys or anything like that. So if you've lost a lap, you've lost a lap. Catesby Jones and just further back in that queue than I think he should be. And we're just waiting for one or two cars to get through. What I'm looking at here is, yeah, they're trying to get the rest of the cars to catch up, because we've got some quicker cars that are in the shout. In and out of the pit lane for the number 7 Porsche. And when you think of Porsches of that era, you do not think of a car that is that low and mid-engined. That's the 904 6 I'm talking about, the Carrera GTS. Eric Poirot in that car. You know, everybody always thinks of rear-engine Porsches because of the 911. Why wouldn't you? But that didn't come along till 1962. And then I've 356s, of course, before that. All were rear-engined, very lightweight, small capacity engine. But mid-engine Porsches have been around for a very long time. The 908, and then the 914, the 914 6. What I wouldn't give for a 914 6, but I don't think I can have another Porsche without doing the one in, one out.
Yes.
Of course, that, you know, more recently, the car that's credited with being one of the saviours of the Porsche brand was the Porsche Boxster, which begat the Cayman. That came out at the same time as the 996. Used a lot of the bits from the 996 version of the Porsche 911, all the front subframe, but they put the engine in the middle, and the responsible adult drives a 981 Boxster 2.7. It's the 24 valve standard car. I know there's an engine in there, but I've yet to see it, because you can only see it from underneath, and there's no access to it from the top. I mean, there must be somehow, but it's not for me to go finding it. But being a flat 6, it is mounted so low and so in the middle. The balance of those cars, those mid-engine Porsches, and it was ever thus with the 908s and the 914s. I sat in a very lovely, Hurley Haywood showed me.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
A very lovely 914 6 at Brumos many years ago, which was for sale. And I said to him, if this is for sale, let me know when I get home, and I'd like to buy it. And he told me the price of it in dollars, and it was $2 to the pound at the time. And I'll tell you later how much it was.
Oh.
And I buy cars on the interior. I always reckon you can fettle the exterior. The interior of this car was pristine. It was a genuine 9146 wide body, Brumos history, road car, black on black. It wouldn't have been my favourite. I'm not a favourite of black cars, but I fell in love with the interior. Left-hand drive, obviously. And so I said to Hurley, right, I'm having that. So I got home, and he sent me a note saying they've changed their mind. We're back to green flag racing, and the front of the field, the battle is on.
Yeah.
But this is the 61 car coming round. Now, the question to me is this the battle for the lead?
Yes, I'm sure it is.
Luc Pierre Verquin and the number 61.
It's on the inside line.
Yes, it is. Guillermo Fierro, side by side. So there was a swap, and now it's going back surely to the birdcage. No, turn 4 down the inside.
Down the inside.
Uphill, long right-hander. Take any line you want round here, but you just need to get the exit right. Stay across to the right-hand side of the road. You don't have to use all the exit. One of the toughest corners on the circuit is turn 5. Downhill, left-hander. The camber changes right about now. And if you get on the wrong side of it, you drift wide.
He's done it. I'm sure he's done it, yeah.
What the leader did. And down the inside for the 61, Guillermo Fierro leads down at the bottom of the hill, Andrew.
Lester's got huge amounts of grunt, but better handling and maybe a bit more speed in the driver to took it through into the lead. But it's not over, because it got the grunt of that big Chevy engine, and you can see just then through the windshield, you could see the little tubes, the birdcage we talked about earlier.
There's a decent gap going down to the braking area at turn 10.
Yeah.
It used to be a much tighter turn down there underneath a brand new facility, which has been put up in the last year, which is, it used to be just the old bridge. Now it's got hospitality suites in it and all sorts of fantastic investment by Circuit de Catalunya and the Automobile Club of Catalonia, RABC. Down through turn number 13. Now downhill again to the final corner. Now, is that a big enough gap that Guillermo Fierro has built down the front straight, because that Lister will be quick. Here it comes, over the top of the right. By no means a flat straight here.
Oh, the Alpha spun.
Number 10 gone round. That's a turn 5, that downhill area, just where I was talking about.
And the side-by-side again. Look at this, John. Oh, terrific racing. So,
big checkered flag next time around, Andrew.
Yeah.
So the Lister Nobly did almost have the grunt. Needs to be a tiny bit closer coming out. Well, it's only going to be the dash to the line, so they're going to have to be a lot closer.
This is going to be almost a dead heat, isn't it, I think? Terrific battle.
Yellow flag at turn 8 now, so there'll be no overtaking there. It's the Grand Tour, the Herbie Grand Tour, the 53 car. It's the Ashworth's car, but that's moving again. That's good news.
Yeah, that's out of the way. And the Mazda Birdcage just pulled out a length or two, hasn't it, John?
And that is going to be crucial when we get to the line through the bottom of the hill again. Now, climbing up.
Yeah, looking to take a bit of a tighter line, but
too easy to go too wide here, and the curbs on the exit here are very, very nasty. That's about perfect. You do not want to be onto the yellow sausage curb there. Now up to the top of the hill, little dab of the brakes by our leader, Guillermo Fierro. You saw the suspension drop down. Is the Nobly close enough? I tell you what, it's going to be tight this. You're right. Up the hill from turn 10 through 11, the Nobly will gain again. So from about now, as the power goes on, the Nobly will use all of its torque. It's more about the torque than the power, and closes in through the top of the hill now, right at the top of the hill at 13, then the dash down the hill to 14. That's going to be the key point. Nice little drift by Guillermo, who leads.
Oh, he's driving beautifully, isn't he?
Fantastic.
He's not going to lose it, John. Look, here he comes to the line.
Brilliant.
And all right, the Jag's closing up a bit. Not the Jag, the Lister's closing up a bit, but the checkered flag waves, and there he goes, takes the victory. And terrific battle.
Luc Pierre wins it. Guillermo wins it. Now, hang on a minute.
What's going on here? Because
hang on.
Our timing screen shows something different. So that's a line.
Yeah. I'm going by what I saw at the line, because I didn't see any penalties.
But we didn't see any penalties, and it's not. Well, once it's showing the gap, as 0.9 of a second. I don't understand that.
Stand by, caller. I'm just having a look. That sounds to me like a pit stop infringement, if it's anything. Yeah, and that's exactly what it is.
Really?
Yeah. 9-second time penalty. So Guillermo will drop even further back.
Oh.
So that was a pit stop infringement. And so it was a little bit short on his pit stop time.
Yeah, what he's done, he hasn't counted. So the pit stop is a minute plus what we call the vector, which is the coming in, the stopping, and the going out again. And they tell you what the vector is. Probably about 21 seconds here. I haven't seen the exact figure, and he's just gone a bit too soon. He's just accelerated down the pit lane.
And what happens is, the reason it's an odd numbered penalty is it's a multiple of how. So for it'll be 5 times, or 3 times, or whatever.
I'm involved in running a Lotus Elan in the UK, and at Brands last year, we were 0.1 of a second too fast, and they let us get away with it.
Ooh.
And then at Silverstone, we were 0.1 of a second slower. We were pretty pleased with that.
Yeah.
But you have to calculate. It's very difficult to calculate. I mean, usually a driver can do it on the cockpit, in the cockpit. But you just 0.1 of a second.
In a car with a radio, of course.
Well, I feel sorry for Fierro there, but then needs a new team manager. Well, we got
either that or he didn't hold his revs on the way down like he was supposed to do.
Yeah.
Because that's another thing. There's no pit lane speed limiter on these cars. Let's run down the results then from the screen. The Lister Nobly Chevrolet, Luc Pierre Vercat takes the victory. He drove solo. At the moment, Guillermo Fierro is still scored in second place. He's
showing the gap as 0.9 of a second.
Yeah, unless unless the one car had a penalty as well, which I didn't even think of looking for that.
A lesser penalty, maybe.
Yeah, exactly right. So it might have been decided on penalties when they came in. There was, well, certainly I saw a penalty for the 61, but I haven't seen a penalty. Oh, there we are, number 1. What's that one? No, that's a new personal best. So I'm going to leave that one.
Yeah.
A couple of drivers have been asked to go immediately to the stewards. I suspect there won't be coffee and biscuits waiting for them for that one. Very strict driving standards applied in classic events, and I'm pleased to see that. So Lister Nobly wins from Maserati Type 61, known as the Birdcage, of course, or Tipo. I worked out what 63 was the other day. I suppose we better do the proper Italian pronunciation of that later. The Tejero eventually up into third place for Dr. Afshin Fatemi. Yves Vauclair in fourth place. Dr. Fatemi winning his class, by the way.
Terrific drive by him.
Yeah, came through the field nicely. The Porsche, number 58, the silver car, second in class and fourth overall. Anthony Schwaron from the Lister Nobly, third in his class and fifth overall. Catesby Jones, third in his class and sixth overall in another Porsche 9046. Paul Ancelin in the 31 Austin Healey, fourth in his class and seventh overall. Carlo Vogler in the best of the Alfa Romeos, that TZ, coming through to eighth overall and fifth in class. Let's pick out some more of the winners. Heinz Stamm in the Aston Martin DB2 for Bertone. The open top car was 19th and won the E1 class, excuse me.
Did you mention Robin Ellis did a good job in the elite?
He was up into fourth place in the GT E2 GT class and 10th overall. Nigel Greensall in the Morgan, eventually 9th and 6th in the F class. And I think that's all of the major finishers. Then who else was in E1? That was Michael Grossfilier in the Allard. He was second in the E1 class and third Andrea Salusa in the E-Type. That was the number 170 car that we saw earlier on. So those were your winners. Tight at the line, but penalties applied for the leading car, which took it back to second place overall.
Just on those Porsche 9046s, the Vogler car, I'm pretty sure is an original car.
Oh, really?
But the other one that Catesby drove is a Beck built one, built in Atlanta by Chuck Beck. And you can buy quite a lot of replica road cars as well. A nice piece of kit, and completely in the ethos of the original. I mean, as many of these cars are, of course.
Well, some of them use the original plans.
Yeah.
Nowadays, of course,
they've got a word for that, haven't they?
Like continuation.
No. It'll come to it. Anyway, we've got one more race left, John, which is going to be the 60s endurance, and indeed it will be endurance because this is a 2-hour race going to the dark, maybe.
Well,
or into the dusk, anyway. I think
we've got the. Have we not got the?
Oh no, we've got
GT2.
Sorry, my mistake. We've got GT2 Legends first. Yeah. Sorry, I'm rushing forward. Yeah.
So I know you want to get to that endurance race,
Yeah,
but don't rob me of GT2.
Yes, and lots of that. This is a race for you, John, because you know so much about these Porsches. What else have we got? We got a pretty quick Corvette with John Emberson, who we just saw in the SLR. He's jumping from that into a Chevrolet Corvette 2010 C6 with Greensall. That will be competitive. We've got the Bush twins are in a Toyota Supra 2004.
Really?
No idea what that is.
Oh yeah, that's 14th. Yeah.
Maxwell Lynn, son of
Sean,
who we saw earlier, is in a F430 Ferrari. We got a couple of DBR 9s in this, including Mr. John B. And we'll see what transpires. We got at the back, I think, to watch for is Dominic Gwynna, who I think will be quick. He's won a lot of races.
Philip Caddery is quick as well.
But got the Gwynna family, his father.
Pierre Erret out there.
Pierre Erret, hotel owner, winemaker. raced a lot. You've seen him many times racing in the world. Lovely guy, Swiss guy, I think, hotelier basically. But just to say, the Gwinnett family are they were the people that started Richard Mille watches. With Richard Mille, are still involved. So Richard Mille's sons race, and the Gwinnett's father and son all race.
We've got a Marcus LM 500 in the hands of Stephen Keating as well from 1994. The times were set in the wet, so the 202 are going to be blown away. With Sebastian Glazer in there's a couple of 993 GT2 Evos at the head of the field, last of the water-cooled cars, tremendous pieces of kit, worth an absolute fortune. He qualified just ahead of Tim Pappas and Jerome Blakemolen, then John Emerson and Nigel Greensall in the C6, and I can say a ZR1 for that.
You can,
because it's American. And then a whole slew of Porsches. Benoit Romac in another 993 GT2 Evo. Then a 997, Lars Rollner and Patrick Simon. Patrick normally would be on duty in the pit lane at the Nürburgring right now. I wondered why I didn't see him when I was watching that coverage this morning. That's a 997 GT3 RSR. Alongside them is Jean-Louis Briand and Nick Padmore in a 996 GT3 RSR.
Padmore obviously very successful in single seaters, but historic Formula One champion 3 or 4 years. Very quick guy. Jean-Louis Briand is the guy that really invested in Nick right at the very beginning when he started to become, a very successful historic driver. Also, near the front is my local independent Porsche dealer, Mark Sumpter.
Oh yes.
Just outside Tunbridge Wells. And Sumpter's raced a lot of Porsches over the years, still pretty quick. Runs Paragon Porsche there in 5 Ashes in East Sussex.
There's a whole slew, or herd, as they are prancing horses, I suppose we should call them, of the Ferrari F430 GTC. That was a GT2 car of its era. I was just checking to make sure that wasn't a challenge car, but no, they are proper GT2 cars, and we've got many of them. Mauro Ricci, the first one, he's in 7th position. In 8th at more Porsche. BMW M3 E36, Scooter Gable, who's driven BMWs for donkey's years.
Yeah.
E36 from the turn of the 2000s, absolutely classic, iconic BMW. Still a quick car, still a good-looking car. That Toyota Supra GT2 from 2004. That's a very interesting car. I need to find out more about that.
Yeah, lots of interesting drivers in this. We've got Mark Davis from Belgium, big purveyor of racing, second-hand racing cars. I've seen him win lots of races in Lola T70 Spider, the Daytona Classic and other places like that. And his son's in the race as well, Matthias. So lots of interesting drivers. And looking down, Pierre Arret, you just mentioned, Mr. John and B's in this, and the Aston Martin. Sohail Ayari is also in this. I hope he's okay, fit to race after that shunt we saw in the Peugeot. And say, watch out for Dominic Guenard. And we got Tim Pappas, who from Black
Racing.
Black Swan Racing.
He was out of racing for quite a while. Had a very awful accident, very scary accident at the Bathurst 12 Hours a few years ago, which involved the car hitting the wall pretty hard, coming down into the final corner at Merry's. And the car burst into flames, put him out of racing for a while, but he's been back doing a few classic events and some contemporary stuff as well. Right, okay, so the Toyota GT2 was developed in France by Jean-Pierre Signoret and Jacques Poix to originally compete in the French Championship from 2002 to 2006. A lot of GT500 parts, so some flared wheel arches. It is a 3-litre twin turbocharged 2JZ GTE engine. So that is the straight 6 engine.
And it's developed by Orica, I see.
Yeah, and Orica were involved in it as well. And it's been racing in this championship as far back as 2019. And it's run very quickly and won the Endurance Racing Classic class at the 10 000 Tour de Castellet.
I look forward to seeing that in action then.
Soyela Yari drove that car in 2021 at the Le Mans support race, which at a 4 minutes and 4 minutes and 5 second lap was the same pace as the GT1s of the same period and much quicker than the GT2s. So that car was sold in the middle of last year. So congratulations to its new owner.
We're talking about that because it's a pretty rare beast, isn't it?
Very rare
It's not,
beast.
yeah. We've got all these Porsches. John, which are the quickest? I mean, we've got 996s, 993s and so on, and 997s. What's the relative merits, do you think?
Well, the 993 is the smaller, lighter car and has the brilliant Metzger engine, the 993 air-cooled engine. That they kept that engine in racing for a long time, actually, after the road cars had switched to the air-cooled engine. That they'll be good in these conditions. Track temperatures just dropped actually down to 17 degrees. It's way up in the early 20s earlier on. But when it gets slippery or greasy, and then you want a Porsche. The 997, the RSR, the Patrick Simon and Lars Rollner car, that's at the sharp end of the field. That should be a bit of a beast. And that had a lot of, I mean, they'd moved on a lot just in those, 5, 6, 7 years. And there's some cars further back in the field as well that are slightly out of position, I guess, because they are qualified wet, including the Lionel Robert car, which is a twin-turbo GT2R from 2003. That's the 996 year.
Lionel Robert raced at Le Mans a lot. I think when I was checking.
That's out of position, that car, I reckon.
Yeah, he comes from Le Mans, doesn't he? 10 Le Mans starts for them with Courage. Well,
he'll know how to pedal.
He'll know how to pedal. I mean,
the few Ferraris, so we've got those 430s. A couple of 430s in the field. The BMW M3 we talked about. There's an Aston Martin DBRS 9.
I think there's two.
Well, Son of B is running one of them, and Mr. John of B with Le Commandeur is running the other.
Now, who is Le Commandeur? They had a very good result. The V2V run some long distance races, the V2V group, and Mr. John of B and Le Commandeur won the 6-hour Ricard at the end of last season.
Right.
So
they're all nom de cause because along with Son of B is Looping.
Yeah, who is Looping?
Got to be a DJ, hasn't it, or something
like
that?
I thought Looping was a plant.
That's
I can't ever grow.
Yeah. And that's more Monty Python and the Holy Grail than Ibiza Dance Club.
Yeah, little plug for my book. It's been out a long time now. Is much more of this. I got a whole chapter about nom de guerres. Always.
Yeah, it can be a war out there. Yeah,
but lots of Germans do it. But then in a way, Nelson Piquet. He dropped the family name, same as Senna.
Yeah,
Senna, because
he was Da Silva, wasn't he?
Yeah, well, but Da Silva is like Smith. There's hundreds of them.
Yeah.
But there's been all sorts of ones over the years,
including some people who were trying to hide their identities from family because they didn't want families to know that they were racing. Famously, a Le Mans winner did that, of course, and then he was seen in the paper. That was
John Winter.
John Winter. Yeah.
And what happened to him?
Oh,
he went to America and he developed the toy business, and then he had some mental health issues. And
yes, he did.
And he's one of the few racing drivers to actually take his own life.
Yes,
sadly,
absolutely.
John Winter, but Louis Craggs. I mean, he's about the best known that's raced under pseudonym.
Yeah, and there was a few others who did it for other reasons, more nefarious reasons down through the years.
But Mr. John B does it for humour.
Yeah.
I did try to speak to him about it at Goodwood a few years about why, and I didn't really quite get to the bottom of it. But he's definitely an Anglophile.
Yeah.
And Jean-Remy Guitard is his name. Yeah, but we don't know what his son's name is, except his son of. And as for the
John Junior, maybe.
He could well be, couldn't he?
And do we know where he made his money?
Oh yeah, he's still making it. He is in carbon fibre composite, but I think they make plane wings and things like that. It's not for racing cars. It's big time.
Right. Excellent.
Yeah. Well, the cars are out on the track now.
Penultimate race of the day.
Yeah.
Another 40-minute contest. This for the Endurance Racing Legends. And originally, the Endurance Racing Legends all used to run together, but this GT2 category in particular has become so popular.
To split it.
They've had to give them their own race. There were 36 cars entered, of which 30, I think, put in qualifying times. We'll see how many actually show on the timing screen. At the moment, I've got 33 on there. So not everybody who entered has come around. So perhaps some of those cars that we mentioned at the back end of the field, the Marcos and the twin turbo, the bi-turbo Lionel Robert 996, number 996 as well. Haven't seen that car come round yet. It will be a rolling start, as they all have been.
John, the DBR9 Aston should be competitive with these Porsches, shouldn't it?
Oh yeah, and now it's dry, particularly.
I'm asking the question because we know IR is starting on the back row of the grid. And I think he's sharing that car with the son of me.
Yeah.
But he must surely come through the field. And
Sebastian Glazer is listed on pole position with Benoit Romac, both in 993 GT2 Evos. In fact, the top three there is Tim Pappas.
Oh, somebody's pulling off.
Oh, already.
Oh, what's he doing?
It's gone off. That car has slid off the road, and that is one of the earlier cars.
That was a bit silly.
Now, I reckon, that is the 52.
Just got a wheel falling off it.
Yeah, that's Benoit Romac. He should have been at the front of the field.
Yeah, it should be on the front row of the grid. Whoa, the drama is before the race has even started.
Qualified on the outside of the front row, yeah. So we're seeing, again, a rollout that isn't necessarily exactly the same as the qualifying times from earlier today, but we're going to put that on one side. The 993s, I mean, I'm very fortunate to have a 993 road car, the last of the cars. It is such an elegant shape and takes a lot of styling cues. British designer, of course, and it takes a lot of styling cues from the 959. The rolled wheel arches and the headlight positioning particularly. Absolutely lovely looking car. And in the racing cars, and particularly with the 992S, the S signified the wider body car. No difference to the engine. Actually, the S had a lower top speed than the narrow body car because of the extra drag from the wider wings.
For me, the car to watch for, I think, is the 540. Tim Pappas starting it, but he's going to hand over to Jerome Blukemolen.
Yeah.
You know, hugely successful
the 540 is the Black Swan number. Always was the Black Swan. That's Tim Pappas. Gave a lot of young drivers their start, including Damien Faulkner.
Yeah.
Race for him. Here we go to the green lights, and they are illuminated. 40 minutes starts counting down. Let's see how we get on. That's a trio of Porsches at the sharp end of the field, and the white with the black and green is the Tim Pappas car. That's the 540 machine coming to the front of the field immediately. Behind that is the Emka coloured car, Steve O'Rourke type racing car, the EMI car. And as we say that, of course, we have to think of Eddie Jordan.
We do.
Who raced at Le Mans in a BMW with Steve O'Rourke. And sadly, we lost EJ earlier on this week.
Yeah, it was an M1, was it? Yeah, EJ, what a marvellous character he was. I mean, the tributes have all been paid. What can I add to them?
We can't.
But I didn't
know. I've forgotten he raced at Le Mans with Steve O'Rourke.
Yeah, when I first...
Manager of Pink
I can
Floyd,
tell my little story quickly. First time I ever saw EJ, he was still racing in Formula Ford at Aintree, believe it or not, and he won the race, and he did an Irish jig.
Of course he did.
Of course
he was each year.
Yeah.
The E36 moving up is in the colours of PTG, which was the ALMS team, and Tommy Milner. Yeah.
Well, Tommy Milner's dad ran it.
Well, Tom Milner, senior.
Tom Milner,
and they were odd in those days because it was an open tyre formula. They ran Yokohama tyres.
Yeah, when nobody else did.
Nobody else did. Hans Stuck drove for them. Bill Oberlin, of course, BMW and Bill Oberlin.
Still winning races in BMW is extraordinary. What a character.
Yeah, amazing stuff. So it's the Tim Pappas 540 leading from in second, Sebastian Glazer in the GT Silver car. Tell me, look, I don't like that. I've never liked the big rear wings. I understand why they're there on race cars. I don't like them on road cars. But that is such an elegant shape, of course, of the 993. And you know, when you don't have that fixed rear wing on the road cars, they look great. It's going to be a move down the inside, I think, from Glazer. He's got the slipstream here. No pass flaps here, no DRS. So doesn't get the opportunity to open that. Got the Corvette pulling out further back with John Emberson. If it was indeed he who started the race, he's pulling out, trying to make up ground. Paul McLean it is in the EMI, the red and white car in third. And then it is Scooter Gable in that E36 from 2000.
Yeah, Emberson just made a pass, I think.
Past 2 Ferraris, I think, there.
Yeah, and if he can just keep it in the zone, not too far behind, I tell you, Nigel Greensall is a possibility to take this race.
Max Lynn, one of the 2 Ferrari GTTs that he passed there, and Max has just gone past Mauro Ricci as well to take second in the class GT2C. John Emberson leading that in the Corvette. It is the correct colour, that car as well. That is the, I think it was called Velocity Yellow back in 2000. Is that a 2000 car? Yes, I think it is.
There was a Ricky that raced at Le Mans. I wonder if that's the son. Just can see his face now with
very
a beard.
good.
Yeah,
very good.
Yeah,
threatening clouds over to turn 1 and 4.
But here's your Toyota, John.
Wind up those twin turbos. That's a very, very unusual car. He's going to get a free pass here on one of the Porsches as the Supra goes through and makes up a position on David Sani, I think. Yes, it was, who just went a little bit wide in the number 85. And that car's going to be really quick. And already the Ferrari's catching the Porsche here. That's the number 36 car of Mark Sumter. And in fact, that's Mark going through on the Ferrari. Mark Sumter, what he has forgotten about Porsches, as more and more people will know.
Race a Porsche 962 and so on. I drive past his dealership regularly, actually, and everything's very smart there.
Side by side, Porsche and BMW for second, Glazer and McLean. And for a moment, the BMW was scored ahead, but the EMI, number 35, the red and white car, Tim Pappas, still leading and just getting away a little bit from that battle in the white car with the green stripes. Oh, no, he's not, because he's got Glazer right with him. So that was Paul McLean and Scooter Gable. My apologies, not Sebastian Glazer. So Glazer has caught the leader and has a much tighter line coming through turn number 4. Top of the hill at turn 5. Defensive line taken by our leader as he drops down the hill. Just keep the car in the middle of the road, Pappas. Oh, those clouds are beginning to look very nasty on the far side of the circuit. It's not typically where the weather comes from, actually. It normally comes from the northern side of the circuit, over the top of the hills.
Yeah, terrific battle here between Pappas and Glazer. The New York real estate man currently in the lead from Glazer, who we saw earlier in the Nasomax. So they've already pulled out from Scooter Gable.
Well, they are both listed as 1999 cars, but I think Glazer's got the slightly later body kit on it.
Yeah, you would know, John.
I'm just it might just be a feature of the colour scheme, because the wheel arch extensions are coloured black on that car, so they stand out a bit more. He's certainly got the car under him at the moment. The challenge for the lead as they come through the final corner. Our camera's still bearing witness to how much water fell earlier on with a bit of condensation there. We weren't putting in a whizzy, arty effect. Thank you to all of our camera operators, by the way. Merci for all of your hard work throughout the day, even when the weather was awful. And it was awful this morning. So the 2 leaders by nearly 6 seconds now to Scooter Gable, who's got Paul McLean right with him. Max Lynn gaining on that battle.
Yeah, Max is going very well. And obviously the younger of the sons of
and he has just packed Mark Sumter. In that Ferrari Porsche battle. But it's Porsche and Porsche at the front of the field. The 993s, absolutely the car to have in these conditions. It was wet when they qualified, and they would have been interesting to say the least.
Yeah, Mark's been racing the best part of 30 years and was in a Porsche champion in the UK, Porsche Club champion 17, 18 around that time. Also races a Lotus Cortina on occasion. But yeah, battle here between Pappas and Glazer, and this big field of cars, primarily from Germany, but a bit of France in there as well, a bit of Italy.
So 1,100 kilos the race weight of these 993s. And I mean, just gorgeous looking cars. They built 11 of them between 1996 and 1998. This is the second version of them, which they put an even bigger turbocharger of them, and they go for good money nowadays. Very good money indeed.
Quite a bit of turbo lag, I'd imagine.
They, yeah, the Porsche have always been got very good with turbos. The early cars, the prototypes, it was press and wait. I'm talking to Derek Bell about various versions that he drove. But these cars looking the absolute business and doing the business at the moment. Now 8 seconds to the good. Scooter Gable's just put his fastest lap in, but he's 2 and a bit seconds slower than the cars ahead of him. Now, is he going to be under challenge from behind? Paul McKean. No, it's going to be Max Lynn, actually, who is the threat to the third step of the podium overall. I know that isn't the case. They're all in different classes, but that 430, lovely car to drive, the 430 GTC. That is one of the first of the paddle shift cars, and very user-friendly. Still people campaigning those cars in Brit Car Endurance and 430s and 460s. Remember doing the Northeast launch of the 460 Road Guard Croft for our local Ferrari dealer. We weren't allowed to take the car out on the track. We had one of them in the pit lane for the number 30 Ferrari. Resplendent in Ferrari yellow. Tamara Ricci, who came out of a pretty decent position here, and that's very early. A bit of debris on track of the pit exit. There's a big lock-up ahead of Paul McLean. That must have been Mark Sumner who locked up his left front. That's very unusual as he went into turn 4.
Yeah, so Paul's the UK guy from comes from Hampshire, I think, near Thruxton, from Andover, and he runs an outfit called GT Classics. And he's going well. I'm not so aware of him, but he's certainly doing a great job here, isn't he? Yeah.
Tim Pappas now with the fastest lap of the race, of his race, should I say, a 150.602. I'm just looking to see if there is anybody faster than that. No, there isn't. So Tim pacing himself, but everybody's lap times, everybody doing their best laps of the race in the top 4. Add to that Mark Sumter, who's 6th now, and Pierre Irette up to 7th position in the Ferrari 430 now. He's charged through the field.
Just going back to McLean, you'll like him, John, because he says he's really is an enthusiast for the 1990s air-cooled cars.
Yeah, of course he is. Of course he is. And that's
I love the Ferrari coming out now.
Down the inside of Scooter Gable. It's into turn 4 again. And that is Max Lynn then, leading his class, but now knocking on the door of a top 3 overall here. So, class leader Tim Pappas in first, Seb Glazer in second, in the same class as Tim. Scooter Gable leading his class, and now being usurped by Max Lynn. So, out of the top 4, 3 are class leaders. So, that BMW.
Yeah, Emberson in the Corvette has dropped to 9th, actually.
Yeah, he was going well earlier on, and that's 4th in class as well. Put a couple of slower laps in. Other class leader, Pierre-Alain France in the 458 Italia. He's leading the Invitational class in 17th position.
Just going on to those Astons, neither of them started. Mr. John Abbee's car or the IRA.
I thought I hadn't seen them in the lane.
They didn't start.
It's a shame.
And another guy I thought might be competitive, Dominic Goinat, he didn't start either.
No.
So that's 3 members. So we got 30 cars. There's the 49 of Pierre-Alain Trudeau.
In the pit lane. That's a GT3R from 2001. And that looks a bit early for his pit stop. We're getting down to it. Should be within the next minute. The leaders have gone through. New fastest lap of the race overall for Sebastian Glazer, and he's closed right up on Tim Pappas again as they go down towards the far side of the field. They're at turn 4 at the moment, and my goodness me, there's nothing between them. I can't split them on the tracker.
Similar colour schemes. Look,
Lynn in 3rd place.
Lynn's really come on a lot the last couple of years. Got the opportunity to drive some of his father's decent cars.
Mark Sumter has now gone ahead of Paul McLean in the two red and white Porsches. That's for 5th and 6th. 36 is Mark. Paul's in the EMI car. That car's dropped off the pace just a little bit. Pierre Eret gaining on them at some pace. He's just at a 52.0. The other car's lapping in 54s and 53s.
Just going back to Maxwell, his dad has let him run the Bentley. Quite recently, he's been winning races in it.
I saw him run the, I think it was the Cosworth engine car at Spa in the middle of last season. When was that? In the start of last season. That was May 17th to 19th last year. That was the first time I'd seen that car run. I'd seen it at Progressive before that, but that was the car that Bentley denied existence of course.
Yeah, they did.
Because what happened on that, and this is really interesting, that they were waiting for the development of the 3.6 engine. Because it was a coupe, it was allowed to have a 4-litre engine, and they were working on a new version of the engine. And
this was a Bentley engine.
They were Audi and Bentley were working together on the engine because they were allowed to have a slightly different displacement. They had to run smaller tyres. So if you remember, the aero program and the body and chassis program was finished first. And so they were sitting there with a car that had no engine in it.
Yeah.
So they basically bolted a Cosworth into it.
A Formula One engine, basically.
Yes.
Sort of.
Yeah. And let that car rip. And therefore it never raced. It was never meant to race. It was there to be a mule. Problem. That was the... Now that is the Porsche that was at the front of the field. That's Seb Glazer's car, I think, running slowly.
I think it was.
The number 22.
Pappas definitely in the lead.
And Pappas is now 5 seconds up the road.
Yeah.
So that was Glazer's car moving slowly.
And pit window's not open yet, is it, John? No.
I haven't seen that come through from race control. So all of a sudden, Pappas has a 13-second lead, make that 14 seconds, and the second place car is Max Lane, but he's not lapping any faster than Tim Pappas. That's such a shame, because that was a great battle. He closed right up, Seb Glazer closed right up to the back, and in fact, that car's picked up again. Because he's just done the fastest lap of the race. He's just done a 49.4. So that was across the line.
Fumbling with gears or something.
I don't know.
Selection or something like that, could be. So Pappas, Lynn, Sumter, Gable in the BMW. Then Glazer.
Now Paul McLean now has gone past Glazer.
Yeah.
Here they come to complete another lap with 25 minutes to go. Sun out now. And bright sunshine in the evening at 25 minutes past 5 here at Barcelona. The 5:40. Black Swan Racing, sort of, if that was a football strip, it'd be Black Swan Racing away kit, wouldn't it? Because they used to race in black and green with alternate stripes on it. Well, that's a mostly white car with the black and green stripes put on it. I really like that. All of those cars came in Carrera white. The standard Kent's race white from Weissach. Porsche's home of motorsport, still is. The GT road cars come from a wee place called Flacht. Separate engineering department there for all of the GT cars, including the brand new Taycan Turbo SGT, their electric car. No rear seats and over 1100 horsepower. I've driven the standard Turbo S, and that is impressive enough. I can't even begin to think what a flat.
Yeah. The window is open, John.
Has just opened, yes.
So we should see some people coming in soon.
It's only open for 10 minutes, so everybody has to stop, even if you're not changing drivers.
Yeah.
Worth reminding you of that. Because you have to do your pit stop. Tim Pappas at the moment absolutely bossing this.
And when you think Jerome's going to be getting in the car?
Well, unless that's Jerome that starts.
No, that's not. Yeah.
We'll see when he gets in. Jerome just, another man who's the busiest guy in motorsport. You'll know because Tim is very, very tall. That might be Blake Hamilton's helmet, actually. I'll tell you when he comes into the pit lane, if we get a shot of it. Can't see the pit lane from our vantage point here. Well, what a change. It looks like a different season from what it was this morning when it was torrential rain when these cars were qualifying. Now, bright sunshine.
Now, that Ferrari
Yeah.
has got Cross of St Andrews on it.
Yes.
Not now.
See if I can.
I was wondering if there's anything to do with
Max
that.
Lynn.
Yeah. Well, no, not
Well.
Sky from Essex. The Lins.
Oh, those GT2 cars raced
Well,
all over the world.
yeah, I wonder where that came from, though, that car, you see.
It's got a history, running in its original colours.
Thinking Andrew Ciccoldi or somebody like that.
Let's see if we can see. It's the car from
Was it-
Warehouse car.
Ah,
It says on the side. And what does it say on the bonnet? My eyes are not as good as they used to be. I recognise that logo if I could only see it. It's
Not-
Cobra. It's the Cobra car, isn't it?
yeah, so it is Ciccoldi.
Yeah, exactly
yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Who went on to work for McLaren and run a couple of programmes there.
They're still doing it, aren't they?
Yeah.
Very successfully together with Chris Goodwin.
Yeah. Ran the race
Well,
programme for a little while. So, first of the pit stops coming in, slew of cars. Mark Sumter in the pit lane. Paul Clean in the pit lane. Scooter Gable not getting out the car. The Super is in there as well. That was Dennis Bush who brought it in. His brother that takes it out.
Yeah, they're twins. And they've had a lot of success in this series.
Not unique to have racing twins. Of
No.
course, we have the identical racing twins that normally race for Herbert Motorsport.
Yeah. Or are Herbert Motorsport.
Interesting, they're not racing this weekend at either the VLN or at Creventic. I wonder where they are instead, because they're normally somewhere. And they're Renard twins. So yeah, that is an Andrew Ciccoldi car. Then is that a British GT car then? In that case?
Yes, it is. I'm trying to remember the guy who funded it.
Let's see.
And it had the Sky Network sponsorship at one
for a wee while.
Yeah. John's just doing a little bit of Googling. We'll answer our own question in a moment. But so Max Lynn now shown in the lead in this lovely Ferrari.
Hasn't stopped yet, though.
No, it hasn't stopped yet.
So
exactly.
Tim Pappas has just peeled into.
We haven't seen that pit change, and whether it is Bleeker Moulin getting into it, we might see it come up on the.
So that actually was a podium finishing car. Nathan Kinch was the name.
Yes.
You couldn't remember. That was the Scuderia Ecos car. Then that's the colours, at least, that car is in. Podium finish at Le Mans, 24 hours. The first GT2 podium for Ferrari at Le Mans for that car. So
there's a Porsche in the famous eggshell blue and white colours of Franz Conrad. Is that Bleeker Moulin there? Yeah. That's Jerome waiting to get in.
Let's have a look.
Or is it?
It's Bleeker Moulin.
Yeah.
It's Bleeker Moulin by the helmet and the stripes on his arm. Yeah, I thought I saw the green helmet in the car. So that's a very good run by Tim Pappas at the front of the field.
Also, John, in most of these races in this series, as it were, the professional, the guy who's considered a professional, must not do more than half the race.
Yes, good point. Yeah.
And a professional is basically a silver or similar.
Yeah, Nathan Kinch and Andrew Ciccoldi, 2005.
Nathan Kinch was the son, if I remember correctly, and the father did race.
That's a later car. That's a 2009 car, but that's that might be the CRS car.
Yes, that was Christy Arcus.
And Andrew Ciccoldi.
Scuderia Costain CRS, didn't it?
Yeah.
And there's now Garage 59.
Yeah. Tim Mullen involved in that as well, of course.
Yeah. Tim.
And
one of the former Palmer Audi boys that did so well.
You forget how much Kirkcaldy did,
Yeah.
actually. Raced in the European Championship as well. Had good results there. So now in second, Benoit Romac, racing in a colour scheme that I don't think the 993 raced. That 993 didn't race in. That's the that looks like the Mobile One colourway. That's the
I just saw
911 Evo raced in.
Just saw the Corvette coming in, I think.
That's right on the end. They've got to get in quickly here.
Yeah.
They can't. I don't think they can do another lap with the way the time's ticking down.
There with the Mammut sponsorship we've seen so much at Le Mans.
Yeah, Mammut and IMSA.
Yeah, Mammut's a big insurance company, isn't it?
Yeah, and IMSA nothing to do with the International Motorsports Association.
Very much another. Yeah, very much a Le Mans deal.
Le Mans is the used to be. I presume it still is, but it used to be the centre of the French insurance business.
Yeah.
Almost the capital of it. And IMSA are the Rouen-based team just up the road. So more than halfway through the race now, with 16.5 minutes to go. And all the leading cars so let's see how this shakes on. Mark Sumter goes through the 36. I think that car might be leading now. I think the Sumter car might be leading. He's driving it on his own.
Yeah.
Second will be Paul McLean, also driving on his own. And
so I wonder if Sumter an amateur.
Yeah, could be.
Because it's not his main business for sure, but he's got a lot of Porsche races in the past.
Mark Bush is next in line, but he's a lap back in the Toyota Supra, having taken that car over.
And the BMW has dropped to 10th at the moment, but we're in this period where some have stopped, some haven't. There is the BMW.
Everybody at the front of the field has stopped at least once.
Yeah.
And so they've all done their mandatory pit stops. I think the BMW is higher up than that now, actually. I think the BMW is going to be a wee bit further up than that, because I haven't seen where Tim Pappas, Benoit Romac and Max Lynn have dropped back into this, because they're on their outlap and I won't see that until they come round next time around. But I have a suspicion. Where's the 540 on the track? It's not showing at the moment. So let's see them come around. Well, here's Sumter coming through 13.
He's not showing Pappas changing to Blinkermolen, interestingly.
No, they definitely did, though.
Well, he was standing there, wasn't he?
That car's back in the pits. That's the second time for the Blinkermolen car in the pits. And Benoit Romac has not come out either. So now it becomes clear that it is the number 13 car of Maxwell Lynn that is leading.
Yeah.
So Tim Pappas.
Timing and scoring just catching up, John, I think. Yes. Showing Sumter second now, and Pappas' car is dropping down the timing score.
Right, Benoit Romac is just left. And we're waiting for the Tim Pappas car to come out now.
Yeah, on the timing and scoring it says out. But does that mean out of the pits?
Correct, outlap, that means.
Yeah.
Tim Pappas still showing you the pits. Well, General Blinkermolen. But bizarrely, that's showing his second time down the pit lane. So not sure what's happened there, whether he did make his pit stop and had to come back in. Let me check. The pit window closed about 90 seconds ago. Let me see if they had to do a drive-through or anything silly like that. No, not seeing that. 5:40 entered the pits at 33 minutes and 21 past the hour. It could be because of Blinkermolen standing.
Yeah,
I think it's a very long pit stop.
Yeah, because I'm just looking at the last lap time for Greensall, showing it's 4 minutes something. So that's including the stop.
Correct.
They're stopping.
Exactly right.
He's a pro that's stopping longer.
Yeah, and now out of the pits, Jerome Blinkermolen on the timing screen has dropped 46 seconds behind the leader, Maxwell Lynn, who has made his stop. Everybody now have made their stops, and so it is a dash to the finish for the last 13 minutes, and it is the 13th car of Max Lynn that leads.
So I reckon Lynn and Sumter, and indeed McLean, all considered amateurs.
Must be.
And I think Arrett at this time as well. And that's why some of our really quick people, like Greenstone and Blinkermolen, are down there. But it puts intrigue into this race, jeopardy into this race.
How fast is Blinkermolen going to be able to pedal that
right,
car?
It's going to be massive.
It's done a 150.4. It's got the fastest lap of the race already.
Yeah.
I mean, Tim Pappas is a very, very good driver. But he's not Tim Blinkermolen. He's not a
pro. He's not a full-time pro.
Yeah.
Okay, Blinkermolen's been racing a very long time, but he's still absolute pro, isn't he?
Pick up the battle between Paul McLean and there was a bright yellow car behind him. No, that's not for position. Mark Sumpter just going past McLean was a pass for position. So Sumpter has just gone up into, or recently gone up into second place. He's just put a lap on one of the other Porsches. That's Olivier Piquet in the 1999. That's GT2 Evo as well. The sort of white and orange coloured car.
Now Nelson Piquet has got an awful lot of sons, but he's not one of them.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay. Max Lynn's got to be a bit careful. He's just lost over half a second to Mark Sumner. Now, they're not in the same class, so in some ways it doesn't matter, but it does matter.
Well, it does. Winning the race outright is what it's all about, isn't it? And actually, there's such a plethora of classes in this race. It's a bit difficult to keep up with some of it.
So I'm trying to work out what the colour scheme is on the Sumter car, actually.
Yeah.
Because I have... That's the IMSA car, isn't it? Yes,
yeah,
it is. Yeah, that's the IMSA Matwood car, yeah.
So, I have been giving us a bit of a shout out to Nigel Greensword. He is now just, I think maybe that's not the fastest lap of the race, but he's on a 151, quicker than the people in front of him by quite a bit. So I think we might see that Corvette is going to get up into the middle of the top 10, I think, before the end.
51.8 is that car's fastest lap of the race, for sure.
Yeah.
David Sarni's just put a 51.2 in. Max Lynn's got a 50.8, and a 50.4 is the fastest lap of the race so far in the car that Jerome Blinkermolen is now driving. We've had nobody below the 1 minute 50 mark, but Jerome Blinkermolen has just completed his outlap. He's on his first flyer, effectively. And you're right, that was an over 4 minute lap.
I think the pit stop was somewhere in the region of 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Which is more than a lap.
Yeah.
So the normal pit stop coming up.
Now Mark Sumter is being investigated for a short pit stop time. Oh, this could
schoolboy error.
Yeah. Through comes the number 21. That's David Sarni. Now that's the 996 RSR GT3, the dark coloured car. That's passing one of its older stable mates. In fact, that was the replacement, the 996 for the 993. Look, when everybody talks about 911s, I'm told by Porsche, you say 911 because that is the model. So you say 911, 962, 917. The type number, you say individual numbers. And don't ask me why it went from 993 to 996. I suspect there was two projects in between.
Yeah, I've never understood that. Yeah,
but now, bizarrely, we're back to 992. The latest Porsche was a 992, which I suppose must be a project number they just didn't use, because it can't have been on the books that long.
So one to watch for in 13th place, John, David Cuff. Now, David Cuff in 1991 raced in Formula Vauxhall Junior at David Leslie Racing, and his teammate was Dario Franchitti. Right. They were in the same team together. David Cuff subsequently has raced GT40s and things, but he was pretty quick in the day.
David Cuff still racing. What happened to that Franchitti character?
Oh, yeah.
Actually, Dario started racing classic cars again.
Yeah, I really enjoys it. And because he's been racing and winning the Spa 24 Hours with Jimmy Johnson and his brother. Fantastic stuff. But anyway, we've still got a Ferrari in the lead. But looking at...
Not for much longer.
No, looking at the lap times here, it's 4 seconds between Lynn and Sumter.
David Sarni in the GT2B category is very quick. He's the quickest man on track at the... No, he's not, because Jerome Blinkermolen just put in a 48.5.
Wow.
48.5. So when I said how fast can that car do because it's done the fastest lap of the race. Then it can do another 3 seconds quicker.
Yeah.
With Jerome Blake and Mullen. He's 40 seconds behind. That long pit stop's absolutely creamed them in terms of getting to the front of the field. They might not even get back to the front of their class, actually. Jerome Blake and Mullen, with 7.5 minutes to go, is taking 6 seconds a lap out the leaders, but sadly he's 40 seconds behind. No.
That penalty for being a great driver.
But I tell you what, David Sarni's going to get on the overall podium. He's just about to go past Paul McLean. So the black car goes past the red and white car. For those of you watching in colour.
Yeah, could do with a Sarni or two.
Stop it. There'll be plenty of time to eat this evening. So have a bit of tapas, I think.
Really?
Somewhere, and a glass of cerveza. Mark Sumter's just put his fastest lap of the race in. He has to. If he's going to close down, and he is closing down, I reckon as we stand at the moment, 3 more laps, possibly 4, depending when the leader crosses the line. Here's the pass for third. Right now, on the front straight. Look at the difference between the 2 cars. Even though that is a wide body 993.
You can see the width in those pictures, can't you?
Much smaller and more dainty than the 996. There were no carryover parts from the 993 to the 996. Actually, I think they might have held on to the wing mirrors or something like that. Actually, no.
Another look down the inside and didn't quite make it stick. But tremendous battle though.
This is fantastic stuff between Porsches of very differing eras. This is the classic air-cooled last of the Luftgekühlt cars. Actually, that is a misnomer because whilst of course they are air-cooled, what actually does most of the cooling is the oil. You have to be really careful with your oil levels on the non-water-cooled cars, shall we say. And bizarrely, overfilling the oil is probably as bad as not having enough, because you tend then to put too much pressure on the seals, and that's not a good thing. The amazing thing about those cars is you can only dip the oil down the inside at turn 10 on the 993 when the car is warm and standing on a flat surface.
Been reading the manual.
Well,
more than the manual, I think.
I have one.
Yeah.
So you have to know.
You would know.
I had to teach Lena Gade that at Luftgekühlt in the UK a few years ago.
Yeah.
And the dipstick is about 1 metre long.
Is it really?
Because it goes all the way down and then curls around to the catch tank at the side, the right-hand side of the engine. And as I say, it has to be warm to get down there, otherwise it sits in the overflow tank and you don't get it. Cross the line again. This time, surely third place is going to go the way of David Sarni in that black number 21. It's nice defensive driving by Paul McLean in the EMI 35, the MK car.
Yeah, Blinker-Molen in 7th now, and Romack is the next victim, I think. They should catch him. Catch him, I think. 2 more laps to go.
He's not going to get a place in class, though.
No, he's not. And Greensall up to the Corvette up to 9th.
It's Stephen Osborne who's the next place in class to get a class podium.
And Mark Davis, the Belgian racing car dealer, doing a good job in 10th.
Good response at the front of the field by Max Leonard, despite the fact he's had to come through traffic. Young Maxwell there actually took some time out, nearly a whole second out of Mark Sumter, who closed to under 5 seconds. It's now back up to nearly 6. But the closest battle on the circuit at the moment is for 3rd overall, different categories, as I said. So, different categories, different cars, Porsches both, 911s both, but 2 very different eras. And the different, I suppose, philosophies. Porsche finally admitting that they had to bring the 911 up to date and bringing in the air-cooled, and taking out the air-cooled and putting in the water-cooled cars. The 996 gave us one of the greatest race cars ever as they head up the field. That 996 with the fried egg headlights, which are now flashing from David Sarni, gave us, of course, the 911 Evo. The original cars had the round headlights of the 993, but with the new model, that unlocked a whole load of marketing capital. So the motorsport department says, right, let's stick those fried egg headlights on, and that's the car we're going to take to Le Mans. And of course then subsequently went to the States as well, champion run one of those cars.
Mark Sumter, we're worried about his pit stop problem. It's gone away. No further action.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So anyway, Lynn, I don't know he's ever raced this Ferrari before.
Oh, really?
No.
Well, he's doing a very nice job.
And Sarni, I'm very impressed with Erect. I mean, you know, it was a long time ago when he was racing in the LMS. He did about 5 years, didn't he? 03 through to 08.
You don't forget, though, do you?
No. And, you know, he owns the Flamingo Resort in Santa Rosa, California. I've not visited there. I tried his wine, though.
A number of races make wine.
Oh, yeah, a lot.
Including Trulli.
Yes, Trulli.
And I've had some of the Trulli wine. It's not too bad.
Yeah, they've been doing it a long time. Lots of people. Oh, they raced one in America so much.
Yeah.
They'll come to me.
Race group guy.
No, the guy, and I like to say hello to my family at home in every interview.
Oh yes, yeah. I've got
mental blank. Yeah,
I've got very good wine.
And of course, Kevin Buckler.
Kevin Buckler.
Adobe.
Yeah.
These
Adobe
different.
Road.
Yeah.
I'll let you work that one out.
Multi-Grand Am champion.
Yeah.
Scott Pruitt.
Scott Pruitt.
Come on.
There you go.
Brain work faster.
Down the inside at 11 again.
Yeah.
This is an exemplary piece of driving by Paul McLean, who is doing nothing wrong, but is putting his EMI number 35 Porsche, the red and white car, in third place. He's putting it exactly where David Sarni, in a much quicker car, wants to be. And in fact, actually, Pierre Eret is now right with them, as this might be the last lap. 1, 2, 3, 4 wide across the start-finish line with traffic involved. This might be an issue now for McLean in the EMI car, as they go past another one of the black Porsches. I'm not going to commit to who that was, but I tell you what, that was a brilliant piece of driving by Paul McLean, and Pierre Eret right there as well. Jerome Blakemolen now up to 7th position.
Greensaw up to 8th.
Oh, those guys are carving their way through the field.
Not enough time. Needed another 10 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely.
In the sharp end.
David Sarni then pushed back to 5th position by the Ferrari driver, and that's great news for Paul McLean, I think. Oh no, it's not, because McLean has given best to the Ferrari going through turn 5. I wonder if he didn't.
He's lost it. He's gathered it all up.
Sarni's lost it. Goes on the grass and spins the 996, the black number 21 car.
Dynamo effect, wasn't it there?
I just wonder if McLean didn't realise that was a pass for position there, because he sort of left the door open for Eret. He'd been so used to seeing the black Porsche there. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, Maxwell Lynn, driving through in the best of the Ferraris, will win his class and overall in GT2C by about 7.5 seconds. Checkered flag. Oh, hang on. He might have to do one more lap here. No, the checkered flag is out.
Yeah, Sumter finishes second. Eret, terrific driver by the hotelier.
That's the driver for me.
Terrific job.
And just picking up the pieces, lovely.
He's 68 years old, Eret. He's no, he is. Originally from Dusseldorf, but over in the States for many, many years. And terrific. What a great race, wasn't it? Terrific.
Nice driving by Matthew Holborn when he was getting lapped as well. That was the car that was in that 4 wide scrap. As they come across the line, then Blakemolen goes up to 6th, but doesn't improve his position in class. He was half a second away from Paul McLean at the end of it. And that would have been a podium, but Paul's hung on there at the end after that Archie and Bargy. Max Lynn then wins in GT2C from the winner in GT2A, Mark Sumter in the Porsche. Pierre Eret, second in 2C, third overall with that second in the Ferraris. Then Benoit Ramac in another 993 GT2 Evo, second in his class, ahead of Paul McLean in the 35, the EMI car, third in his class. Jerome Blakemolen, fourth in class. David Sarni, who looked to be going so well, drops down to 7th, but still third in his class, ahead of Nigel Greensall, fourth in his class in the Chevrolet Corvette, the number 63. Of course, it's the 63. That's the Le Mans numbers, isn't it? And the number 8 car in 8th position, rather. Top 10 made up by Steve Osborne in the 188 Porsche, 5th in his class, and Mark Devis in 10th. leading and winning, in fact, in GT2B, just outside the top 10, the BMW driver, Scooter Gable, who's at sharp end in that lovely PTG BMW N3 E36. And Pierre-Alain France won in his 458 Italia in the invitational class. Those were the top podium standing drivers. Well done to Sumter.
Yeah. Great drive by the Sussex man, but very well done.
It's the fat turbo colours that Sumter's cars in, not the...
Yeah.
I thought, when I was looking
They're
at that...
very similar from a distance, like the red and white.
The IMSA Motul colours, yeah, the fat turbo colours.
And...
they're back. That's a scheme that's been revived in the American series in WeatherTech. That's on a 9. I've had that on a 963 and a 911. And Herbert, funny enough, have run a fat turbo coloured car.
Yeah.
In the 24H series.
I think Fat Turbo or a trucking company.
Correct. FAT. Yeah. FAT, not FAB. If you're a Thunderbirds fan. Well. I thoroughly enjoyed that. There was plenty going on. Pit stops threw a bit of a curveball in. I just wonder how close they were to getting Jerome Blankenmole in another couple of laps there, because that would have made a difference.
He got the fastest lap of the race at 1:47.73.
I was going to say by a country mile, but in fairness, Nigel Greensall put a 49 in, a 49.7. I mean, it's 2 seconds further back. But I don't think anybody else was under the 150 mark. No, they were not. There's a couple of cars that were on the 150 mark, notably the leading Ferrari, the winning car overall. That was a good drive by Maxwell Lynn.
When he first started, he was quite a bit slower than his father. And it's a very different story now.
Yeah, well,
there we are.
Sean, lovely bloke, offered me a drive at Nürburgring in the young timer race.
Oh, has he?
As we were getting off a plane, he says, "Oh, you must come and have a drive. We've got 3 or 4 cars going to the Nürburgring." Oh, that'd be great for the. Yeah, you don't need a permit for that race. Oh, brilliant, excellent. Me thinking it'd be something sensible, Golf GTI or something. He says, "We've got 3 BMW M1 Pro cars." I like, Sean, thanks very much, but no thanks.
There he is. There's Maxwell.
Good lad.
He's got his Bentley race suit on by the look of it.
Yeah.
But Sean's just bought another race series.
Yeah, that's right.
That's very good. Yeah.
That's the... I was talking to him about that. Funny enough, we were getting our creds together back in May of last year for the Spa Classic.
See, he's got Garagista. That's a business they run to store cars.
Good start by Tim Pappas, and he really laid the foundations there and put the fastest lap overall of the race in before Jerome Blankenmole got into that car. But the long pit stop took them out of contention. But it was all Porsche at the front of the field for quite a long time. Mark Sumter working his way through. I thoroughly enjoyed that race. Good to see a little bit of variety with that twin-turbo Toyota Supra. Every variety of Porsche you'd like to see from that era. 993, 996, 997. Mark just dropped back a little bit early on, and then they picked up his pace towards the end. I wonder if he was saving his tyres. But Maxwell Lynn driving on his own in that ex-Andrew Kirkcaldy CRS car, doing the business at the front of the field. Yellow number 12, Mark D. Siebenthal, 993. Looks like it's just come off the street in that mustard yellow colour. No race decals on it. And then the incident at the end, which cost a couple of places for a number of cars.
Did he hit him or not?
On the right rear.
Yeah,
I don't think
though.
so.
It was close.
It was very, very close. That was the 21 car of David Sarney who came off the worst.
Because Sarney finished, so if he'd hit him hard on that rear,
it would have bent it.
Yeah.
But only one name to talk about here, a great drive through the field for Max Lynn.
So one race remaining. It's going to be a bit of a different strategy because we're going to have 2 hours, John, aren't we now?
Oh, yeah.
And it's the 60s endurance, and there's going to be lots of Cobras.
So, Andrew, the final race of the day to come out, and an entry list to absolutely die for here, with a 2-hour format. So, are you ready for this?
I think so. I believe that. I think there's 2 mandatory pit stops in this.
Right.
We'll watch this. So there's E-type. It's E-types versus Cobras. It's there's a couple of Lotus 15s and there's lots of Lotus Elans, which I like. There's a few Heelys. There's a Shelby Mustang that's right at the back, and there's a Corvette again.
There was a number
Older
of
one.
Yeah, there was a number of people who had lap times deleted during qualifying, so that shook qualifying up a little bit. The Shelby Cobra of Oliver Hart and Abraham Brontrup had the fastest time of a 2:31.3.
Yeah, he got normally known as Bram.
Brontrup.
Okay. And he races a Mustang in Holland mainly, and he wins races.
There's some big names in this. Rob Huff's in this. Phil Keen's in this. John Minshaw's in this. Callum Lockie's in this.
Yeah.
Former British champion. Max Lynn with his dad driving a Lotus Elan 26R.
Yeah, they race that car a lot. I've seen them race that in the UK.
I think I've raced against that car way back down through the years when I was racing on the British, when we used to have the Heritage GTs on the British touring car support once in a while.
The Elan I helped run for Giles Dawson, we're usually in front of the Lins.
Ooh, get you.
Yeah, I know.
Patrick Kolb in this race as well. And
the 51 car, Maxime Genat, part of the family that started Richard Mille, he's the son of, but the guy who's racing with, Jérôme Mar, he's the guy that started this huge outfit, which is Keep Europe.
Oh, okay.
And it looks after those Peugeots. And then we've got Armand Mille in there, so we've got another part of the Mille Watch organisation. I mean, Michael Birch, well-known racer, was starting 15th place in his Lotus 15. I mean, Michael's got lots of wonderful cars. Made all his money out of heavy lifting cranes and stuff.
Now, was this also a wet session? I think it was. Yes, it was. So again, we've got some cars out of position here.
Just trying to see who we can look at that might come through.
Well, I would expect that Morgan to come through a little bit with Callum Lockney on board.
Well, look at the Cobras down there. The Vogele, 2 Vogele, the father and son there, Vogele. No, I don't think there's anybody right down there.
It's a Daytona Coupe there that's well down the field. Phil Mulacek and Fabien Serrelet. I have to say I don't know too much about those guys.
There's 3 Daytona Coupes there. I mean, they only built 5 of them. They aren't any of those 3.
Yeah.
Shelby.
The original 5 built, only 17 remain. Well, one of those stories.
Lots of people have copied them. You
Yeah.
can buy them, but actually Shelby did build some continuity cars.
Yeah.
It's a bit difficult to tell which is which without looking inside the cockpits. But of the 5 that were built, only one does race occasionally.
The original ones.
Yeah, the original ones. And the guy that used to sponsor Pescarolo for years, ATS Lifts guy, he owned one. But the one that does occasionally appear, and I've seen it, Rob Walton of Walmart fame.
Yeah.
He's got one, and he's done the Tour de France in it.
Nice. Designed by Peter Brock, of course.
Funny thing is 2 Peter Brocks.
Yeah, not the Australian supercar legend.
No, the designer and photographer.
Yeah, and his wife Gail actually takes photographs as well. I used to see them quite regularly. I haven't seen Peter and Gail for quite a long time.
No.
Wish them well back in the US. I suspect they'll be tuned in or watching this later if they can.
I hope so, yeah.
Hello Peter, hello Gail. Hope you are fitting well. What a grid this is. Corvette in there. The 40.
Lovely old style
Stingray
Corvette. You
type
see
Corvette,
that? Yeah. Lots of lovely cars in this.
There's that. That's a C2, isn't it?
It looks as if Bram Boltrip is going to start.
Olivier Biotto driving that number 48 in blue.
So, Phil Keen, the 3rd and final Stig.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. I mean, there were a few subsequent, but he was the 3rd one, did it regularly. And he's got a new deal, I see, for 2025. He's going to be racing a GT4 car. More wins in the British GT Championship than anybody else. Never
like
won the
Phil.
championship, of course. 3 years running, finished second, didn't he? Certainly 3 years running with Mr. Demon Tweaks, John Minshaw.
Yeah.
And now another one,
Jason.
Jason.
Yeah, Johnson's
There's all
dad.
those Minshaws out there.
Yeah.
And watch out for the car 55, qualified fourth. Christophe van Riet has won this race in the past.
Okay.
So
We've got Loris and Liam Hazemans in a Bitserini as well down in 7th. That could be interesting.
yeah.
I've got a feeling that Corvette might go well as well, just looking through there.
Yes.
You gotta look at that Jaguar. Richard Mines and Rob Huff, Lee Moore and Phil Keane. I mean, Lee can pedal.
Lee can a good pedal. He raced classic Formula One cars quite a lot with Team Lotus and so on.
Did he do TVR Challenge at one time?
I think he did, yeah. And then obviously we got John Minshaw. You know, he's nobody's mug. He's quick. So we've got quite a lot of British interest in this. Jonathan Mitchell, who qualified 5th in an E-Type. He always goes well in that car. So plenty to get excited about.
2 hours. Right, settle in, everybody, and chill out, because this one's going to be really interesting. And with a 43 car qualified, 43 cars qualified, had a few more than that even on the entry list, and 43 cars put their time in. There were 2 that didn't get classified. One being the Jaguar E-Type that had Mark Hill's name next to it, Guy Grant. Not sure what happened with that. There's a 26R Lotus that didn't qualify either. So I'm going to keep an eye out at the back of the field. They weren't classified. That doesn't mean they will not be allowed to race. So if anything with Mark Hill's in, it's going to be quick.
Yeah. Obviously drove lots of Nick Mason's cars over the years. Team Lotus. Is that Michael Birch's car? It's not Michael Birch in it, because he always wears the Barrichello crash helmet.
Is that number 21? That must be Luke Stevens.
Yeah,
then.
Luke Stevens, yeah. He did a bit of, 20 years ago, did British Formula 3 national class. Very quick in Caterhams over the year. I think he won the championship in 05, the Masters Championship.
A lot of British registered cars here.
Yeah.
Well,
there's a classic Morgan there, look. The Morgan has just announced a brand new Morgan, haven't they? Very much in the style, though.
Yes. I think that's split opinion as much as the new Jaguar did.
Yeah.
Still making cars.
You used to have to wait 2 years, didn't you, to get one? Yeah. I don't think it's quite like that anymore.
BMW supplying the engines nowadays, so you know you're getting a lump that's going to do the job for you.
I don't think you have to press the little button anymore that oils the front suspension.
Probably not.
Have you ever driven one?
No.
Oh, they're fun. A bit of a bone shaker.
I quite fancy driving the three-wheeler.
Yeah.
I would quite fancy driving the three-wheeler. I have raced a three-wheeler.
Have you?
A Reliant Robin. I raced it on the indoor circuit at the Autosport Racing Car Show.
Yes. I have crashed a Wombo.
On its side.
On its road test, in front of a dole queue.
Nice, very good.
And it finished up on its side. I had a cameraman with me. We all went. We're not on camera. We went like this.
You can't open it because it's got a clamshell.
Yeah, but we managed to push it, and it went. We sort of moved our way. And there was orange fiberglass all down Bonhill Street. Happy days.
I remember racing. You had to race right-handed rather than left-handed around the oval circuit. They used to do celebrity races on shale circuits and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And stock car meetings with them, and there was about 15 or 20 of them were built. Put roll cages in them and everything, and you raced right-handed because if you when you were turning, you went up in the air and your weight brought you back down again.
Yeah.
The problem was if you went too hard into the corner, and it was like driving a three-wheeled cart because the brakes really only worked on the back. But if you went too hard into a corner, you tilted it up so far that the front bodywork caught the ground and therefore the wheel wasn't steering. The idea was to get it to drift, but that was easier said than done.
But
Unfortunately, I found that I had a real aptitude for it, and they wanted to put me off pole position, but I knew that was because all of the regulars wanted to roll me onto the roof.
Of course they did.
So I started in 16th and finished second.
Magnificent.
It's great fun. But I reckon it was because I raced lawnmowers back in the day, and I was used to being up in the air.
The bomb bug was quick because it's very light, aluminium engine, and they were quick. I did one of my best times over back from Snetterton.
Well, and Reliant built our old engines as well. You know, that's what people forget. They were proper engineering.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, we've digressed, haven't we?
We have, because now we've got E-types and
no bonds or Reliance in this one. 2 hours. We are evoking the spirit of Montjuïc, the classic road circuits around the hill above Barcelona, transformed into the Olympic Park for the Barcelona Olympics. And remember that great shot of the diving pool with the setting sun behind it.
And if you're into art, there's a wonderful Miro exhibition there. Miro has a permanent exhibition. One of the greatest Spanish painters. I went to see it a couple of years ago.
And you can actually walk into the Olympic Stadium and stand underneath the arch, and there's some famous footprints up there as well.
Anyway,
and if you're going to do that, if you're going to come to Barcelona for either for motor racing or anything else, then make sure you check out the old circuit and where it runs, because you can still drive around it. And it comes quite a way down into town. People didn't realise how far down it comes, actually.
Look at this incredible field of 41 cars. It's going to be terrific stuff.
Well, there was 43 qualified, and there are, well, let's see if those cars come round. I've got 45 on the timing screen. One of them stopped on the grid. That's the Liam Hazeman's Pizzerini.
Oh, there's the Pizzerini. Oh, no.
Well, that car's gone behind the wall. That's the black car. Those classic forged magnesium alloy wheels on them in the centre locks. At the front, Bram Bonstrup is still shown in the pits in the Shelby Cobra, which qualified quickest. So that car.
And I just see Guy Grant, who we thought might not start, who's driving.
He's
with
just driven into the pits.
He's just
as well.
into the pits.
So he must be getting a pit lane start, maybe for not getting a qualifying time.
But so the pole sitter is starting from the pits.
It would seem that way.
Yeah.
It would seem that way. So that would mean that James Thorpe in the Jaguar number 43 and Max Huber will be at the front of the field for the first of the Shelbys. Christophe Van Riet for the 55.
The Pizzerini is in the pit lane exit.
Well, that's good news.
Ready to go.
That's number 50 car. And the black car. Of course, we're in Spain, so the chase cars are Cupras. It's nice to see.
Here's a name to conjure with in 15th place, Simon Orabi Gand, who was a senior advisor to the UK Cabinet, believe it or not. He was their IT expert.
When?
About 5 or 6 years ago. He's a doctor of whatever.
I won't say anything, because there's never been a government IT project that's been delivered on time, on price, or did what it was meant to do.
I might have brought him in to sort it out.
Well,
indeed
so.
It's one of the
nice
relevant facts that I like to come up with once in a while.
What's he driving?
The Morgan.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but he's...
Coming to the line then, with the time about to start, 2 hours. Ready to go.
Oh, Simon's driving Callum Lockett.
Yes, that's right. So, settle back and enjoy. The green flag is in the air and down towards the first corner. The E-Type leads them away. This is the sort of dark grey coloured car.
I'm watching the pit lane.
Well, they'll have to wait for everybody to come through. Shelby Cobra in second. I think that was Max Huber going up into second place there. I'll check them as they come through. The darker of the two machines. The 280, they're the 289 cars. Christophe Van Riet started just ahead of Max, but I can't tell you which one of them went through. John Minshaw then in the Jaguar, and Jonathan Mitchell, Vincent Kolb, Lee Moore, Maxime Gunat in the Daytona Coupe. That's the number 55 car in second place. So yeah, absolutely, Christophe Van Riet held on to it.
Problems for that Elan was Interestingly, the lights on there was a bit of a jury-rigged light system, so it makes me think this is going to go.
That's Mark Drain.
Yeah.
That's another 26R, isn't it?
Yeah, that makes me think maybe this event is going to go into the dusk at the very least. I'm sure it will.
This track is not lit.
No.
There's a few corner lamps. We see it when we're here in September for the 24 hours, the Trophée Femin Velez. Grand old event that being taken on now by Creventic.
Lovely shape, those Daytona, famous blue and white colour scheme with a big number on the cam tail. Oh, the 104 is off.
That's one of the Healey's.
Yeah.
That's Jeremy De Rocha in the 3 litre Mark II, 3000 Mark II, sorry. And that's one of the GT3 class cars. It hasn't got any further than turn 4. What a shame.
Minshaw's battling to try and get into second place with the Christophe Van Vliet and the best of the Cobras.
James Thorpe's managed to get away.
Yeah, this could bring it out.
Safety cars out. Yeah. Safety cars come out straight away, and I think that's very, very smart. Now everybody's got to look to the lights and the flags. We are deploying flags, lights, and light panels here, as it is a Formula One circuit. So as they came across the line, it was James Thorpe leading from Christophe Van Vliet in second, John Minshaw in third, Jonathan Mitchell in fourth, then Vincent Kolb, Maxime Guenet. These are all Shelbys and Jaguars, by the way. Max Huber and Erwin France. Erwin France is a decent peddler as well. In eighth position, Michael Birch is the first non-Shelby or Jaguar in the Lotus 15. In ninth position.
And it does appear that our pole sitter did not take the start.
No.
Waltrip and Ollie Hart. Huge disappointment for them. That's motor racing.
Still sitting in the pits.
Yeah.
So, not sure what the problem was there with that Cobra, the number 76 car. So, we have neutralised the race for a wee moment.
Yeah. So James Thorpe, as we said earlier, part of the top management team at Goodwood.
Absolutely right decision.
Absolutely,
by
yeah, it's right in the
direction.
firing line there for anybody that's going too deep.
And turn 4, you know, you accelerate through turn 4 because you're going slightly uphill, and you basically, all you want to do is keep the momentum on, and side-by-side action there is very usual. So I think that's very smart.
John, you said turn 4, and it's unusual. This circuit, you know, has not got any names. It never has. I don't know if there's any sort of nicknames for it.
There's been sponsor names down through the years for a variety of the corners.
Yeah. I mean, it's a Herman Tilke designed circuit, a well-known circuit designer, and they started building it back in a long time ago now, 1989.
Turn 4, most recently known as Repsol.
Ah, well, obviously the
turn 5 Seat, Renault for turn 2 bizarrely, turn 9 is Kamsa, turn 10 is Nissan, the Kikes at 11, Bank to Sabadell at 12 on the way that we're running it. But
it doesn't count for me because these sponsors lose interest. They don't do it anymore. You know, that gets another name. You know, there's lots of famous old Spanish racing.
Repsol has always been turn 4.
Yeah, well,
I'm quite happy with calling that Repsol. Europe car is now 13, and the last corner is Catalunya.
Yeah.
The Kikes are at 10, and the new turn 10 has remained down through the years.
Yeah, Kikes have always had huge signs
on the hillsides. Yeah.
Well, and I think a bridge.
Yeah. So that's the latest.
Yeah.
The latest iteration, we're using the Grand Prix circuit that doesn't use the chicane.
Okay, yes. Well, the chicane is after 13, isn't it?
Correct.
Yeah.
And various different series do. Now, the 26R that was in the pit lane has come out of the pit lane, but it hasn't gone very far.
And that's got to be retrieved from there.
Yeah. Well,
so this, I mean, it's a 2-hour yellow. This is a 2-hour race.
Yeah, that is that was Mark Drain that brought out the number 79.
There's the Healey being towed away.
I think that'll tow. I think that 26R will just tow straight behind the wall. There is. There's an orange cutout.
They back it up. Yes,
they'll take it straight
out
the back.
There's a snatch vehicle coming in already.
Yeah.
They're really slick at this track, aren't they?
Nissan Navara, the pickup truck. Nissan Navara is the SUV, but it's the same basic underneath. Actually, also, that was the basis of the Mercedes X-Class as well, was the Nissan pickup truck. That was the one that they fancied up for the X-Class. Very good. Very good. Used to have a Pathfinder. Had a couple of Pathfinders a few years ago with the diesel engine, left-hand drive, French registered cars from Nissan. Very, very usable on the continent.
And go forever.
Couldn't kill them. Could not kill
300,000 kilometres.
Yeah, absolutely. Just ran and ran. One manual and one automatic. And they did all of our European runs for many, many years.
Having said that, I've got a BMW X3. It's done 160,000 miles.
On a 2-litre diesel?
2-litre diesel.
That's it.
Sweet as a nut. 42 to the gallon regularly, if you're really on the motorway a bit. And it's had all sorts in there, you know. It's bricks, furniture, girl guides.
I don't even want to know about that.
No, actually,
still too early. Still too early.
Lots of kids, you know, all this sort of stuff. But great vehicle. Anyway, that's by the by. But anyway, we're under a yellow, so it gives us. This is what I call the cricket chat, you know.
Well, of course it is. Still haven't had much racing as the cars are coming through in this early part of the 2-hour enduro that'll wind up our Super Saturday. Back tomorrow for another set of races, Andrew.
Yeah, indeed, more races. We're going to have a long old day tomorrow because we are going to start at Spanish time, 9 o'clock.
8 o'clock in the UK.
Early for us, and we're going all the way through to 6:20. I think it will be the end of the race. And tomorrow we got 9 races, and we're going to see the marvellous Group C's again, which I really enjoyed. We got some races, some of the more touring car based races we haven't seen, and then we're going to have the 2-litre Cup
again.
We
saw them qualify.
We saw them qualify with a bit of a bonus, and that'll be a cracking race.
Safety car is coming in this lap. Nice to see that Nissan GTR. Although we'd rather it stay behind the wall, but great piece of machinery.
It just looks right for 26R, the land, doesn't it? You know, there was a few that they tried Shapecraft in a slightly different body at the back. There's a couple like that.
No is the answer.
No,
you don't improve on a classic. Although, having said that, the Shelby Daytona Coupe
that does. It's great.
Always, Peter Brock said, "Yeah, if I did it again, I'd do it slightly different." I'm going, Peter, what are you talking about? Right, back to green and straight into the racing as the Cobra with the lights on in second place of Christophe Henriette. He's trying to get towards the leader, but they're not doing that. It's more going to be under pressure from behind as John Minshaw dives to the left, then to the right. And Jonathan Mitchell's right there as well. And then Maxime Gunat in another one of the Daytonas, the Shelby Cobra Daytonas. That's your top 5, separated by 3 seconds as they went across the line. That's the number 50, the number 70 car. Erwin France in the light blue machine.
Yeah, John Minshaw, the son of Alan Minshaw, of course, is the founder of Demon Tweaks. Came up with the idea of having lots of racing parts and race suits and everything in a catalogue, and it took off some massive business.
When that used to turn up at the start of the year, or better still at the end of the year, it always used to come with my race license.
Yeah, and then one stage it came with Autosport, didn't it? As well?
Yeah.
And
the double issue.
They sold the business, bought it back. They're based in Wrexham, and they do a great job.
I remember them in my British touring car days. I remember them with, again, forerunners of this sort of thing.
Yeah.
Long before we had all of these races, and certainly long before they were televised, as Peter Auto are doing with all of their major events this year. Brilliant innovation. They were on the British Touring Car Championship as classic touring cars, and the Demon Tweaks guys ran I think it was a big old Ford Galaxy or something like that.
Yeah.
And that was incredible, and absolutely, and it was racing against minis, and everybody in the minis would be nimble. Lovely sideways slide by one of the Cobras. That's the 65 car, the black machine. That is Vincent Kolb. I said watch out for him. He's already carved his way through the field, and he's up to 7th place, 4th in class.
Yeah, he's a good runner, is Kolb. Yeah, I mean,
So
before...
is it related to Patrick Cole? The contemporary race, is that his dad?
I think so.
Who's Lion Speed Racing?
Lion Speed, yeah.
Yeah.
But before that, of course, Les Leston was the guy that basically invented the racing overall and pit boards and things like that. It was that actually got into Formula One, and his son still race in some of these events. Actually, Nick Leston. But Les was a great guy. He was a jazz player. One time he had a boat in the harbour at Hong Kong. He was a terrific character. Anyway, James Thorpe from Goodwood. It is, and we said earlier, had a lot of success racing all kinds of cars, but particularly the Lister Flat Iron. And
well, we're just going to luxuriate here in flat drifting, four-wheel drifts.
It's a great Cobra E-Type battle. This, isn't it? We got. Well, the E-Types a bit outweighing the number of Cobras at the moment. But,
I mean, they were contemporaries, mid-60s,
Yeah.
Early to mid to late 60s. In period, was the competition as fierce, Andrew? Yeah,
not as fierce as this. I mean, I know we got
reliability.
No, because we've got V8 versus Straight Six.
Yeah.
Silky Smooth versus Burbling, and.
The 64's back in the pit lane.
Yeah, I mean, they're both wonderful engines of very different types, aren't they?
Oh, yes. So that's Roman Gradelle and another 26R. That's two 26Rs. We've got problems with already.
A little bit. It's a Lotus, a little bit fragile.
Remember, Guy Grant didn't get to the start either in the E-Type number 147. And more importantly, of course, we didn't see our Paul sitting number 76 car. Now, what's happened with that? So that's disappeared from my timing screen altogether.
No,
it's out. It's out. It's 3 laps down, but it has started.
Oh, wow. With a 2-hour race, he may be able to get himself back into the, I don't know, 3 laps down. Top 20, maybe.
Yeah. Wow. Down the inside. Good move down at turn 1. Took my eyes off the screen just at the moment. Look at the timing screen. And that is the number 51. Going through.
Endurance, that's the name of this race. 2025. Scrutineering label there. Nice shot of that. And so, just looking at lap times now, John, who's quick there? Well, actually, Thorpe.
As you'd imagine, at the front of the field.
Yeah, and just looking further down, see if there's anybody. Actually, the Bizzarini, Liam Hesselman's, 3rd generation racer. He's doing some good lap times. Well, that was the Bizzarini that was held up.
Andrew Marriott, John Hindhaugh, coming towards the end of our broadcast day. Back with you tomorrow, bright and early. Check the Peter Auto site for all the details, and you can get the links to the live timing there. Absolutely essential for this race, I would have thought. So, Al Kamel stepping in. They were my next door neighbours last weekend.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Right next door to us in the tower. Always have a good cup of coffee in there. Thank you to the ladies and gentlemen. Tragic year last year. Lost one of their senior members.
Yeah, so I gather. Yeah. So
great to see them expanding. They've got a full US operation now, well established over here in Europe.
So anyway, in the same place we got Maxime Guenard, and as I said, part of the family that, the other family that started the watch company, Richard Neal, and I was at Race Retro when I was on a few weeks ago. And
never been to that, Andrew.
Oh, you've got to go. Absolutely, huge. I mean, 4 times as big as Race Retro in England. Magnificent stuff. Richard Neal had had a stand, and on it were some of his earlier watches. And they've been making watches for 25 years, that company. It's not like one of the old Swiss companies. And he had a range of Ferrari Formula One cars there. Of course, Richard Neal, of course, is a sponsor of Ferrari Formula One team. and I didn't count them, it was about 16 or 18 from going from sort of sharp noses all the way through. Magnificent display. And they had a young kid there who's actually of Vietnamese descent. I think he's 10 or 11 years old, and he was there doing live painting. He's a real talent. You know, I'm involved in the motoring art world. But anyway, at the front, Thorpe is doing a terrific job. He's pulled away some 8 seconds from Maxime Guenard. Maxime, I believe, does work in the watch business. I think he's marketing director or something like that. John Minshaw third, and Erwin France, good peddler, racing that Shelby Cobra. We've seen him race that a lot. And then Van Vliet, another Cobra, we said has previously won this race. A lot of success in this Peter Auto series or series. Michael Birch is up in 8th place with the Lotus 15. And then again, talking about actually now, Birch just dropped down a place. And Arno Neal, must be the son of Richard Neal, he's just moved up to 8th. So that's a really racing royalty and French watchmaking royalty, aren't they? The Meals and the Goodale families. And then we've got Jonathan Mitchell in 6th place. Cole, just looking. Lee Moore in that E-type is down in 12th place at the moment. But we know a very fast peddler in that a bit later. Lee's a good peddler, but he's not a full-time pro.
I mean, you're talking about these cars in period, Andrew.
Yeah.
What races would these cars have been doing? Everything from club races right up
absolutely.
to...
Well, there was GT, a lot of big GT races. I mean, Jackie Stewart started racing in an E-type.
Yeah.
But that was a club. The first time I ever saw Jackie Stewart race was at Rougheth on a horrible...
Is that an airfield circuit?
Horrible, yeah, it's horrible bloody. Oh, it might have been Elvington, one of those Yorkshire, 3 or 4 of those Yorkshire places that the BRCC Northern Centre adopted. Jay Weiss, he was racing, of course, I remember they were Jaguar dealers, he was racing a demonstrator.
Yeah.
It was a road car.
Yeah.
And he won the race. Jay Weiss Stewart. Who the hell's this guy? But then of course they brought out the competition E-type, and they were aluminium bodied as opposed to steel bodied.
They're like,
they were the real lightweights.
Yeah.
So now people they call them semi-lightweights. They weren't semi-lightweights in period. And a lot of people
internationally, where would they have raced? I mean, did they?
Yeah, they raced a bit at Le Mans, but not in a big way. No, strange enough.
I know.
Yeah. And they raced quite a bit in America as well.
D-types.
Bruce Cunningham.
Yeah.
There's a classic engine, straight 6 engine.
Beautiful. Beauty. Very smooth, straight 6.
Yeah.
Mazda have just bought the straight 6-pack, both in petrol and diesel.
Yeah.
Believe it or not.
Yeah.
CX-60 runs a 3.3 turbocharged diesel, which sounds absolutely well, you and I went to Le Mans Classic in it.
Yeah.
Last year. What a piece of kit that was.
Yeah.
The straight 6 diesel. So, a bit of excitement.
I mean, lots of clubs as well. The number of clubs you see at the Le Mans Classic, and I'm very much part of the Fairthorpe Club because they incorporate Turners, and they got their deal together. They're going with a load of Turners. They will have a nice space there. Porsche dominated, of course, and they have the biggest and best display of road cars.
And they always seem to find. We had to walk through the Porsche.
Oh, it's terrific.
Go through, hang on a minute, I've not seen one of those before.
Yeah.
And the Porsche Museum always finds something tasty as well. But just like in contemporary racing, we've got a couple of people at the start who may have been a bit previous. Xavier Collon in his E-type, number 8. Rebuilding, that's a float.
Yeah.
Is that a carbon fuel tank float? So it must be a carb float.
Carb float, yeah, definitely a carb float, yeah.
In the pit lane for that number 100.
Yeah.
Of course, very nice dark blue Jaguar E-type from 1963, Sébastien Berchon. But I suppose if you can make it work.
That's it. Designed by Walter Hassan. And obviously, Sir William Lyons very much involved in that. XK engine, and a lot of different cars.
Yeah.
Have you ever driven a D-Type?
No.
Well, I've driven a D-Type, actually a replica. I've driven one a long way on the road, actually. I've got very wet. But the engine is just so silky smooth, John.
Yeah.
It's got all the torque. It's a beautiful engine.
Straight six is perfectly balanced engine.
Yeah.
And, I always, I haven't owned a V8 for very long. I owned a Ford Mustang for about 11 days when I bought it and sold it very quickly. 1974 Mustang. And I only drove it for about a mile, and about 2/3 of that it was spinning the back wheels. It's an incredible piece of kit. However, there's always something very exciting and very interesting about a V8, but the smoothness of the power delivery of a 6. Now look, I've got loads straight 6. I've got flat 6s in the Porsches, of course.
Now
that's the 4, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the 4.
Oh my goodness me!
He's dropped it.
And
that is a long way.
Xiaomil.
Obviously another meal.
Yeah. That is right at turn 10.
Yeah.
That is going to bring out the safety car, I think. Meantime, at the front of the field, we've still got James Thorpe leading in his Jaguar number 43. The 106 is Richard Means. Who's making up through the field. Again, qualified a little bit out of position.
Richard's got a long experience in racing. Remember him in BMWs and lots of different cars, Richard. Successes in
all kinds of Huff to come.
Got Rob Huff to come. Yeah, but Rob's got a bit of work to do if that's the case.
Not now. They're going to be closed up again behind the safety
car. I didn't understand. Rob obviously did the British Touring Car Championship last year, went back to it and struggled, and I wasn't in the Toyota, and I wasn't really sure why.
Different skills nowadays, different skill set, because you've got the hybrid being used as
they dropped it
performance, and that's changed for this year. Very interesting use of hybrid boost as effectively performance balancing.
Exactly.
Cars are very different from when Huffy drove them as well. Jake Hill, who I've known since he was a small boy. Simon Hill and I used to work together, and Jake, who famously tells everybody that I taught him to drive. I don't think it was quite like that. I did have him out in a car park in a 3-pedal car early on.
I think it's great. Jake's racing, of course, this weekend in Imola. Mugello in the Creventic race. So they qualified about 4th, I think.
Spreading his wings into classic racing as well.
Into classic. Done a fantastic job at Goodwood. It's one of the star performances last year at Goodwood. Goodwood events, but
he drove Ricky Van Opel's F1 car at
he did that
as well.
But I think if Kyle Tilley and Merriman take him under their wing, the thing about John, because the BTCC, the guys do not make the money they made back in the days when all those manufacturers in the days when Alan Maynew was being paid £500,000 a year.
And the rest,
and the rest, 600, and a few, and a lot of them. And now you don't make much money doing the BTCC, just the way it works. No manufacturers in there, and I'd like to see Jake spread his wings really. And you know where he should be? Racing in the States. Really.
Well, he's. Obviously, he wants to get to Le Mans. He knows that.
And the fact that he got into that inside, never having driven a single-seater before, I don't think. Obviously, Simon raced in the States in the Barber Saab series.
Did well.
The fact he went so well at inside, I just wonder, what it would be like in a LMP, in a decent prototype. I think it could be very quick. He's a lovely guy, and we've got a kind of good history of motor racing as well.
He drive anything quick.
He does. Very well.
Congratulations on him on winning the Touring Car Championship.
It was emotional, was it? Against a very good contender.
I was away at the time, and I have a suspicion I was on a fairly long trip.
Yeah.
And therefore, I was driving and I couldn't be watching the timing
Yeah,
of the scoring.
yeah, out of time
And
zone.
I was waiting and waiting and waiting for the results, and finally I got a message through that he took, because it went down in the last race, of course.
Yeah.
I watched it all later on catch up. But
Yeah, and the weather played a part, of course.
I nearly drove the car off the road.
Yeah.
I was whooping and hollering so much.
It's just, he went through such adversity and finding the money, and Simon as well. And, you know, and talent ultimately came to the top, as it deserved to do. But, I mean, he drove some pretty dodgy touring cars earlier in his career that weren't, you know, up to speed.
Bit of a throwback career, actually.
Yeah.
Because, you know, many people coming through in this kind of era that we're looking at now, the 60s endurance would have driven everything, and not always the car they would have wanted to be in. But, you know, if there was a bit of money in it, or because in these days you might have got start money to turn up somewhere. When did that stop? When did start money and big prize money disappear, Andrew?
Yeah, well, big prize money still there in Formula. Yes, that whole, I mean, I was very much involved in the 70s Formula 3 screamer period, when there was races all around the continent. I used to negotiate start money for people. And, you know, you could play different, because they wanted, like, I represented a guy called, believe it or not, Terry Ogilvie Hardy, and he was a factory Alexis driver. And because there weren't many Alexis, I could always get money for him, but then he'd then put a shark nose in front of it. He fell out with Alexis, he changed the car, put a shark nose front on it, and called it Project XR, and decided, like we did Mr. John B, he was Mr. X, the mystery businessman.
Right.
And we got more start money, and we went to places like Schleitzerdreieck in Germany and Oppetia in Yugoslavia, all around bloody Europe, and you could, you know, they live pretty well hand to mouth, but you got enough money from one race and start money to the next. Your question, when did it stop? I'm not, it must have been the 80s, I think. Yeah.
It's an interesting one, and I'd like to sort of trace back, because sponsorship started way beyond that. So that was back in the late 60s, wasn't it, when Colin Chapman started changing the colour of his cars.
And there's lots of. You've got to remember, John, that back then there was no sponsorship of football.
No.
So a lot of the money was, you know, the money that went into motor racing got sucked away from it. And so, I mean, I remember doing a deal once for a guy called Steve Thompson. He's still around in Formula 3. And I did this deal with a pharmaceutical company, completely cold. I didn't know them. I did a pitch. It was Contact 400. It was a cold cure thing.
I remember that, yeah.
And they had a wonderful Ensign Formula 3 car. We mentioned Ensign Formula 1. They had an Ensign Formula 1 car. We're just going again, actually, I think.
No, still
no, we're not. I just saw.
I
saw the word start, but it wasn't to do with that. And you know, you could do deals like that then.
Yeah.
I mean, there are proper sponsorship deals in British national racing, but a lot of these, I mean, and particularly in the BTCC.
Yeah.
Because obviously you got that TV coverage. But a lot of these deals.
Even there, to be honest, getting a return on your investment.
Yeah.
When you look at something like Formula 3, FIA Formula 3, FIA Formula 2. There's no way you can get a return on your investment. I'd much rather spend my money doing something like this.
You go Formula 3 racing now, it's going to cost your family a lot of money, or someone.
Yeah.
When I was involved
and unless you get to F1 and get a big salary, you're never.
I mean, Red Bull picking up some people, Mercedes, Ferrari, picking up kids from karting. Some of them will get lucky, but others miss out. When I was involved in Formula 3 and running a team in 1970, the drivers were being paid, and we were going testing with Firestone at Thruxton and places, and we were being paid to test the new rubber and stuff like that. It was with a March factory team. So everything's changed in racing. Some of it for the good, some of it, well, you know, to the detriment as we go again. And the lights are on though. Look, lights are blazing.
There will be the safety car coming in this lap, but there's a problem for the white and red of the number 10, because the left spot lamp on Max Huber's Shelby Cobra 289 from 1964, as we do go back to green. Perfectly timed storytelling by Andrew Marriott alongside me. Now, did it just fall off on its own, or did he clip something? But that,
I think it's just
falling off the lap.
The amazing thing is it's still shining, hanging on. But I noticed that car's got the gurney blimp in the roof for the tall drivers.
Big lot up from a Lotus there.
That's Michael Birch's car, is it?
21,
Michael
Birch. He was sitting in 7th position.
Yeah, Michael, great in a Talbot. We'll see him at the Le Mans Classic. By well in the pre-war race in a Talbot, the 105. He's got lots of racing cars, Michael.
We had the whole factory team then.
Yeah, well, yeah, you did.
All
Yeah,
the
with that lime green colour.
Yeah.
I mean, anyway, that's something to look forward to. And so he's going to the Le Mans Classic. You know, if you haven't done it, book it. It's such a lovely part of the world as well. That western bit of France.
It's getting busier. It's much busier than it used to be,
Yeah.
but it still isn't anywhere near as the main 24 hours.
It's a different deal.
And it's a completely different atmosphere.
Yeah.
To be honest, if you never saw any racing and just wandered around the infield looking at the cars in the paddocks and the effect, it's the biggest car show in the world.
Yeah, it is.
It's the biggest car show in the world, and the car clubs are so brilliantly organised.
Yeah, and of course some of the manufacturers are there as well. But if you're not used to that, they don't race over 24 hours. There's racing for 24 hours, but they race in hour races, and I think is it 3 or 4 races, and then they add all the times up together.
Correct.
Which is a nightmare for us, John, because if you remember, the timing screen doesn't do it for us. We only have on the screen the race that's actually happening.
We have Alcamel now.
But now Alcamel, yes.
To do that. And at the end of the day,
we
the last race, to give us an extra cost.
I was doing a lot of mental arithmetic 2 years ago, I remember, a year or so.
James Thorpe and Maxime Grenac go through just about 2 seconds between the first of the Jaguars and the first of the Sherbrooke Cobras. Then it's 2 more Cobras in the hands of Erwin Franz, who's come nicely through in that number 70 car in the 3rd position. And Christophe Favrit is in 4th position. Then Jonathan Mitchell and John Minshaw, another couple of Jags. Armand Mille in 7th has a Cobra. Vincent Kolb has a Cobra. Max Huber in 9th place has the number 10 Cobra, and rounding up the top 10, Eugene Desplanques in a Cobra. The Lotus 15 of Michael Birch now dropped down from 7th to 12th after that half spin, but still leads its class. And Sean Lynn in the 26R in 18th position leads his class as well. Yeah,
the number 100 car has just come into the pits, obviously some mechanical malady.
And finally, the Max Huber car is going to have to come in. It's had the mechanical flag on that, the black and orange flag.
Black and orange, yeah.
They don't want that falling off on the track. So sounds reasonable. Sebastien Berchon. That's the 2nd time that number 100 Jaguar. That was the one that we thought was having the carb floats looked at.
Yeah.
Earlier on.
But it won't take them long. They'll just rip that light off, I think.
Yes, a
pair of snips.
Front of the field. James Thorpe.
God, it just looks right like Daytona Cobra, doesn't
it? They just look absolutely tremendous. Something about them. The headlights on the front as well, beginning to come into play now.
Yeah.
55 in 4th place.
Nice to see the 2 Cobras together. There's that 100 car. Just going back to Daytona Cobra, Andrew Jordan's been running one, which I think might be for sale or has been sold recently. The chassis.
Really?
Yeah.
And that's a continuation car, is it?
Well, it's a replica car. I like to call them tribute cars, really.
Tribute, that's a good word.
Yeah.
I understand, particularly... Oh, hello. I'm not an expert, but that is not the line. That is the car that needs to come into the pits, actually.
Yeah.
In fact, actually, that might have taken the light off now.
Yeah, a bit of luck.
Now that the number 10 of Max Huber has been through the gravel between 13 and 14. I knew that wasn't the line. It has taken it off, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. The Lins are having a good day, aren't they? Sean Lynn is leading the class with the Lands.
Dark-coloured number 50. Is that the Britannia again? Yes, it is. That is Liam Hazelman. At full speed, the windscreen wiper lifts off the screen and almost looks like a radio aerial straight up. And as he brings the turn, it pops back down on the screen again. Sean Lynn's just put the 26 hours fastest lap of the race in on a 2:09.9. So people are getting back into their groove now, Andrew. After the safety car, that does mean there'll be a bit of jockeying for position down the field.
The next to land, which is right behind it, is the guy with the wonderful name of Ivan Avanov.
Richard Mines leading a battle pack of cars down at the bottom of the circuit in his E-Type. Headlights ablaze now. And Richard sitting in 12th position overall. That's Lee Moore behind him. Liam Hazelmans, Laurent Jasper, Charles Firminch, and Sean Lynn gaining on all of them actually in the 26R.
Now they're getting back into a rhythm again after that long yellow. And I think the camera really gathers more light than there really is out there, doesn't it? And I think it's starting to get dusky now.
Well, you can see, as soon as you can see the headlights reflecting on the tarmac, you know that it's getting dark. The 180 is Lee Moore in that rather menacing British racing green with the black rims on that car. I'm not a big fan of black rims normally on road cars, but there's something about them on race cars. They would have been black Imperial as well.
Yeah.
Knock off wheel spinners on them. So we head towards 7 o'clock in the evening here in Barcelona, and still the battle at the front of the field. Down to 3 seconds now, as James Thorpe and Maxime Gunat, in respectively their Jaguar and Shelby Cobra, are battling it out. See who's moving through the field and perhaps gaining on the guys ahead. Just had a moment out on the far side. The 180 of Lee Moore, driver's door, doesn't want to latch properly. He's got the window rolled down a little bit for a wee bit of airflow. Air temperature's been around 14, 15 all day. Just dropped down to 13 Celsius, and track temperature's dropped down to 13 as well. The sun well behind the grandstands and the mountainside. James Thorpe leading in that grey-green 463 UVP is the registration plate on that car. E-Type with the hard top that some of the races had, rather than a coupe. And it doesn't make much difference, strange enough. Some people prefer racing the soft top, but one of the most famous Jaguar E-Type racers was a guy called Dick Prothero, and he was, in club racing was different, John, in those times. There was only one meeting a weekend. You can only go to one place, so in a way it was more structured. But when I first started covering those sort of races as a teenager, you knew that most of the people who were racing. There's a lot more racing licenses now than there were, but Prothero was a big star, particularly at Mallory Park, which was my stamping ground in the early days. People who only raced at their local circuits.
You did.
Off in turn, turn 7, heading through to 8.
Oh, I would have thought he could get it out of there unless something's broken.
Get it in reverse. It's got the left rear wheel.
Oh, I don't like it there. It's right on the outside.
That's a big commitment corner.
Yeah.
That.
I think we're going to
see another intervention here.
Is he trying to? Because sometimes people they spin off like they get very flustered. It will start up. They can reverse it back. They've got to get their head into that space.
26 that was it Philippe Bert? I'm
not sure.
79 car now running again. That was the car that spent a wee bit of time in the pits. That's Mark Trade. He's 11 laps off the overall leader, but he'd be a bit closer to his class leader.
Yeah, how many people? We've still got a lot of people on the same lap, John. We're going right down to 28th place, all on the same lap.
Yeah, and that will remain the same for a while. We haven't had our first tranche of pit stops yet.
No, we're a third of the way through.
And the 26R did get out. You're absolutely right. I think that's a left rear puncture though on that car.
Yeah.
And it is the number one.
Something hanging down though as well.
It is the 150, which makes it Philip Berhofer in the number 150 car. So he's dropped.
He stopped again.
That is.
Oh no! Right.
There is a left rear puncture.
Oh yeah, but come on.
He's trying.
I see what he's trying to do. He's trying to get. Whoa.
He's trying to get to a place of safety.
Yeah.
I don't think he really wanted to put it in the
gravel.
gravel.
He put it in the gravel.
That's because there's, I know what he was thinking. There's a gap in the fence there.
Ah.
And that would have got him. You look for the orange overlaps Full course yellow.
Yeah.
So this is a full course yellow, not a safety car. Mean different things in Europe. Safety car is a safety car. Full course yellow is basically everybody slowing down to a predetermined speed.
Yeah.
Keep
60,
in
position.
Or 19 Ks, and you keep position.
Yeah.
Safety car doesn't come out. There's the orange overlap.
Yeah,
you see.
yeah.
You spot those when you go for your track walk, and you know there's a gap in the fence. And rather than drive it all the way around, I wonder if he was worried he was going to lose he might have been thinking he was losing a drive shaft rather than just having a puncture. But that car will pull out of there quite easily. And they'll get it back to the pits. Pit window has just opened. The first pit window.
Oh, well, go in now.
Well, yes, absolutely. Where are the leaders is the question. And the leader being the number 43 has just gone past the pits. So they are going through turn 3 now and up towards Repsol. There you go. The 150 stopped, as we mentioned, just trying to get that car off the track.
Yeah.
That's a shame. So pit lane is opened and nobody's taken advantage so far that I've seen. You know, if you're further down the field,
they're definitely driving.
I'd definitely have been in.
But
you're going to get a free pit stop.
The pole position car, Montjuïc, has gone into the pits. That's the one that started 3 laps late. So, yeah.
The leaders, thanks to our tracker on Alcamel, just coming down to the bottom, the lowest part of the circuit at turn 7.
I don't think that FCY will last very long, so you've got to get yourself in now.
Well, here's a question, and I'm sorry, I should have looked at the supplementary regs. Under full course yellow, does the pit open?
Probably not until 1 lap more.
Well, or maybe only under the safety car. Let's work out. I can't see the pit lane entry to see whether the light is still on, the closed light is still on.
And the point is with this, John, and people might not understand that different series have different rules.
Exactly.
And you do a lot of different series. So, you know, the rule at one place is completely different to another series and so on.
No, we've got some pit callers.
Yeah, we have now.
We have got some pit. Erwin France. Now, I think that's really smart. So, Erwin France wasn't the sharpest of the field.
He is.
So, he must have stopped on the first opportunity to come in.
It could have just fallen right for him. They could have just called it, pits open, and he dived in. Well, it was in the top 5 anyway.
So, I wonder why the guys around him didn't pit. But, okay. Let's see how that shakes out. But he's getting his pit stop. Again, would have to check. Does your pit stop time change if you started under yellow flags? But you know, I can't see how you police that. That'd be
I'm pretty sure this is a 2 pit stop race, and of course, then if you've got 2 drivers, you might put your gentleman in the middle, hadn't you? And there are different strategies you can use.
Basically, that opened after 15 minutes of the race. I presume it'll stay up for 10.
Yeah.
France in the pit lane with that lovely blue.
Well, that's the traditional colour, isn't it? Yeah. Well, I love the treatment of the back with the sectored white and blue with the number in it. It just looks cool to me.
The covers off the spotlights, which do not look period.
Yeah.
Lighting is one of the things that's improved massively. The other 26R that, remember, went out the pits and then got stuck at the end of pit lane. That was the 79 Mark Drain car. That stopped again as well. They've had nothing but trouble from that car. Yeah,
March a season campaigner. He's raced Lotus Cortinas, all sorts of things.
So yes, so 51 cruising around at second place is Maxime Guinat. He's got James Thorpe just ahead of him.
Yeah, Thorpe.
They have steadfastly refused to come into the pits as we go back to green with the pit lane open. And the problem is that if Erwin France gets out again now, Andre Roland as well, but he wasn't as far up the field. But Erwin France gets out and gets up the speed, then he's going to get a real advantage here.
Yeah, but the other people that dived in that quick was Van Riet and Minshaw. They both dived in.
Yeah. That tells me it was the right thing to do. Minshaw came in from the top 6 as well, didn't he?
Yeah. Well, see how this pans out. It's a longish race. And now you've got people up in the top for Armand Meal. He's running fourth at the moment.
The question will be, of course, where these people cycle off into and whether there's a huge bunch of traffic.
Yeah.
The guys at the front of the field are banking on the fact that they have got clear track ahead of them for probably 3 or 4 laps before they come in and do the first pit stop. Are they better off doing that than stopping under yellow? And it's a tough call. 51. Actually, the problem is the leader's coming round to a gaggle of cars now. So really, before he gets onto the back of the field, because of course people like Jean-Marie Amoros in the Lotus number 177, we didn't close the field back up. It wasn't a safety car, it was only a full course yellow.
Yeah, and Maxine Gonard has nipped past James Thorpe. When did that happen?
Yeah, on the restart.
Oh, did it? Yeah, it must have done.
Yeah.
We didn't see it happen.
And he comes through. I think James Thorpe's pitted, has he?
That's why I'm wondering.
There's a car in the pit lane. It doesn't trip the pit lane until you.
No, it has. He's got it just wrong, hasn't he? Timed it wrong.
Well, but surely the leader's got to come in, and Jonathan Mitchell's got to come in as well.
Yeah, but the window's still open.
Yeah, you do get a warning about halfway through pit stop window. There will be another one later on. So what we've now got to look at is where Erwin France comes out. He's in the number 70 car, so at the moment he will look like he's nowhere.
Yeah.
But as everybody pits around him, he'll be up to speed, and he is now out of the pit lane. He's behind Jan Zen in the Healy. They're down in 35th and 36th position. Is he driving on his own, or has he got? No, he's driving on his own. Is he going to do the 2 hours on his own? Good lad.
Yeah.
So he knows the car, he knows the track conditions. Give him a couple of laps to get himself back into the groove, and then let's see where he pops out as everybody pits around him. Now, he's dropped 2 laps off the lead. 2 laps off the lead. Let's just remind ourselves of that.
Yeah, and Thorpe has dropped to 17th from first, and he's a lap off the lead.
Yeah, but he hasn't come out yet, Andrew. That's where he is standing still.
There's the Van Riet car. Look, we know he's quick.
That's the dark blue car. Looks fabulous, that.
He's got
driving like a rally helmet.
He is, yeah.
With a sort of intercom on it.
Yeah.
As part of the chin piece.
There's a beast in it. You look at it at that angle.
I remember talking to Carol Shelby about these cars on Radio Le Mans one year, and as the Cobras and the Daytona Coupes got wider and wider, and I said, so you could use bigger tyres. He said, actually, it was the other way around. The cars got wider. They were using Firestones a lot in those days. He says, as the tyre technology changed and the tyres got wider and the wheels got wider, we had to widen the cars to get them under the arches, because the regs were still that you had to have the wheels, the tread of the tyre had to be underneath the arches. And he said they became unwieldy, particularly on things like the Mille Miglia and stuff like that, because they were, big balloon sidewall tyres long before low profiles came out. And he said on the road, if you had a bit of tram line, if you had, it was quite difficult to keep them in a straight line. As the cars got later, they became more outlandish. The other thing in that interview, that he was with Phil Hill actually in that interview. I should put it somewhere on tape. I should dig it out actually and digitise it. And I said to him, of all the cars you've been involved with, which was the car that you were, most proud of? Expecting him to say the Cobra, of course.
Yeah.
And he said, do you know what? I always liked the Sunbeam Tiger. He said, I did the deal myself with Brian Roots.
Yeah.
And he said, then of course Roots Group got taken over by Chrysler of America. And the problem was their little sports car had a 289 Ford engine in it. And they didn't want that V8 engine. They wanted the Chrysler lump in it. And they did actually build a prototype with a Chrysler V8 in to try and keep it going and further develop that car, but it didn't quite work. It didn't quite fit in the engine bay. I always lusted after the Tiger. I had a 1750 Alpine 1964 car, DAA 344C.
Yeah, Patrick Watts has done good stuff in a Tiger in rallying actually. Another ex-top touring car racer.
Well, the Tigers actually got a steering rack, the later Tigers, whereas the Alpines always had to make do with the steering box. Although it wasn't too bad for the car that it was. Quite a sophisticated car in its day. when you consider that engine went back to the 4-cylinder 1750, went back to the 1950s, really. Much better as a 1750 with the 5-bearing crank than the 3-bearing crank 1500. Right, I'll zip
Just
it.
calling the front of the 22 car.
Yeah, very good idea. That's so you don't get any heat sink while you're in the pit lane.
Interesting helmet design. Is that meant to be feathers? I'm not sure.
Hair.
Hair, maybe hair. Yes, I think that's.
Jean-Luc Blanchimont in the 22
Yeah.
63 3.8.
So Thorpe is back up to. So Thorpe's last lap was 4 minutes 19.
The Thorpe's not out of the pitch yet. Thorpe's still in the pitch.
Oh, is he still? I think he might have just gone. Actually.
No, he's down to 24th.
Is he? Yeah, it's dropped to 24. So we got. So it's showing. John.
Maxime Gunat still hasn't stopped.
No, he hasn't. Quite a lot of people. Yeah. Looking at the quick people that haven't stopped. There's Gunat, Jonathan Mitchell,
Erwin France,
Michael Birch, and the Lee Mole cars right up there because we know we're going to have quick pilot in that in a moment. And Phil Key, Jonathan,
He's just pulled in. Parche,
yeah.
Parche's just put it in there. Shelby Cobra number 121. Ivan Ivanov has just Petev, excuse me, Ivanov, and he's just put it in the one. No, sorry, he's just done the fastest lap of his race and the fastest lap in his class in the 26R.
Good on him.
Number 124. That was the car we were looking at earlier on.
Yeah,
that's the GTS 10 class. He's in second place at the moment. He's only a second and a half behind Sean Lynn, who is chasing him down for the lead of that class.
I think one of these races a few years ago, Lynn won it in the Elan, actually.
Really?
Yeah, I need to check that out. I know he's done very well in this longer race.
Well,
I might have been last year. Even.
It's doable if the pit stop times help you out.
Yeah.
Because he's a couple of seconds slower per lap than, say, somebody like Erwin France in there, but only a couple of seconds. So it depends what your pit stop delta is. What did you call that earlier on? You didn't call it a delta. Some people have different times to others.
Yeah.
Michael Birch has just done the Lotus's fastest lap and the fastest in SP3. He's up to 6th now after that spin earlier on. 2:05 for that car. 2:03's at the front of the field, but when in traffic, 2:05, 2:06, 2:07. Traffic giveth, traffic taketh away.
Exactly.
It's absolutely as true in this racing as it is in contemporary racing. And
so we'll get a pattern emerging again soon, won't we, John? But at the moment, there's the Elan coming.
That's the 150. Tried to get through the hole in the wall. Philip Berhoffer and George McDonald's car. That was left rear puncture, wasn't it, on that car? It looked like the tyre was coming off the rim, actually.
So an hour remaining. I'm questioning now whether it is 2 pit stops, I must say. I did try to find it in the regs and couldn't.
Do you think it might be?
I think it might be just 1 stop. That's why these
very long pit stop.
Well, and that's why these guys are going long, because I mean we're just coming up to halfway. So
yeah, but you still surely, if you've done part of your pit stop.
I'm not sure about the Cobra. What's the fueling situation? I know a Elan.
2 hours?
Yeah, well, Elan will.
Yeah.
Interesting.
If you are just joining us, where have you been all day? Just after 7 o'clock here at Barcelona. Good to have your company. We're back at it in the morning.
Nice and early.
Nice and early. Yeah, have an early breakfast. Well, look, you'll have been up watching the Grand Prix, won't you? So you might as well just stay up.
Well, you might have been lying in bed listening to it on the radio.
That's true. You might as well just stay up, make yourself a hearty breakfast, settle down with a cup of brew, and settle in for a full day's classic racing.
Yeah.
Plenty going on. So just coming up to the hour, still an hour and 5 minutes racing, 55 gone. Cross the line for the leader, Maxime Gunat. And I think Jonathan Mitchell might have picked. That's not. Who's picked it? That is. I think the second place car's picked it. Let me see as they come through. Oh, Mitchell's gone. Mitchell's gone through in the 157. Then it's on Armand Meal, Liam Heesemans, Vincent Kolb now up to 5th in the 65 car. A lot of fast times coming in now for individuals. Lamp pods are lit. I do like the attention to detail in colour matching the back of what looked to be a set of CBS Super Oscars on the light green Jaguar. That's the number 63 car that was going round earlier on. I did that years ago on a set of CBS Super Oscars that I had on a Sunbeam Talbot Sunbeam TI. They'd been on the Avenger, I think, before that, if I'm not wrong. So, still waiting for the pit stops at the front of the field. And Erwin Franz. See, I suppose if the thing for Erwin Franz, the pit stops, he's driving on his own, so he doesn't have to balance out the pit stop time.
No,
so it didn't matter when he came.
Doesn't matter.
So if
he can hunt for a yellow.
Yeah,
of course.
You know, he can. If he gets what he's done now is if there's a safety car. And that's what he wants now. He wants a safety car to bunch up the field. Or maybe he doesn't. Maybe he just wants green flag pit stop. So, you know, Armand Meals just done the fastest lap of the number 3 Shelby race. That's the Cobra in third. And that was a 2:04.5.
Yeah. And what's a good 2:03 is a sort of top time, isn't it?
Good to see that Bitterini that was in the pit lane earlier on, the number 50. That is running again. Turning tap, they're turning decent lap times. So whatever ailed that.
Well, showing in 4th place at the moment with Liam Hesselmans.
Yeah.
So
that was the car, remember, that
yeah.
Didn't that start from the pit lane?
Fuel.
Yeah.
Rather like Creventic, they got the pumps to the side. And I saw it in a land there, I know for sure they run 2 hours. So I don't know what he's doing.
Right. Okay, very interesting.
But anyway, Gunnar doing a great job, Maxine. And in the Cobra, E-Type seconds, 10 seconds between them at the moment. Then Armand Meal, then Vincent Kolb.
Gone out a little bit in the last couple of 3 laps.
Yeah.
Jonathan Mitchell has lost a couple of
seconds.
seconds.
What's Minshaw? Minshaw is down, showing at the moment in 27th.
Well, that's taking a stop.
Yeah, but he's doing 2:05s. Who else is crew?
Erwin Franz is the top runner. I'm going to take that back. Robin Greenhoff is the top runner who's taking a pit stop. That's the number 77 Cobra, down in 19th position, I reckon. That's the first car that's done a pit stop.
What about Hazelman's? Oh, he's in the pits, isn't he?
No, they're in the pits.
They're in the pits. We're looking for the one, but I'm looking at the one
on the track that is running.
Yeah.
Not on an outlap. Did a 2:12 last time around against a best lap time of 2:11. So he's running on proper pace, and he's 15 seconds ahead of Erwin Franz, who's a much faster car, sort of 7 seconds a lap faster car. I suggest that if there has been any fuel dumped in, then obviously that's going to take some difference, and maybe slight pit stop time differential as well. Into the pit lane for the number 91. This is the very handsome blue Marcus Anderson E-Type, and that is one of the lightweights that we were talking about earlier on. And in 30 seconds time, we will have reached half distance. Maxime Gunat then, how far into the race does he go before he pulls in? He's got Guillaume Marr to pass the car over to. Jonathan Mitchell in second in the 157. He's driving on his own, so he's only got himself to please. Armand Meal in third in the number 3. See above comment. Oh, now this could be interesting. We have
which E-Type, obviously an E-Type, difficult. Yeah. What about on here? Can we see it?
So I'll spot it on the. If I can work out where it is on the circuit, would help.
There's a bit Serini in.
That's the 50 car. That came out of third position, and that may be in anticipation of a yellow flag. See, the other thing is, you could come in and not have a fuel pump. which is what's happening. The fuel station is at the beginning of the pit lane. So, you know, you could come in. So maybe that was another clever move by Erwin France, that he's done 15-20 minutes of racing. So that's turn 4. So let me see if I can see anybody struggling. Right, I reckon that is the number 24 car, Andrew, that is stuck out on the track. And that is, that's Francois Fillon. Pierre Fillon, President Fillon's brother.
The former Prime Minister of France. I think we've had the king. Then we had Swedish royalty, haven't we? Racing, I know. Here's a Mustang.
Classic. Wimbledon white. The blue racing stripes.
Yep. Great lines.
67 is Thomas Studer. Shelby Mustang. That's a GT350. Of course, Mustang available in the UK now, and the Dark Horse Mustang, which is their top of the range, which is around about mid-60,000 £, which is a huge amount of performance for the money. And it has the steering wheel on the side that is correct, and the side that Henry Ford started building cars on. That would be the right-hand side for the steering wheels, because all the original Model Ts.
We're starting to see in the falling light the glowing cherry red discs on the front. You can see them through the wheels. Just saw a couple now. Which is always things so emotive, isn't it?
Confirmed it was the 24, but we're now getting, and it's a full course yellow.
Oh.
And, well, here's another opportunity to drop in.
Yeah,
the point I was going to make about Erwin France is he did, 15, 16 minutes of flat out racing. So he would have used some fuel. So he went into an empty fuel bay. That was the other thing.
That's
He's not
clever.
going to have to wait. So there's another reason, perhaps, why some people didn't pit, because they thought
they couldn't get in. Maybe
they thought they couldn't get in.
It's racing's not just about speed.
No,
it's about tactics.
Francois Fillon hasn't resumed. He's just being pushed backwards. That is the 24 car. Yes. Sorry, I doubted myself there for a moment. So this will be a very short full course yellow. It has brought a slew of pit stops, including the Elan 26R of Sean Lynn, battling with Ivan Petev Ivanov in a similar car, both from 1965. Laurent Jasper in this number 73 Jaguar. Stefan Justi in the 26R, third in that same class. So the top three in effectively the 26R class are in the pit lane. Lee Moulds coming in his Jaguar. Richard Mines is coming in his Jaguar as well. And now, how does this play out for Erwin France in the number 70 car? Where does he get to? He's already up to 14th, and there's 6 cars ahead of him that are in the pit lane. So he's going to be well inside the top 10 with cars in front of him who've not yet stopped. And that, interestingly, that number 10 car has still not come in.
And the light hasn't fallen off it, and it's still there.
Hang on, that's a replay.
That's a replay, because it's,
Because I was going to say, you don't get grace for a black and orange flag. You've got to come in immediately. You don't even have 3 laps. So a 50-second, check that. A 5 seconds time penalty for the Bitterini number 50. This is track limits infringement.
We haven't had many of those, have we?
They've been coming up on the screen.
Yeah, the odd one,
Arabi-Gan, Simon Arabi-Gan has passed the number 71 over to Callum Lockie. Callum back out on the track. So that's, this is pretty much half distance.
Yeah, it is really.
He's in the +4 Super Sport, of course, that number 71. Ricard Lehman in the Austin Healey 3-litre number 134 is back out. Thomas Studer in the Shelby Mustang number 67 is back out. Benjamin Monet in the 31 Cobra is out. Jose de Rocha in the 16. That's another Shelby Cobra. Olivier Biateur. These are all back out on the track after that pit stop. Loris Hazelman.
Lots of others coming.
We're back to green. Still in the pits. There's a lot of people still in the pit. So this hasn't worked out badly for that number 70 car. Erwin France is going to be sitting, I reckon, maybe in 5th position.
Yeah.
5th or 6th position by the time this shakes out. And he's made 1 pit stop. It'll just depend on whether he needs more fuel. And you may be right. Maybe they have got to make 2 pit stops.
We must be able to check it somewhere, but anyway, we'll see. Won't we? It'll work itself out.
Well, there's just under an hour remaining.
Yeah.
Under an hour remaining.
Goddard's still in the lead.
And
Doing
still
a great job.
stopped.
No, it still hasn't stopped.
The top 4 cars have not stopped. So that's Gunnar in the Shelby number 51, Jonathan Mitchell in the 157, Ahmad Mil in the Cobra number 3, and Michael Birch in the Lotus
15.
Yeah, the 21 car. Incredible stuff.
And Sean Lynn up there in 6th place, leading the what I call the Elan class.
That's the GTS 10. He's still in the pit lane, but all of the cars. And we've got a yellow flag again. That is on the front straight. Now, what's happened here? Jamil has just left the pit lane in her number 4.
I don't think it'll be that, will it? Let's.
No. Well, actually, that's a share with Hervé Ordoni in that 3.8. Ordoni, Hervé. Now, it's still yellow. Richard Maines is back out again. Excuse me, Richard. Now, he should have handed that car over, shouldn't he? Or was Maines driving on his own?
No, I think he's driving on his own.
Okay.
Yeah.
That might change any second now. I'll check him out. In the 106, that is. No, he's Rob Huff. He should have Rob.
Oh, he should have Rob. Yeah, that's right. Well, presumably Rob probably got something else to do.
Well, we'll see.
Ollie Hart, obviously was in the car that was on pole, as going slowly, it says, or stopped.
Okay, that's the 76 was the car. That was late on parade, if you remember.
Yeah.
So that's well done.
Yeah, I see the 105 car, Stephen Jobstall, handed over to Andy Willis. Andy Willis is a quick peddler. He is the team manager of Hall and Hall, very much part of the Hall and Hall prep company, but he's a fine driver as well. And I've seen him win races in old BRM Formula 1 cars.
Erwin France is going to lead this.
Yeah, you're right, John. I think you've read this well.
Because he's now the top car. He's now in 6th, net 5th actually, because Vincent Kolb's just pitted his 65 car, and all of the cars ahead of him have got to pit. Now the question for me is, can that Shelby Colbert Daytona Coupe go from here with fuel for Erwin? He doesn't have to change drivers.
And he can lap at 204, 205 bracket. And there's not many people who can go quicker than that. Just looking at it.
By the way, you said he was going slowly. He stopped at the pit exit.
Maybe that's what brought out that.
Maybe that's why the yellow is still out on the front straight. But that should be an easy snatch. Getting quite dark here at 7:20.
Certainly is.
And you know, I said there are a few lights, but there's not many.
Now look, it's
a proper Catalonian sunset with beautiful Etruscan orange in the sky. You know, God is a sports car racer because the colours of sunrise and sunset are Gulf colours, orange and blue. Simple as that. Has to be said. Maxime Guinat.
And the other Hesselman brother, the 2 sons that are racing, or grandsons of Twan Hesselmans, just on 203.
That's Loris.
That's Loris Hesselman. Yeah.
They're sharing. That car's going to be well up as well when this shakes out.
No, look at the discs or rotors, the Americans shining there.
That Bitterini going to be second when this shakes out, I reckon. Albeit a minute behind Erwin France. So Erwin now has got 50 minutes to drive that lovely Daytona Coupe of the number 70.
So,
and if he can keep his lap times where he is, he's absolutely bossed this. Here's the pit into the pit lane for the leader. 49, call that 50 minutes to go.
Yeah. There he is.
Gunat then in the 51.
Oh, then look at Bonnet comes up.
No, that's not the same.
Oh, no, that's not the same car, is it? No.
That's Benjamin Monet in the
one with a very dodgy colour scheme, or hardly call it colour scheme, or there's a bit of smoke coming out of there. 77 slowed.
I would say that was not period standard.
No.
So this is another one of the Cobra Coupes.
Oh,
This is for Jerome Greenhoff, and that's his out lap. So he's trying to restart the engine. You can tell that. Callum Lottie's just done the Morgan and GTS Class 11's fastest lap of the race. He's in 30th position, but he's going to climb the field. So that is on an out lap for that car, and that is dangerous. So that's the exit of turn 1, because you can see the penalty loop lane for MotoGP and World Superbikes there.
Very interesting to see where Gwinnett cycles back in the pits. Currently still shown in the lead, but
this might help him if we go full course yellow.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to, aren't they, with that car stranded there on the outside of that turn.
Well, Erwin France now is on the same lap as Maxime Gwinnett.
They've got to move that car. Oh, no, did he reverse it?
I think that car's dead stick. I see a slight dimming of the headlights as he's trying to start it up. He's turning it over, but there's no fire in the V8. And there's no way anybody can snatch that from there. This might have to be a safety car. If it is, this is all bets are off, and we're going to have about a 30-minute full course yellow.
Yeah.
We've gone full course yellow. This is manna from heaven for all of the guys in the pits. Jonathan Mitchell, Armand Manmille, Maxime Gwinnett. Gwinnett's just hit the pit lane after being fueled. Jonathan Mitchell scored as the leader whilst in the pits. There was a change, but that's because of where the start-finish line is. Still having that problem with the Benjamin Monet Cobra. Full course yellow.
Yeah, as you said, Johnny, all bets are off now, and it's going to be a dash for cash, isn't it, at the end?
70 car will come round to take the lead as it crosses the line this time around, and it's in turn 13 at the moment. He would have been miles ahead, absolutely miles ahead. So this is going to be much tighter at the front of the field for where Gwinnett comes out, depending on what his pit stop time is. On the front straight now for the, I think, leader-elect, but it's going to be tight. Watching for Gwinnett coming out of the pit lane in the 51. He's standing still at the moment. They're showing no signs of moving. Now going at the speed limit and passing him now on the front straight is Erwin France in that number 70 Shelby Cobra that took the early stop. They're watching that pit stop time very, very closely. France now leads. Erwin France now leads. Next to come through will be the Bizzarini in about a minute's time. That is the number 50 car just coming through to turn 13 now. Still no movement from the erstwhile leader, Maxime Gwinnett, in the Cobra in the pit lane. Last bits of advice from the team manager. Take it easy down the pit lane.
On the shoulder.
I think that's probably a second place as that car comes out. They're cooling the brakes.
No one has gone to the rescue of the 77 yet.
This might be upgraded to a safety car, you know.
Yeah.
You know what? I think they might be waiting for a safety car until those cars have come out the pits, so as not to disadvantage them.
Yeah. So France has won these races, these 60s endurance races in the past. He's an experienced man.
Well, the gap between him and Loris Hezemans is 1 minute and 15. So
yeah, massive.
And Hezemans hasn't come through yet on the start line, just coming through at the end of the start line now. So Hezemans now goes through to be scored second, I reckon. There's the time.
I know you've got to watch for Van Riet and Minshaw as well.
Yeah, I still haven't seen Maxime Gwinnett's car come out of the pit lane. Still waiting. So that registration number isn't right, because you can't have 007MH. That would never have been issued. Not as a UK registration number anyway. And that Lotus, it's the Birch car, isn't it?
Yep.
I'm still waiting. So Hezemans gone through in second. Christophe Van Riet is the next car to come through, and that then would be third. But the advantage that they would have had we stayed green has been somewhat diminished. Here they come round.
Well, they've closed it. It's closed everything up, John, hasn't it? Look.
Still waiting to go. Actually, I'm looking at this now.
That's Michael Birch leaning over.
Yeah. So who's he sharing with in the 21?
Luke Stevens, yeah.
Yeah.
Who's
Luke started that car, actually.
Oh, I thought he had, but that's.
Saw his helmet.
Well, maybe Michael hasn't driven it, for all we know.
Right. Now, here's a question. I may have given you slightly bump steer, and I apologise. I think Urban France now is just coming around to take the lead.
Right. So we'll see that on the timing in just a moment, John, won't we? But everything to play for, I think.
Yeah.
But France has driven a very well calculated race. You see, it says 21. Michael Birch has handed over to Luke Stevens. Says.
All right. Okay.
Yeah,
so Luke Stevens is out, and he's the first of that. There goes Maxime Cunat leaving the pit lane now, and he's ahead of France. He's ahead of France on the tracker. France is just going past the end of the pit lane now. I'm still past the stricken car. We may yet go to a safety car to recover that machine. Sebastian Berchon back in the pit lane in that troubled Jaguar number 100, the dark blue car.
So, John, they've been so quick at snatching these cars and getting them out of dangerous places, but this seems to be taking a little bit longer.
Yeah.
So,
still a full course yellow. We haven't upgraded to safety cars as yet.
And it's virtually dark now, isn't it? Look, we're in Le Mans territory now.
Right. So I'm going to wait for this to play out, but I think Luke Stevens might be leading the motor race.
Well, he's shown as leading at the moment, but you know,
and by a decent margin at that.
Yeah.
If what I'm seeing on the tracker and what I'm seeing on the timing screen works, then I think so.
There's the 100 car leaving.
Well, that's good news.
Yeah, it's good for them anyway. Yeah.
But they'll get some driving. One of these cars in the dark, fantastic. I was talking to Patrick Simon about racing at Spa Classic in some of the races there.
Yeah.
And the old touring car races they have there, part of the regs is that you have to have the original lights on. Upgrade the lights. Even for these cars nowadays, you can get far better bulbs, even some LED bulbs. The LED bulbs, whilst they're not road legal everywhere in the world, certainly not in the UK, we've not really upgraded our regulations enough, to be honest, to put replacement LED bulbs in. They actually draw less current than the originals. So even on slightly older design of wiring looms, they actually don't put any pressure on. Whereas, of course, if you put a bigger wattage, more standard bulb in, then it does put more pressure on it. So Luke Stevens is going to lead this motor race.
Yeah, Arben Meal is back on the track. He's shown in 5th place at the moment in that Cobra.
And we're going to get a safety car. We are going to get a safety car.
Yeah.
So they have waited until everybody's pitted to put the safety car out. I think that's what they've done. I think they've stayed under full control so that nobody is disadvantaged. So, except now, of course, everybody's going to get closed up anyway.
Yeah. Well,
what they've done is nobody's going to lose a lap.
Yeah, we're going to have a classic 40 minutes, aren't we, to the flag?
And Francois Fillon's car is back on the track. According to it isn't. I know what's happened. It's gone back past a point on the track where they can pick it.
I love this flagging post because it mimics the shape of the grandstand.
Yes, exactly.
There's a very nice architecture here at the Circuit de Catalunya.
Very, very loud. In the F1 commentary boxes.
Yeah.
TV compound here at Pit Inn this weekend, and that's where we're based. But the F1 commentary boxes where we do the 24 hours from are right at the top of the grandstand.
Yeah,
and it is so loud up there that you cannot take your headset off.
Yeah, because we're what 20 miles from the centre of Barcelona, really. quite an industrial area around here where we are. There's a lot of-
Montmello.
yes,
is
the town.
the town.
Yeah.
Which is closest
But
to
there's
here.
a
Montmello.
very good rail connection into central Barcelona. I used it the last Barcelona 24 I did.
Yeah, one thing to note, if you're coming to watch motor racing here, not all of the trains stop here all of the time.
Ah,
F1 is different
yeah.
because there is a station right behind the grandstand. The two hotels that are there. You can walk straight over the top of the railway line and into the back of the commentary boxes if you so desire. Well, you kind of got the right passes, obviously.
Yeah.
Not everybody can just walk into the commentary box. But not all of the trains run, or at least not all the trains from Barcelona stop here at all of the race meetings. So just be aware of that if you're planning for the future.
Just looking at the last lap time, which includes the stop and everything that's going on with the yellows. Luke Stevens was just under 7 minutes. Maxime Gallard was 7.5, so he made up 30 seconds in that. You know, so that's also making me think that Stevens has got a good chance in this.
Well, it'll be fueling time as well.
Yeah, it will.
And whether you had to wait, Stevens, I think, didn't get on a pump straight away because I saw a low-slung car when everybody dived in. He sat in the queue. When actually there was a free pump further up that he, I think, was so low down he couldn't see.
Look at Armand Meal's time, was 8 minutes 11, so he's almost lost a minute on the Luke Stevens car in that sequence going on there.
And anybody who was under full course yellow is doing about 3 minutes 20.
Yeah. Sway the cookie crumbles, as they say.
If that had stayed green, Erwin France was gone.
Yeah.
Absolutely, he would have had the better part of a lap on the field, possibly even a lap on the field. So you know, live by the yellow flag pit stop, die by the yellow flag pit stop, I suppose. Safety car has picked up the leaders and will close the field up. We need to get some of the stragglers further back, and of course that will the reason that they weren't happy on doing the snatch was that they didn't have a big enough gap. Now what they're going to have is a 2-minute gap to get a car on track and tow the stricken Jerome Greenhoff Cobra away. Rob Huff has taken over the Richard Means car, so that is confirmed now on the timing screen. The problem for some of these guys who played the pit stop card is that they didn't get their lap back, did they?
No, that's the problem, isn't it?
So I think Max Wallin is the first car off the lead lap in the 26R. I mean, he's leading his class, the GTS 10 class, having taken over the number 13 26R. But he hasn't got his lap back on the leaders. Where's the other 26Rs?
We've got how many cars? Yeah, just 6 cars on 32 laps. Yeah.
It's still the 13 from the 124 in the 26R category. And I think we've got 8 cars on the lead lap at the moment.
So I wanted to get going again, John, don't you?
I'm not even sure that they've pulled the car to safety yet. Waiting for it. The problem will be if they take just a snatch pickup truck round there and expect it towed, and if he's locked a diff or he's thrown the drive shaft,
that's
need a flat
that's the trouble, isn't it?
And
exactly.
You won't know till you get there. And there's no pit car radio in for an. I think this is a second stop for Olivier Bioteur. Yes, it is, in the Corvette C2. Lovely colour on that car. The
aren't too many left-hand drive Stingrays around, are there?
The whiteness that flap towards the middle and then park on the outside. So Luke Stevens now leading, but with cars between himself and the chasing pack. Guillaume Marr now behind the wheel of the Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe number 51 in second. Erwin France driving Solo is another 3 seconds further back. So he's absolutely embroiled in traffic.
Yeah,
There's at least 2 or 3 cars between the leader and the second place car, and the same between the second and the third.
This has really worked against the gentleman drivers who've put their pro in for the last stint, because the pros aren't there doing the quick lap times.
True.
I think
car lights are out, Andrew.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the likes of Callum Lockie's in that Morgan would have dragged it further up the field. Andy Willis in that Elan, for instance. Yeah. Anyway, here we are. Phil Keane. Phil Keane's at the moment showing us driving 2 different cars. So
he is that good. He's racing himself. He's 4.5 seconds behind himself.
Yeah.
At the moment. Right. Safety car has cleared off, and therefore Luke Stevens in the Lotus 15. That's a 1958 car. When you
looks as if it's on road tyres.
Well, they are very narrow.
Yeah.
I reckon they'll be 4s, 4.5s, maybe, if that. 4.5 Gs, possibly. The rim size is on that. Safety car about to pull away, coming up to turn 12, and Luke Stevens will therefore be in charge of the field. They've been throwing the greens quite late. Let's see if they continue to do that, as we'll come down with almost exactly half an hour to run. So the half-hour dash for cash. Or at least for glory. Luke Stevens leads his class. Guillaume Maher in second leads his. Jonathan Mitchell in fourth leads his class in the Jaguar. Max Lynn, a lap off the lead, leads what we're calling the 26R class, but just ahead of Ed Morris now in the 124 car that he's taken over. As they are literally
here they go.
In the safety car line. Straight to the defensive position into the first corner for our leader in the Lotus. Luke Stevens was defending fresh air there. He didn't need to do that. Could have taken the racing line, might have cost himself a few tenths. It's a very good restart. He was 1.5 seconds up at the start line. He's lost 3 tenths of that by the time they get to the first timing point. Guillaume Maher in second and Erwin France in third in the 2 Shelbys. Jonathan Mitchell, the best of the Jaguars, the 157 car, which started in 5th position. He's another driver who's doing it on his own. And now you're navigating by smell in some parts of the track. It's very, very dark indeed. Don't let our cameras fool you. They're seeing much better than the human eye. And there's some dark patches out there, including at turn 5. There are some lights around the circuit, but they tend to be lighting up actually the spectator areas, so that people don't fall down holes or anything like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure how quick Guillaume Maher, who say runs the Keep Europe outfit, how compared with his co-driver. I think he might not be as quick in the 51 car.
Yeah.
We'll see.
In taking over from Max.
Yeah. Actually, I think it's the son of the owner of Keep Europe. But anyway, Erwin France sometimes races with his brother, but isn't here today. And I suppose in a minute or two, we're going to know where we are. But the Lotus 15, can't miss it. Successor to the Lotus 11 is going nicely. That's got a 1500 engine in, but you could get. They did race with 2-litre engines as well. And you can buy a brand new Climax 2-litre engine if you know where to go, because Crossweight and Gardner, who built those magnificent Audi Auto Unions and Mercedes Grand Prix cars, do build those engines from the original designs.
I don't ask how much that might be.
No, a lot. They're in Buxted in Sussex. And I feel that Maher is hanging on well, John.
Yeah, he's done a good job.
Yeah.
Holding on to that lead.
Yeah.
It's down to half a second.
Yeah, and the lovely sights, the signs and smells of night racing. Can't beat it, can you?
It can't sound different at night.
Yeah.
There is a scientific reason for that, in that the air's a bit thicker, or a bit more fat, as the old drag racers used to say. But
and we're getting some great shots here. Look at this.
The Lotus.
Oh, he twitched that, yeah.
Big twitch.
Yeah, the flames bursting out of the Cobra Daytona. And he's putting pressure on, isn't he? Yeah. Wow. I don't think I need to worry about the speed of Mar. It's obvious, isn't it?
Yeah, Guillaume Mar in the Cobra, chasing down Luke Stevens. Erwin France more than holding his own there at the moment. He's got a 1.7 second.
Yeah, and the lead's changed.
Lead's changed going over the top of turn 9. The headlights signature changing as well as they head down towards turn 10. Now the Lotus should be fairly nimble around here. Is there an opportunity to get that back, or is that all she wrote? Again, there's absolutely no doubt in my mind that the safety car hasn't helped. That would have been about a 15-second lead.
So Mar is in the lead from Stevens and France. Mitchell, just seeing if anybody else is coming up through the field. Best GT. Rob Huff is making good progress as well. Very quick lap just then from Rob Huff. Faster than anybody else. 2:03. Huffy just behind Minshaw now. But Huffy dropped. He's a lap behind.
So Rob Huff then not on the lead lap. And so Guillaume Mar leading and not quite pulling away at the pace that we might have expected.
The Lotus 15 had something they called the queer box, the gearbox. Always very tricky in the car, often broke.
Yeah.
And we've seen Ollie Bryant lead a lot of races in the Lotus 15 and have gearbox trouble. But Michael Birch seems to have sorted this out well, doesn't he? With Luke Stevens, Michael alone in the car.
And don't forget that car at the first corner was facing the wrong way. Up on the curb. Up on the curb and facing the wrong direction. Oh, amazing. So we've made that run through the field.
Mar is not pulling away from Stevens.
Just gone out to 0.8 of a second. And to Stevens holding the gap to Erwin France. 2.5 seconds. Erwin France pulling away a bit from Jonathan Mitchell. It was 1.7, it's now 2.9. Armand Mille closing in on Jonathan Mitchell. Now that's under a second. Just 3/4 of a second between those two.
And with the 1-2-4 in Lan, that was the one that Ivan Ivanov had been driving. That is now in the lead of that
the 26R
smaller GT category.
Now that is because there's been a problem somewhere for Max Lynn.
Yeah, that's
and Vincent Kolb has gone past him as well.
Yeah.
So Kolb has gone past Lynn, and so has Ed Morris in that 1-2-4. Morris then leads. That is Rob Huff now is Rob Huff's gone past all of those guys. Yeah. So Rob Huff is now the first car off the lead lap.
He's got to start unlapping himself, hasn't he?
He's got a thankless task there. I mean, he's the fastest driver on the track at the moment, at 2:02.8. And that is a time that's only been bettered by Phil Keane, actually, in the 43 car. He did a 2:01.9, or at least that car did. Whether that was Phil who did that.
The great thing about Rob, his father's a great enthusiast racer. He started racing in an MGB, I think, in this category of racing, and then went on to be a multi-touring car champion, of course, and with lots of success at Macau. And now he still loves driving these sort of cars.
Don't forget where Rob got his break. What we were talking about earlier on, Dave Ward and Seat. He was in the ITV Search for a Star. Seat.
I'd forgotten that,
and he won that.
Yeah. He came out. He said, "Oh, there's a bit of barging going on there with the Lotus Fit." Did you see that, John?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're side by side. They might have touched.
Well, is that where the lead changed then?
Yeah, that's the replay. I think that's what happened. But I reckon they touched. I'd love to see that again.
Yeah, I think they did touch. Bit of side-by-side contact there. And now it's only, in fact, that was a retaking of the lead by Luke Stevens. So Luke Stevens has gone back into the lead. So that was, well, I'm not sure you can play the robust driving card in a Lotus 15 against a Daytona Coupe.
No, absolutely. So the Colin Chapman designed Lotus 15. Super. Still love the lines of the 11 and the 15, and the 17 came after. What a battle this is. Wow.
For the lead of the motor race, two separate class leaders, and Erwin Franz playing a watching brief.
Wow, he's right up with them, isn't it?
Yeah.
It looked closer than that in that last picture.
I think that might be a lap car.
It could be.
We'll pick them out as they come past again this time. The joys of night racing are also, what is it? Overplayed strengths can be weaknesses. Headlights in the dark are great, but you can't actually see what's going on, and the lead's just changed
back again
at the same spot at turn 5. Now that is a Cobra in behind them.
Yeah,
but
I think it's got to be a back marker, hasn't it?
I'm trying to work out who it is. So they've just gone through turn 5.
Who could it be?
It's not Erwin Franz.
It's an E-type that's a lap down.
Let's have a look.
It couldn't be Phil Keane, could it?
No, it's a Cobra, isn't it?
No, the E-type.
The E-type in front of them, unlapping themselves.
I think that might be Phil Keane.
Well, he's the... No, Rob Huff is the first car off the lead lap. So you think it'd be someone there.
Maybe it must be Huffy. It must be Huffy, is it?
Who's the last car on the lead lap? Is John Minshaw. That's a Jaguar.
What's the number?
106. I don't think that's...
It's Huff. That's Rob Huff.
Is it?
Yeah.
So he's just put himself back on the lead lap.
He's put himself back on the lead lap, but he's going to try and pull away.
Well, he needs a safety car.
Well done, Huffy.
Is it?
Sure it is.
The problem that I have on the tracker is they're all so close together. It gives priority to the leader, which is reasonable. The battle behind continues for the lead of the race. I've got a little trick to.
I'm sure it's Huffy.
Possibly to tell us what that is, because I can make all the numbers smaller. No, it is. It is one something. I normally like to keep the numbers quite big so that I can read them.
Yeah.
But there's a way to get round. Just a little bit further up the road is the number 29, so that is a couple of laps off the pace. Well, I think you might be right.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident in this call.
Right.
Not always, but on this one, yes.
No, all right.
Yeah. So Rob Huff trying to pull away. He's got next person to be Minshaw is a long way.
It is 106. Correct. That is confirmed now by the tracker. So well done in the darkness, using old-fashioned technology of eyes and newfangled technology like trackers. Thank you, Alcamel. So the yellow headlights required in France for a very long time, of course, and that's why the GT cars at Le Mans always used to run yellow headlights. People used to say, oh, it's nice to put yellow headlights on so that you can see what a GT car's. Well, that was a legal requirement because you were running on public roads. As part of that, effectively, Department of Transport regulations. So yellow headlights, always in France.
So Stevens has lit up the brakes, we see.
Luke Stevens.
Yeah.
With the white headlights on the Lotus. I always thought it was odd that... Oh, that track limits there, Mr. Stevens. Now, black and orange flag. That's an immediate pit stop for the number 48, Olivier Biotto. Chevy Corvette C2. That's the lovely blue car. No rear lights on that car. New fastest lap for Luke Stevens for his class, a 2:03.7.
And a very quick lap from Loris Hesselmans in the Bizzarini last time around, 2:02.
Yeah, very good.
Going faster than the light and the dark.
I always like
conversation there.
Well, there's fewer distractions, Andrew.
Yeah.
You only see the bit of the track you need to. Huffy's not pulling away from this lead battle, is he?
Luke Stevens is a good guy if you want your engine remapped, you know, well, your ECU. That's the business. He's got a rolling road, and he's a great guy at mapping engines.
What part of the country is he from?
Former Caterham 7 Master Champion, way back actually 20 years ago, but he's still quick as Luke.
Caterham having just moved relatively recently in their historical terms to their new premises, and they're running tours around there.
Are they?
Yeah, you can book them in. Every time that they release a tranche of tours, they get sold out or booked up immediately. It's absolutely worth it. I did an inside story. You'll find it on radiolemont.com. Use the search. It's absolutely tremendous.
This is really tricky for Stevens, because he's got a car that's basically a lap behind him. In a way, sort of getting in the way, hasn't he? And he's in this big battle with Mar, and France is only another 4 seconds back. So it's squeaky what's it time, isn't it?
Yeah. Second and a half.
Yeah.
Then Erwin France.
And you've got two very different sorts of racing car. You've got pure sports racer, and you've got the E-type.
And Armand Mille has gone ahead of Jonathan Mitchell. Now that's not a place. That's a place overall, but not a place in class. Armand Mille in the Shelby Cobra, third in the Shelby Cobra class, which is GTS 12C. He's got ahead of Jonathan Mitchell, who leads the E-type class, which is GT4. But that is a past 4 position on track, and has been quicker than the cars ahead, but now has hit a bit of traffic. Yeah. And that is the problem. After that safety car, everything's bunched up, and the leaders are having to fight their way through traffic. Actually, there's a bit of a gap now for the leaders. The problem for Luke Stevens is he's still got that E-type ahead of him.
Yeah.
Of Rob Huff now.
Rob's not pulling away, really, is he?
He's faster. He's faster in some places.
Yes, that's to say, a totally different sort of racing car. Yeah.
Correct. Making their lap time in different ways.
Yeah.
2:04.1 last time around. 2:04 flat for Luke Stevens. So I think Stevens on his own would be quicker. That car's done a 3.7, and Luke can do a high 3s, low 4s all day, it would seem. Rob Huff, well, that's a 2:02 car, but he's not wringing that out of it at the moment. There'll be fuel to consider here as well, Andrew, to get to the end of the race. Yeah, that was definitely track limits.
That's track limits. So usually it's on the outside. That was going into the corner.
That's a shortcut rather than anything else. You get a warning for that, I'm sure. Got to keep some part of the car on the racing surface, which normally doesn't include the curbs. It's where the white line ends.
Well, just coming into the final 15 minutes of this 60s endurance race here, end of the day.
What a day it's been for this Espíritu de Montjuïc.
Yeah, there's Peter Auto, the first race of their sort of 6-7 race series, and of course they get points. There's a championships going on. They get points at Le Mans Classic, and I think pretty well the same tariff actually.
Another, I think, indiscretion by Luke Stevens.
Nobody seems to be not seeing any penalties coming up here.
However, there are some cars. New quick time 2:03.6. Now, cars that have had pit stop infringement. Jean-Luc Blanchiment in the Jaguar number 22. He's been investigated at the moment. No penalty as yet. Philippe Bert in the 26R. It's 5th in class there, the number 29. And significantly, 134, not 124. I got a little worried there. Ricard Lehmann in the Austin Healey 3000, and the 134 car. And he is, let me see, he is 3rd in his GT3 class.
Yeah, and in the GT10 class, that's what I call the Lotus Elan class, Maxwell Lynn having a great day here. It's close right up on Edward Morris.
They've both just put their fastest lap. So Ed Morris put the fastest class lap in, to be followed 4.5 seconds later by Maxwell Lynn doing exactly the same thing. A 2:06.2 for Edward was the fastest lap in that class. It's now a 2:05.9. That's tight, isn't it?
Yeah.
Trading tenths a second. They're not side by side yet, but my goodness me, the 4.5 seconds between them. That was in the pit stops, wasn't it, that they changed? Or just after the resumption. Yeah. After one of the full course yellows. So, under a quarter of an hour to go as we head towards 8 o'clock in the evening in a full dark Circuit de Catalunya, Barcelona, for our first day of 2 of this Espíritu de Montjuïc, evoking the races on the mountain just outside of Barcelona City. And Andrew Marriott and myself, John Hindhaugh, back with you tomorrow. And here are the pit stops infringements coming through. 51 seconds for that number 22 car. Again, this is all about a multiplier of how far you were under, but that must be pretty big. 51 seconds for the number 22. That's going to be very detrimental to Jean-Luc Blancheman's position. The number 29 also with a penalty, but that one is 27 seconds. And so that's going to push that car back as well for Philippe Bart. We'll wait for the third car, which was the 134, the Ricard Lehman Austin Haley.
Yeah, 3 seconds between Morris and Lind. Morris has been racing a Lotus Elan for years, 10 years or so. Goes back a long time. He's done a lot of racing, Ed Morris. He's raced at Courage back in 2006 in the Le Mans Series. He's raced a Dodge Viper in the GT3 European Championships. A guy with a lot of experience.
Maxwell Lynn took half a second out of him last time.
Yeah, I mean,
you can't take your eyes off that.
No.
Now here's a bit of an interest for that, because Phil Keane, who's charging back up through the field, not in their class, but he is much quicker, a second and a half or two, and he's now only a second behind Maxwell Lynn. And I just wonder if Maxwell can try and use Phil Keane as he comes up to Ed Morris to maybe jemmy the door open for him, use him as a bit of a snowplow.
Yeah, I'm sure Phil will go past those two Elans.
Oh yeah, easily.
Yeah, but Stephen's doing a great job of it.
Did I see a little bit of smoke from the leader there? There's a little bit. Is there a little bit of smoke in the air, or is it just the evening and dust from the circuit? I'm not sure. That might be a worry. Let's see it as it goes down the front straight. Yellow flags at turn 9. Somebody's had a drop at the top of the hill. Easy to do. The glow of the headlights down the front straight. There goes the Lotus.
Yellow flags out. Yellow flags at turn 9.
And it's a 33-second penalty for Ricard Lehman in the Austin Haley. Again, pit stop infringement. That's the third of the 3 we told you about. Haven't seen anybody stopped at turn 9. Right, it's the 13 cars off the track. It is the number 13 off the track. And we'll start to drop down the timing monitor. And that's the Maxwell Lynn car. That's the Max Lynn car, isn't it?
Oh, he's been pushing too hard.
He's gone off at the top of the hill. Yeah. I think that's the 26R of Maxwell Lynn. And yes, now showed grayed out.
Definitely.
Wow.
Hero to zero really for Maxwell Lynn today.
Yeah, what a shame. What a shame. Seems like in fairness, it is very, very easy indeed to overdo it at the top of the hill. Very easy indeed. Particularly in the dark, that's going to come up on you. I think he might have got it going again. Has he got it going again? Oh no, there's a 21's out, the leader. Oh, Luke Stevens has pulled off.
Wonder that gearbox is packed out. There's a lot of smoke coming off the front tyre.
I did think there was smoke coming out the back of that car. And
devastation.
That's engine or drive line. I just caught a few whiffs of it in the chasing car's headlight, Guillermo. And
well spotted, you did.
I dismissed it. Because I didn't want it to be true, possibly. So that's the leader in the SP3 class and the overall leader. So now it's game on at the front of the field. And Erwin Francis slowing as well. He's now out to 8 seconds away from the lead.
And 9 minutes, just under 9 minutes, just under 10 minutes remaining here. Everything to play for.
So
and also, Loris Harriman's in the pit. Sereni's right up in that battle. 3 cars into just 10 seconds. And an Armand Meal there too.
Yeah, 2:02.8 for Loris Hazeman's last time around was that car's fastest lap of the race. So it's turn 8 and turn 9 for the 2 yellow flags. Now, I think Maxwell Lynn got to an orange crossover, so that would look to me to be sorted. Good heavens above. What drama. How horrible. It was Hugh Chamberlain, God rest his soul, who would say, if I'm going to retire from a 24-hour race, make it be in the first 4 hours, not the last 2. Actually, what he said was, can I please have it fall off and break before the pubs close? But basically, that's the same sort of thing. Traffic playing its part now for the leader, coming up to the back of a huge gaggle of traffic. Going to come up to, well, Rob Huff is carving his way through the same set of traffic. Going to come up to, I think, the Shelby Cobra of Jose De Roca and Damien Köhler. The number 16 car will be the first that the leader comes to put another lap on that car.
Yeah, this will be a great win for Mart, son of the founder of Equipe Europe. He works in the business. He used to be in the mobile, well, he's a web consultant originally, but moved to his father's company. And he's a fine racing driver, isn't he? I mean, handling...
Done a good job.
Yeah, Daytona Cobra is not an easy beast to drive.
Done a very good job indeed.
And particularly with, pressure on him from Erwin France, who, is hugely experienced in these cars.
He's pulling away from full course yellow. Full course yellow, not a safety car, with 7.5 minutes to go.
Well, that could be it. What's that about? Oh, there's a...
Well, there's
a land in...
now we've got an accident now.
Yeah, a land's backed into there. That's...
And that is... Well, I'm not sure where that is.
Can we see it on the land? What?
Jonathan Mitchell still... I'm just checking anything that isn't moving on my tracker.
It could be... So low number. It could be 13 or so. Where's it? What's on the land with a...
It is. 13 was Maxwell Lynn, but
yeah.
I thought we.
Oh well, that's.
Yeah, that's still.
That's there. It's not for that.
Well, that car's been there for a while.
Yeah, that's a Maxwell Lynn. It crashed out. So it was another reason.
That's the first time we've seen that, though.
Yeah, it is.
Because we saw the leader of the leader of the race pulling off, but we didn't see that where Maxwell had hit the wall. So he's been sitting there for a couple of laps now.
They've suddenly decided we've got to go full course to pull that car out of there, or if it's something else. But this is played into the hands, I suppose, of Michelin Mar, because 6 minutes left.
Well, if they send a snatch vehicle for that, then we'll have to go safety car. They won't snatch that under yellows in the dark. So this might be the prelude to a safety car, and at that point I think we'd be done.
Yeah.
The leader has got cars between himself and second place at the moment, so even if there was a safety car, it's not going to massively help Erwin France.
I think it's the Ed Morris Elan, isn't it, that's in that train.
I think you're right. There's at least one car in there, and that looks like the 22. 1, 2, 4. No, there's definitely another class car in there. At least one, possibly 2 different classes of car.
Yellow flags waving there. So drop back down to about, I suppose.
So while we get a moment, Andrew, your thoughts on our first day of the Espíritu de Montjuïc, the Spirit of Montjuïc?
Well, absolutely terrific. And classic car racing, historic car racing just grows bigger and bigger. And do you know why? It's because of the variety.
Yeah.
And the sounds and no aero as well with most of these cars. It's old-fashioned racing. People love it. Goodman members meetings coming up in a couple of weeks' time. It will be absolutely
red flag.
rammed with people. Red flag, and it's all over. And a famous victory for young Guillaume Mar, who's father runs one of the biggest race preparation businesses in the world, I would say.
And fair play to Maxime Guinot as well, who had the car before Guillaume.
Yeah, they're mates.
Yeah.
They
Well,
work
they've done a very good job.
Yeah,
very good job indeed.
Maxime, before he was working in the watch business, did go and do some time as an apprentice, learning the motor racing trade at Equipe Europe. So, you know, that I'm sure they're a similar age, those two. I'm sure they're mates. And,
So,
you know, they'll be proud of this run in this Cobra. Not with the traditional colour scheme, of course.
I do like the blue, though. It suits the car.
Yeah.
But it has got that big, as you say, you like that big split
I do.
tail. Because they normally put a big American-style number on that.
Yeah, do, yeah.
So red flag has truncated our 2-hour race by about 4.5, 5 minutes, but that's all.
I enjoyed today, John, but I think, you know, we've got an even bigger day tomorrow. We've got a lot more touring cars tomorrow racing, because there's touring car categories we haven't seen yet. So we're going to start tomorrow nice and early with Heritage Touring Cup, and then we're going to have the 2-litre Cup, which is going to be a race with Ollie Bryant, a defending champion, of course, and then we've got the Group C racing. We've got also, we haven't seen yet, the Classic Touring Car Challenge. So lots of great racing coming up. No 2-hour races as we've had today. There'll be most of the races, almost all of them actually, an hour long. But the Heritage Touring Car Cup, I think that should be fun.
Safety car going out of the pit lane just to have a look. Checkered flag has been thrown, as well as the red flag, so we do have a finish. We're not going to resume this. That seems reasonable. Here are the unofficial results then. It's the number 51 of the Shelby Cobra.
There's Ma.
Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe, and car that started down in 13th position. Maxime Guinot started, Guillaume Marc finishing up, and they will take Class GT5 as well. Erwin France driving solo. Oh, it could have been so much different. He did the very early pit stop, remember, and then did the rest of the race all on his own. And but for the long full course yellow and then the safety car, he would have been well up the road. Third position, another GT5 car, the number 3, that of Armand Mille, again solo driver. There were your top 3 overall and in class.
I think that's his father's in there somewhere. Yves, who started. He started this huge business, racing an MG midget. Wow. That's how he got into racing.
Started off in the daylight earlier on today.
We did.
Let's, while you're enjoying the highlights, let's give due deference to the class winners. Jonathan Mitchell wins the GT4 in 4th overall with the Jaguar. That was the number 157. Again, a solo driver. These are Iron Man stints, aren't they?
Yeah, and first drama, of course, was the pole sitter. The Dutch Oliver Hart Bram Bontrip car did not start until 3 laps after the start of the race.
Yeah,
so that put that out of contention.
Yeah, where did that get to? Actually didn't finish. Remember, Ollie Hart it cried enough at the end of the pit lane. We had a couple of incidents, black and orange flag for a headlamp falling down on one of the Cobras. That was the number 10 car from memory. A pit stop in the middle of the race. So congratulations to Jonathan Mitchell for winning GT4.
Vic Marini getting in the middle of the Cobras for a while and eventually finishing down in 6th place. Flat tyres from Milan's.
Yeah, that car got stuck in the gravel and caused a safety car. Well done to Edward Morris in the 1-2-4 car that he shared, started by Ivan Petev Ivanov. That was the winner in the 26R class, GTS 10 category. And Luke Stevens in the SP3. I think he might have been the only entry in that, literally a class of his own.
Yeah,
but that car cried enough with, 10 minutes to go, 15 minutes to go.
So Michael Birch must have had his head in his hands. So it's a terrific competitor, Michael Birch. And I thought that was going to win.
Callum Lockie won his class as well, the GT3 class.
Callum,
the car that Callum shared, the number 71 car, that was the Morgan.
Yeah, it beat a few Healy 3000s. That's nice.
Simon Oribigan started that car.
Winner. And but that team, I've told you, John, they prepare about 50 cars, but they've only got 15 staff, and then they bring in lots of weekend warriors when they've got a big weekend. So I'm sure this is for them.
So that winds up our coverage of today. Thank you to our team here at the track and everyone supporting us as well, particularly our camera operator. It's been a long day for them.
Very much so.
Tomorrow, that 2-hour race concludes our coverage from the Spirit of Montjuïc. The Espíritu de Montjuïc will be back at 8:45 local time in the morning. That's 8:45 a.m. That's 7:45 in the UK. It's all live and free where you've been watching us today. Andrew Marriott was alongside me, John Hindhaugh. From us, from the beautiful sights and sounds of this classic Peter Auto meeting at the Circuit of Catalunya, it's good night.
Future is electric. So what? Soul will remain forever.